Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Today's date is March 23rd, 2021. It's 9:30 a.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. And at this time, I'm going to ask our county clerk if she'll please read the roll call and establish quorum.
Good morning. Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, March 26th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask our county executive if you would mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ann. This morning, I wanted to open our meeting with a couple of comments. We're winding down our month of March, which is Women's History Month, and I wanted to acknowledge some local women who are making history in Sacramento County. I think it was maybe the end of 2019 or during 2019 when this group of very passionate women came and visited with all of the board members to advocate for a county commission that would be dedicated to women and girls. And it was our very own Supervisor Cerna who championed their effort during 2020 as he led out in developing the Blue Ribbon Commission to explore, what are the needs in Sacramento County and what are the possibilities for this commission. And I think it's pretty safe to say that Supervisor Cerna has a very special place in their hearts, and we appreciate your leadership, Supervisor.
Thank you.
I wanted to thank Erin Saberi, who has led the Blue Ribbon Commission, and all the members of the Blue Ribbon Commission and ad hoc committee that worked to develop and support this application process. The co-chairs were Susan Stone and Shane Correa Fernandez, and the ad hoc application committee members, Dr. Bernice Bass de Martinez, Dr. Tanya Lindsay, Crystal Harding, Vicki Boyd, Chairman Gehring, and Jacqueline Marino. And in spite of the obstacles of COVID, and it was kind of a challenging year to get together and collect information and do all the hard work that they had to do, they returned in December 2020 with a very comprehensive report and a recommendation for a Women and Children's Commission. And I think it's safe to say their report was received by the board, very well by the board, and supported for the formation of the Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. And the purpose of this board is to advise the supervisors and the public on policy and planning around issues affecting women and girls in Sacramento County. There are 15 seats on this commission, 5 residents, 1 from each of the county supervisors will be appointing, and 7 at-large seats and 3 youth seats. And the application filing period will be from March 29th, 2021 through April 9th, and then on April 20, the positions, the appointees will be coming before the board as a recommendation. So we're welcoming those applications. If there are any citizens throughout the county who would like to apply for this board, there are 15 seats to fill. You can go to, this is a long one, but I'm going to try to read it in case you're writing. But you can go to the clerk of the board's website at http://www.sccob.net/pages/boards.html. And if you got that, then you're really doing really good. And I can't believe I went through all that thinking you could do that. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you Aaron Saberi's phone number. It's 916-952-5080 if you have questions or want to ask questions about what that board will do. And you can also reach out to the board, clerk of the board, who can help you. So I just wanted to thank those women. I was wishing we had a picture of them as a group, because I have a feeling they're starting something great that's going to accrue good things to our county. And I also want to thank Supervisor Cerna for his leadership, and congratulate all of you on that. The beginning of the finalization of what you really wanted and the beginning of a new journey. And at this time, Supervisor Cerna has some comments.
I just wanted to thank you, Madam Chair, for acknowledging all the hard work by the individuals that you just mentioned, especially Aaron, who really ran with the ball, and to her credit, did a wonderful job organizing the Blue Ribbon Commission and being very thoughtful and methodical about how this county could benefit from a commission on the status of women and girls. And certainly we're not the only county in the state to have such a advisory body, but I think as you just mentioned, it's going to bode well for the county to have the benefit of that new structured input for more than half of our population. So again, I just wanted to extend my thanks to you for taking the time to acknowledge the hard work this morning. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Supervisor Kennedy.
I echo the sentiments of Supervisor Cerna, as well as the chair, and my appreciation for Supervisor Cerna's bringing this to our attention. But I just want to correct one thing of Supervisor Cerna. Aaron didn't run with the ball. Aaron ran the ball back 99 yards, spiked it in the end zone, signed it, and threw it into the stands. I've never seen a volunteer more organized and motivated than that, so I really wanted to give a special thanks for her. Thanks.
And Women's History Month. History is made in the moments of our lives each day. So thank you, ladies, for all of your hard work on that. So at this time, I'll read our meeting announcement, and then we'll move forward. In compliance with the directives with the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make verbal comment at today's meeting, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along and determine when it's the best time to call and be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open the public comments for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected when making more than one public comment on a single agenda item or off-agenda matter. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding. Written comments are always accepted. Send your email to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your patience. And at this time, I'll ask the clerk if we can move on to the next item.
Yes, so for your consent matters, items 1 through 22, I do need a motion to drop item 10. That was the authorization to execute a fourth amendment to the agreement with Statewide Mortuary Transport and Support, extending the term for 1 year, beginning July 1, 2021, and ending June 30th, 2022, and increasing the maximum amount payable to $1,750,000.
Okay, and we need a motion. Chair will move that,
I'll second.
and Supervisor Desmond second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
And then I also want to call to your attention that you're introducing an ordinance for item 16. This is the Sacramento County Transportation Development Fee Program, introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 16.87 of the Sacramento County Code relating to deferrals of and exemptions from Sacramento County Transportation Development Fee and Transit Impact Fee payments. You're waiving reading and continuing to April 6th for adoption. And that concludes my notes.
Okay, thank you. And I wonder if we have any comments from our board members on consent. Supervisor, I guess I saw Supervisor Kennedy, but Natoli was quick to the button. So Supervisor Natoli, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to call out item 19, if I could, and may offer a suggestion that we continue the item, but I'd like to have you read it to the record first.
Okay, item 19, authority to execute an agreement in the amount of $1,952,726 for Kiefer landfill base liner and final cover design and construction quality assurance services with Geologic Associates.
Okay. In my briefing yesterday, I had a chance to talk to the county executive, and I know that we need to periodically certainly close out portions of the Kiefer landfill and certainly and plan for how we're going to accommodate future waste that's disposed of and buried there. But I know we actually had scheduled for either today or tomorrow kind of a fuller range of solid waste items, and I guess I'm going to suggest that, not because I necessarily have a problem with what's being proposed here, that this board, it's been a long, long time since this board's had any update as to where we stand at Kiefer landfill, both from the standpoint of future capacity, but the amount of dollars that are accruing there that are a part of the solid waste enterprise. And when I read this, it kind of brings to mind some of the questions I intended to ask, and I will when we have the matter come before us, I guess, later next month on solid waste, because this all factors into the costs associated with both the collection as well as disposal of waste. And this is a large site, and obviously we're having to accommodate future capacity. I have some concerns that I'll address at the appropriate time. It relates to where recyclables are being placed and whether they're actually going into the landfill. But when I look at this is $2 million just for design and testing. It has nothing to do with the actual construction, which is a separate contract that this a firm and those that propose on it would be asked to administer. And I guess I'd ask of Ms. Edwards if we could have a complimentary item when the other solid waste come back, to have actually just a report to the board, but to the public about Kiefer, about annualized cost, what the projections are for the lifespan of that facility, and maybe some other questions. Again, I don't need to get into the detail today. And so I guess I was going to ask if there's any problem if we actually connected this item with that item to come forward in April. Hi, Doug. I didn't even see you in the audience this morning.
I snuck in.
Oh, right. Good.
Doug Sloan, the Director for Waste Management and Recycling. We have a total of 11 modules, I believe, at Kiefer Landfill. Module 1 was the first module that we did. It was an unlined cell. If you remember, I believe, I'm going to say 2 or 3 years ago, we actually, with the settlement that happened in the landfill, we were actually able to go back up on top and use some additional landfill space. Module 1, it needs to be closed, and we have a regulatory requirement to do it by 2026. it's a very technical process to go through, and we need to hire a consultant to be able to go through and complete all of the reports and the testing for the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Okay, but this also, Doug, includes going forward as it relates to new module construction. It's not just the closure of Module 1. And again, I mean, that may be kind of foreign language to all of us up here because we know we don't have a map. It shows the module, the unlined. Again, I'm familiar, obviously, having represented the area for many years. But the unlined portion that was part of the original landfill that was up against the Deer Creek area there. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's the module we're talking about that has to be closed out. Mm-hmm. Okay, but I think it would warrant, as we're talking about rates, cost pressures that the department has, and so forth, to have an understanding, because this doesn't go away at Kiefer. When we entomb things out there, it's forever, unless there's something happens, generations out that they go in and mine landfills. But basically, we're meeting the regulatory requirements. And so, again, I'm not questioning the necessity to have consultants to assist in that regard. It's just that as I thought about this, even after my briefing yesterday, I thought it might be well to have a component as we talk about the solid waste, because we're not just on the collection side. We basically hold on to trash and whatever goes in there forever. It's our responsibility as an enterprise, as a county. And so I guess what I'm asking more for is to have an opportunity as a part of that bigger package you were going to bring to us for discussion, to have, bring this board up to speed, and if everybody's okay with that, to talk about Kiefer and show the progression of the modules and what the lifespan of that is and what the cost requirements are for it. I just think it makes sense because these are costs that we're going to incur. I agree with that, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the contract. Maybe you have some other thoughts you want to add, but I'm just asking if we could continue this for a few weeks.
So we'd love to come back and give you an overview of what's going on at the Kiefer landfill. That we've done some amazing things over the years out there, and it's a great point. We haven't been before the board in a long time, so we'd love to be able to do that. In this particular case, we're recommending approval so we can keep this project on track. Let me just say that if we close the landfill tomorrow, we would still have to do this, and we would still have the same deadline with the Regional Water Board. So. It's not tied to our normal operations, and we just are opening up Module 4. The construction for the first half of Module 4 was completed this month. It's a great opportunity for the county with more space, but this is one that needs to get done.
So is $2 million for just consulting services? Is that, the rates obviously are all built into this, and there's a panel that went through this, but I guess that doesn't include any of the work.
That's correct.
So again, what's the rest of the package, I guess? So is there $4 million or $5 or $10 million in additional work that you'd have to give us a ballpark, because you're going to go out to bid to do that work, or unless we're doing it in-house. So what's the cost of closing the module?
That's a good question that I don't have the answer for.
Okay, again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot this morning, because I didn't have a chance to talk to you about this. So
it's acreage dependent, and I don't know the acreage for this. My guess would be somewhere in the $4 to $8 million range. Whether you're opening a new cell, and we have the same cost when we open a new cell. We have all the testing. You put the liners down. That all has to be tested. So you're going to have a $2 or $3 million, maybe more, upfront cost for that cell, and then at the end there's a requirement for the amount of cover on top, the landfill gas system that goes in. There's a number of different things that all have to be engineered into the system. We do have some piping out there now, but it all has to get officially collected in the right way. And so this is not an unusual amount for liner closure projects.
And again, without getting too deep, you're kind of making my point that it's not inexpensive to, one, operate a landfill, but secondly, that space is a premium. When we put material in there, back to another point I said that I'm not going to get in here this morning about where recyclables are going, but again, I guess I would ask.
It is in our rates. You approve the additional rates effective November 1st, and so there is money captured in the rate system for this.
No, I agree, but it's not inexpensive. That's my point. I
Right.
mean, somebody's paying for it, and whether it's at the tip fee or it's at the curbside, it has to be paid for, and you've built it in. Obviously, you've done your budgeting around it. So I wasn't contesting that at all. I guess I would ask if we continue this. When is the item coming back to us? The fuller package?
It's coming back on the 20th, and I don't see any harm in continuing this to the 20th as well.
Okay, and then
Unless
maybe
Doug
have a chance to visit
vehemently disagrees.
a little more again.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't interrupt it. We're talking, we got 5 years to close it out, right?
I'm sorry?
You have 5 years to close it out. And I don't think 4 weeks is going to make that much difference over a 5-year period.
4.5 now.
4.5 years. Okay, got it. All right, 4.5.
Clock's ticking.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess I would suggest at this point in time that we, unless there's objections amongst my colleagues, that we hold this over to the 20th of April and that we could roll into, since we're going to spend a lot of time on solid waste, to have a report on Kiefer landfill, bring a map in, show us what you're talking about, what the costs are associated. And last thing I would say, I think it's important that this is only a piece of the work, that if a module, again, varies on the size of acreage, but if it costs $10 million to do a module, we ought to know that. This is just consulting for closure of one module and to help us plan for opening another one. I mean, so there's a lot of costs, even if they're built into your budget. I think it's important to have that conversation. So.
And we factor all of those costs in when we develop the landfill rate, tip fee rate at the and remember, I think it's 75% of the material that goes into Kiefer is commercial versus 25% that would be residential.
Okay. All right.
So to be honest with you, I don't know that we can make the 20th if it's a full board report. The deadline is probably next week, right?
So Supervisor Natoli, we can certainly continue this item
Yes.
until the 20th, but what I'm hearing Mr. Sloan say is we likely couldn't have that full
Okay.
package.
Well, maybe you can have some more information then. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll bring this item. If there's additional information we can share, but at least you'll be looking at this in the context of all of the other waste management issues that you're going to be hearing on the 20th.
Okay. And maybe provide a little more context around this, just as you've done at the podium here today. That would be helpful. Again, when I say full report, I do think there's an opportunity for this board to have a more focused discussion on Kiefer. I'm not trying to put extreme time constraints on you, but I do think having some more context behind this in the bigger picture. So, okay. Thanks.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we'll bring this back on the 20th. We can vote to continue it to the 20th, and then we'll plan on a workshop on Kiefer after that. And I'm wondering if there are any other board members who have comments on 19.
I did, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Kennedy and then Supervisor Desmond.
I'm sorry. You're okay. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, did you have more after that, Supervisor Natoli?
That was just item
Okay.
19, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry to jump ahead of you, Supervisor Kennedy. You may have another item. So, Doug, thank you very much, and I want to echo all the comments from Supervisor Natoli on this point. I mean, this is certainly one of these areas when we're asking our taxpayers, our constituents, to shoulder a much higher load in terms of rate increases. We have an obligation here to be, I think, really asking you some of the tough questions and really understanding why you're doing what you're doing. I would add to that what I'd like to see when you come back and provide a little more context on this matter, specifically as Supervisor Natoli requested. Also give us a sense of what is the timeline for maybe the closure of other modules, Kiefer, in the out years, and what are you doing to reduce the landfill materials? What proactive steps you're taking to do that? Because I'll have questions about that specifically, and then on a related matter, if you wouldn't mind indulging me, I think it's the matter right after this one or before item 18. Do you mind if I have the board read that one, just since Doug is still here? Madam Clerk, would you mind reading that item into the record as well?
Not a problem. Item 18 is to approve the contract for the lease of one motor grader for use at Kiefer Landfill with Holt of California.
Thank you. And I'm not asking to pull this one, but I do have a question for you. Is we had a conversation, it was a few weeks ago, about a very large cost overrun with one of your pieces of equipment. And the conversation was about the regular maintenance and how the maintenance that was built into the terms of that lease didn't cover that cost overrun. So my question for you is, in this lease agreement you're signing, are you making accommodations so we won't have a recurrence of that situation we had with the last piece of equipment?
I won't say we won't have an adjustment because I can't predict all the maintenance issues, but it won't be as large as the last one. These typically, it might be $50,000 to $100,000 depending upon what happens over the equipment.
Right. And I understand there's always
Remember,
unforeseen things, but now you
Right.
know that this
No.
could happen. How
I
do we
know.
put some language in there
But
to
the two that we had an issue with that had a large maintenance component to it were one of the first ones we did.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, the estimate for the maintenance and especially the damage side, how much damage we'd incur at the sites was just, we didn't estimate enough.
Okay, I appreciate that.
We've
So-
covered that in. We've been very good on the landfill side about covering those maintenance costs and coming pretty close.
Great. So in terms of anticipating it in the lease agreement and maybe changing whatever some of their practices to avoid a recurrence is what I'm interested in, so we don't
Right.
have an unexpected, very large, bill. Okay.
And-
Thank you.
and
Thank you very much.
If I could just add, if the maintenance costs, if we own the equipment, we would still have the maintenance costs. And if we don't repair the equipment at the end of the lease, there's reduced salvage value. So
Got it. No, I
we're on the
understand
hook
that as
either way. We just are doing a much better job of estimating what the maintenance and repair costs are.
Right, but I think that $600,000 increase was an unexpected expense, right? It was not, you came to the board.
It was building, yes.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. And Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, on 19, well, not specifically on 19, but on the workshop that we're talking about now, I'm going to be asking this regularly as one of the largest employers, the second largest employer in Sacramento County, with a great deal of impact on our environment, that we also, whenever we come back and we do a workshop like that, we look at it juxtaposed against the climate action plan that's now out there, and to get an understanding of how it fits in, how it doesn't fit in, how we can do better, how we're stars, all of those things. So just to keep that in mind in the future, I'm going to be asking for that for quite a bit of things that we come forward with that are county operations.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The clerk, you already read number 16, so I'll just comment on that right now. First of all, I just want to say, with the loss of redevelopment, we're really, our hands are tied at what we can do in blighted areas and areas that we would normally have used redevelopment funding for. And so I want to thank staff. This has been a long time being worked out. Mr. Vicari and his staff, Mr. Givens, in really, keeping the pressure on getting this thing forward, and giving us a tool to help to improve blighted areas when we don't have redevelopment anymore. If we have to, no longer look at the short-sightedness of bringing in fees as being the only impact. Actually, redevelopment of those areas, I believe, will have a far greater impact positively to the balancing the books of the county by redeveloping the area than a fee would. So I want to thank staff for just keeping the pressure on that one. I appreciate it. Could the clerk read number 17, please?
Sure.
Item 17 is the contract for Power and Road Bicycle and Pedestrian Improvements, Elsie Avenue to north of McFadden Drive, bids to be received on May 20th, 2021. The environmental document is a negative declaration.
Thank you very much, Clerk. We look at stuff on consent, and because they're non-controversial doesn't mean they're not important. So I just wanted to highlight this as something that we've been working on for years, to get the funding, to get the planning, and to get it right. This is something that sounds innocuous enough in an agenda like this, but this area has seen lives lost because of safety issues in an area in which the residents of the area have challenges when it comes to transportation. They find themselves walking on busy streets, very busy streets, and again, it has resulted in fatalities. So again, I want to thank staff for continuing on this. We've been working on these for years. This really will not only change the quality of life of a neighborhood, but will save lives. So I just wanted to pass on my thanks. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as Supervisor Kennedy was referencing item 16, I was just taking a look at the map. I hadn't noticed. I certainly support the item, and I know that he's been working with some of the folks in his district on some of the areas where we've had shopping centers and vacated buildings and so forth. But I'm curious about the attachment number 1, and it has a definition of commercial corridors. I'll just say notably, in the district I represent, there's some absence here, actually ones we've studied. I don't know who put this map together because this would apply in those commercial corridors, but I've got some areas, when I look at Rosemont and Kiefer Boulevard, it's a commercial corridor going down through a ribbon through that community, likewise Bradshaw. So where does this red, who did this map?
Good morning. Supervisor Natoli, Steve Hartwig, Deputy County Executive of Public Works and Municipal Services. The map is referencing the General Plan 14 commercial corridors that were identified as sort of a special interest area for a number of things that we would try and do to enhance those areas. So it's focusing on the General Plan corridors that were identified as needing something. And as Supervisor Kennedy had mentioned, initially, we were looking at a specific project in a specific corridor that's in his district, but when we looked at not only the need to help revitalize neighborhoods in general and along these 14 corridors, but the fact that we're now going to try and recover from a pandemic, we made the sort of the broad change to the code to allow us to either defer or sometimes waive the SCTDF fee where a building had already existed that generated traffic, and if they're going to build something else but leave that either vacant or temporarily out of service, it would allow something else to move forward on the property and defer that. So it's not that there aren't other corridors of need, but we tied these specifically with consultation with planning to the general plan corridors that are identified. So that's where that comes from.
And so it only applies in those 14 corridors?
At this point, that's what the code is changing because those are the areas of focus that the general plan has identified.
Okay, well, I'm going to challenge that right here and now then. And the reason why is that we had that conversation. We actually had Cosmont study the Rosemont area, and it was included in some of the early conversations, probably going back a decade or more. And again, it's an older neighborhood, an area where that shopping center and some of those businesses have struggled along there. And if that's the basis, I mean, I'm fine. I think it ought to be expanded. I think where you have commercial enterprises, not just in the corridors that may have a certain length to them or a certain amount of commercial capacity, if we're going to have this apply, I can tell you that there have been challenges on Kiefer in that shopping center. This board, a couple of members will remember, I'm sure, when we talked about trying to bring some of those up to standards and to say we're to the exclusion of other areas. I bet you know, if you allow us to bore down into this, you're going to find some other areas in some of the other districts. I'm fine with what's here. I support it, but I don't think it ought to be to the exclusion of other areas that may be smaller in length, may not have the same square footage, because I think we're going to come to grips with this throughout this county, particularly in the unincorporated area, but maybe in the incorporated cities as well. And the map, it only takes into those corridors that were ones that were studied that may have a certain amount of tax base associated with them. That, to me, I think really limits the ability of this board and board members working with their communities. Some of those have P-bids, some don't. Some tried, some didn't get that far. We had those conversations along Kiefer Bradshaw, but we didn't have the chemistry to put it all together. But I'm not going to sit here and say that this ought to apply over here, but not there, just because it didn't get put on the map in a red color. So I guess what I'm going to ask is that we, to my knowledge, there wasn't discussion prior to this, and planning weighed in. That was some board direction, but it wasn't board direction that if you're going to have some fee deferrals or some ability to incentivize some of the redevelopment, that somehow you're going to exclude other areas. I can look along, Folsom Boulevard's not included here. We got some challenges there right now.
Right. This was to try, I think, a pretty drastic change from what the code requires now, which is you have to demolish buildings in order to get credit. This was a way to sort of pilot and see how this works and see if it provides support. It doesn't mean we can't come back and add locations or the entire county, but we wanted to try an area where we know there's some projects that are looking into this and wanted to try and move that forward. And there's no doubt that we can definitely come back and adjust that, but we were hoping to move this forward now because there are a couple of projects that are hoping to take advantage of this change within those corridors that were identified in the general plan.
And the ordinances you're referring are ones this board approved. We've noted a problem. I support what's here before us, but I don't want to do it to the exclusion of other areas, not just in District 5, but I think in other districts. I think this puts some of those areas at disadvantage. Why wouldn't we make it available in commercial sectors throughout the county?
Well, I think that it was specifically to try and hit those areas that we're trying to revitalize that were identified, like I said, in the general plan. It was tied back to that in order to sort of validate the code change that is a pretty, like I said, pretty significant departure from what was in the code before.
But the code is approved by this board.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So again, I'm one member of that board, but I don't know. I don't want to hold this up because Supervisor Kennedy said they've been working through, maybe a particular issue.
Right.
But I would suggest that, again, and big departure or not, is for our consideration. And the justification, I get it. You use a point of reference in the general plan, but there are a lot of commercial areas. And since the general plan was adopted in 2011, I can tell you, you can see a lot more stress in some of these smaller corridors.
Well, right, and we have talked in the general plan update, we would want to look at the corridors again as well.
I'm not waiting until the general plan update. That'll be 2025, I can tell you right now. So I think that.
But we can go back and look at more areas if that's the request.
Okay, I would ask that, Ms. Edwards, that we take a look at it, because I know specifically in the Kiefer corridor, we had a conversation. That list wasn't an exclusive list. It wasn't all inclusive, I know that. And so, and now it gets built into policy where you're going to give a break to some of these areas, not give a break to others potentially when the need may be just as great. So
We can take a look at that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that we take a look at that and come back fairly shortly on that one, but I certainly support this today. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
So, I just wanted to share my similar concern, and I'll be very specific, concern that Supervisor Natoli just mentioned. If, for instance, you look at the north and south side of Fruit Ridge Road between Highway 99 or even west of Highway 99, there's a little sliver there of District 2. It's unincorporated. If you look at both the north and south parts of that corridor extending east to Stockton Boulevard, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me just to identify basically that broad corner of Stockton and Fruit Ridge. It should be the full extension of Fruit Ridge, in my estimation. Talk about a commercial corridor that's interspersed with some residential that needs help. I don't think you're going to hear an argument that it doesn't from either Supervisor Kennedy or myself. So that's just yet another kind of glaring omission here in terms of being a little bit more holistic about which corridors we include and don't include. In fact, I could probably make a case that you've excluded, perhaps inadvertently, some of the most distressed corridors we have in the county. And if this is intended to be an exercise that is intended to think creatively about how to assist them, if we start without even acknowledging or identifying them, we've already missed the mark.
Okay, like I said, we will go back and look and come back to the board with something fairly soon on potential additional add or a broad-reaching ordinance change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, and thank you, Steve. Okay, so I think we still need to, do we need to vote to continue item 19?
Yes.
We need a motion to continue item 19 to April 20. The chair will move.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And I just want to call to your attention, even though down at the bottom it says abstain 1, there's a technical glitch, and we're going to fix that during the break.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
That's a six
That's,
member.
that's District 6.
Did we redraw the lines and nobody told us?
They're being
When it
drawn
starts
as
showing
we
up as a
speak.
yes or no, we know we really got problems.
Okay, I don't see any other members of the board dialed in to comment on consent, and I'm wondering if we have any public comments on consent or off-agenda items.
You do not have any callers on consent. You do have one for off-agenda, and I think you should take that right after you guys close out your consent and before you go
Okay.
into timed.
Okay, so I guess we're ready for a motion on consent.
Move the remainder of consent.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Kennedy, a second by Supervisor Natoli for the remainder of consent, and please vote.
Unanimous vote, and that was for items 1 through 22, with the exception of items 10 and 19, because you took separate votes on those. Okay. Would you please transfer the off-agenda caller? Hi, caller. You will have 5 minutes to make your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Please start.
Okay, good morning. This is Erin Saberi from the Blue Ribbon Commission on the establishment of a Sacramento Women's Commission, and I just wanted to say on behalf of the Blue Ribbon Commission and the members of the Blue Ribbon Ad Hoc Committee on Applications, led by Susan Stone and Shane Correa Fernandez, I just want to thank Chairwoman Frost for your opening remarks this morning, acknowledging Women's History Month and the historic milestone that our county has reached today in opening the applications for the new commission on the status of women and girls. We're absolutely thrilled that we're one step closer. And I just wanted to send our heartfelt thanks again to Supervisor Cerna for championing our cause, and to all of you members of the board for your support, your continued support, and your kind remarks. As we're virtual, you couldn't see me blushing upon hearing your kind remarks, but in all seriousness, during these trying times, and I know that it's especially challenging to be a leader in these times, and with the pandemic, we're looking forward to establishing this commission that can work with you and the public to help address some of the impact of COVID, particularly on women and girls, and other pressing issues. And so I just wanted to express our gratitude and acknowledge this really movement towards making history during Women's History Month. It's wonderful timing, and it's important. And I know just having heard the conversation you just had, you've got many, many pressing issues, and I wanted to thank you for taking time out to acknowledge this work, and we welcome and look forward to all of the applications that will come into the clerk of the board's office. And I wanted to also just say thank you to the clerk of the board and all of the members of the clerk staff for being so helpful in the process. They've worked closely with us and our ad hoc committee, and have always been available and super helpful, and I just wanted to acknowledge them as well.
Thank you, Erin, and I think we're here in large part because of you and your committee and all the work that you've done, and we thank you for it, and we are all looking forward to being the wind under your wings and supporting you as you move forward. And thanks so much for calling in today.
I appreciate that, Chairwoman. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Bye.
Erin.
Thanks, Aaron.
Bye, Erin.
Okay.
Okay, so your next item, 23, this is a request from Supervisor Cerna for consideration of adoption of an urgency ordinance to extend Sacramento County Worker Protection, Health and Safety Act of 2020, or in the alternative, to consider adoption of the proposed ordinance as a regular ordinance.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Yes, so I think we all received some correspondence yesterday, I believe, from the Restaurant Association about the potential conflict with extending this particular legislation here locally, as it might conflict with some recent state legislation that has been adopted. And I've conferred with our county council that I think it's best that we take at least 24 hours to further understand whether or not we even should be considering this at this point, and whether some of the elements of the local worker protection measure is going to possibly make it even more confusing. So I want to be thoughtful about this, careful about it. And I think the wisest thing we can do is just take a day and further analyze it. And I also want to give some time to confer with the Sacramento Central Labor Council, who has been working with my office over the last several months on the initial effort to get the worker protection ordinance adopted and passed extension. So with that, I'd like to move that we continue this to tomorrow.
Second.
I heard a second, and I can't.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Supervisor Kennedy. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And so we have a motion by Supervisor Cerna to continue this to the 24th of March, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Did you have some punch? Oh, okay. I thought you had another supervisor punched up to speak to.
Okay.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, your next item, 24, is approval of $800,000 loan commitment for Sage at Folsom.
Good morning, Christine Weichert from SHRA. We are requesting the board's approval of the home loan for the construction of Sage at Folsom, which is located on Scholar Way in East Bidwell in the city of Folsom. The senior development is 110 one-bedroom units in 2 3-story buildings with a large community room and an outdoor space. The units will be available to low, very low, and extremely low seniors. SHRA administers the county's home consortium funds, which receives an annual allocation of approximately $3 million from HUD, and Folsom is a member of that consortium. The developer, USA Properties, and Folsom have requested the $800,000 home loan to fill the project's funding gap. The loan will represent Folsom's share of home funds through the year 2024. The city supports the project and is also allocating $4.5 million loan to it. Other funding includes mortgage revenue bonds and tax credits. USA's property management company will provide the management services, and Life Steps will provide resident services. SHRA will monitor the home units annually. Staff recommends the approval of the loan and is available to answer any questions you have.
Okay, I have no board members signed up. I'm excited to be able to, close the gap on some of these projects. I know we did this in Citrus Heights, and it was a huge boost. And I want to thank you and SHRA for the thoughtful way that you go about trying to figure out how to pull all these things together. I know it's a big deal with funding coming from a lot of different places. I am not sure if it looks like there might be some folks on the line. Are there folks on the line who would like to speak to this? We have no board members to speak.
And I believe that is SHRA staff in case there were any questions.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and move approval on this.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
And that was quick. Thank you very much.
Okay, for your next item, 25, this is a public hearing, so it's a hearing to determine whether to modify definition of Sacramento area for the purposes of applying the prevailing wage provisions of county charter.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Joseph Shea, Acting Director of Personnel Services. Per county charter ordinance, in every odd number years, the county is to conduct a hearing to define the Sacramento area for purposes of applying the prevailing wage provisions of the county charter. The data collected this year suggests that there be no changes made to the definition of the Sacramento area aside from the inclusion of the entire Sacramento County. This has been consistent since the ordinance went into effect in 1979. The findings must be considered at a public hearing to be scheduled no earlier than March 1st and no later than March 31st. Notice where the public hearing was published twice in Sacramento Bee this month, and we have noticed it recognized employee organizations regarding the hearing. Therefore, we respectfully request that you open the hearing, consider any public testimony, close the hearing, and adopt a resolution. This concludes my report, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just quickly, Joe, I think I understood in your verbal comment, but the map doesn't reflect it. So we take the entirety of the county. You don't exclude the section that includes Walnut Grove and some of the Delta communities, so that line that's there.
That is correct, Supervisor Natoli. So it includes the entire county per the direction of the board last
the last time,
hearing
2019.
in 2019,
okay.
correct.
So the map, you'll have another map that will actually reflect that?
I thought it already reflected it, but
Well, what I'm looking at has a blue line that cuts into Sacramento County and looks like it excludes.
It looks like it includes parts of the county and parts of outside the county almost.
Yeah, well, it does go outside the county. You take Yolo and portions of Placer, El Dorado, and San Joaquin, including the Lodi area. But here, the way the line's drawn, looks like it excludes it.
I believe that may be an outdated map. I apologize if there was but I do have the.
You have a new exhibit, that's okay. If you have a new one, as long as that's part of the record, then, I mean, that was what was attached in our board material, so we'll
Okay,
make sure that.
I apologize about that.
Yeah, no, that's right, because I heard you say the entirety of Sacramento County, so.
Yes, that is correct.
So we'll get the proper exhibit included with the item then.
Sorry about that.
That's right, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. And we have no more board members signed up to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and ask our clerk if we have anyone.
You do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay, so hearing none and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and then bring this back to the board for a vote.
I'd move the item.
Supervisor Natoli so moved, and I believe Supervisor Desmond second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Starting to think my hearing is going.
You're doing good.
Okay.
So when you hear it from this side, the guy with the radio voice, that's him.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I thought it was the masks, but I don't think it's the masks. I think it's my ears. Okay. Next item, please.
Okay, your next item is the revised draft framework for creation of a community review commission.
Okay, we have Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna. I'm not sure who would like to begin.
Well, I mean, I think I said a lot last time. So just as a recap of where we are and how we got here, this is something that I've been working on for quite some time with community organizations and other interested parties. I felt like the best way moving forward to get board consideration would be to put together a framework so that we have something on the table to discuss and put that forward at the last time we had the hearing. After a great deal of public hearing, Supervisor Cerna made the magnanimous recommendation that he and I take what we heard and put together some language which maybe reflects what we heard and bring it back to the board as a framework that the board can then chew on and discuss. And at that point, then as a board, the five of us, and with community input, put together a recommendation as far as, again, a framework, not a resolution, for staff to then bring back something that reflects the discussion that we're about to have here and that the public will be engaged in. I don't know, Ms. Edwards, is that accurately? Okay. Don't want to speak for staff. And then staff will put together a resolution. All of this, of course, has been through county council, and then it would foreseeably, provided on how things go today, I don't know, come back as a proposed resolution. So this will not be the last time that we'll see this, but that's just want to give that historic perspective. I think, I spoke enough at the last meeting, and with that, Mr. Cerna, I don't know if you have any since.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and my thanks to you, Supervisor Kennedy, for taking the initiative months ago to run with this ball and spike it in the end zone, hopefully. No, I think what we heard last time from the public was had a pretty consistent theme to it, and the last few weeks that Supervisor Kennedy and I have taken to take to heart those comments and make them reflective in this now second draft of the framework, I think makes it stronger, makes it more clear. We heard a lot about subpoena power, and so that's been added to this in terms of the legislation that was recently passed, AB 1185. One thing I will mention, and I suspect we'll probably hear from members of the public again today about it, is that this could easily continue to be an exercise of taking it back, refine it, bringing it back, refining it. Yeah. And again, this is not the final policy. It's not the final ordinance. It's not the final resolution. This is an attempt, as Supervisor Kennedy articulated last time, just to get the kind of conversation started with, of course, welcoming public input in that conversation. And so I just would caution those that think that this has to have every T crossed and I dotted at this point. That might be a part of this exercise that we can get easily kind of drawn into, and without actually seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, which of course is whatever vehicle we use, an ordinance or resolution. That's what we really care about, though. So this is intended to refine the conversation, to inspire more conversation amongst our colleagues and the public. And like I said, I think it's stronger now with the benefit of what we heard last time. So that I think that's the spirit with which we welcome input again today on this important matter.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, first thank my colleagues for their work since we last had this before, and certainly to Supervisor Kennedy for his leadership over many, many months in working on this and the outreach that has occurred thus far. I know we've all received some correspondence as recently as this morning in some cases, and we'll probably hear from some folks in our public comment period. I did want to kind of weigh in on a couple of areas. One would be on the appointment process for the members. I understand the concept behind the each supervisor having designated number of seats, and obviously with the backdrop of the information as relates to their knowledge and experience and commitment. Again, kind of my summation of some of the things that are accounted for in the draft proposal for those that would be considered for appointment. But I wanted to understand, because this is, I guess I see similarities to the way we do planning commissioners or park commissioners, where each of the supervisors has a designated seat. We bring those in nomination, make the nomination, but it still requires board affirmation. So is it, again, maybe for either Patrick or Phil, is it assumed here that we would go through that process, that there would be a confirmation or affirmation by the board, but it's up to each board member to select those nominees for a presentation and appointment? So again, it wasn't clear to me because that kind of goes to the structure of the commission itself. So
Yeah, so again, I don't claim necessarily authorship.
Yeah,
Even, I mean, I put pen to paper, but it was more of a putting together everything that I was hearing
Sure.
and what I thought made sense. Yes would be an answer to your question.
Okay.
And that's the way I envisioned it.
Okay, because I think that confers, I think, the authority that you would vest with the commission, but it also then you've got, the board action that puts that in place, and then I think then it accrues to the Brown Act applications for public meetings, for dissemination of information and so forth. So I think that's, it's not ad hoc, it's a commission. And I thought that was the intent. So, okay, that helps. And again, that language can be working with our clerk and county council, assuming this will be coming back, that could be incorporated. I also wanted to, some of the comments we received, but I know it occurred to me that I think it's going to be critical that the commission, unlike a number of commissions that we have that either aren't staffed and or don't have a whole lot of support offered to them via either having legal counsel that would be available to them, i.e. county counsel, and or I know that Flo and her staff have done a tremendous job in assisting a number of our advisory bodies and so forth. But I think it needs to be a consideration because this is no small task. And I think we've tasked other commissions with work, and I know that staffing becomes an issue. But I think as we talk about the elements that would be under the purview of the commission and the various routes that they would use to bring matters forward either to this board or to the general public, it's going to require at a minimum, I think, some legal counsel assistance. And I would think that county counsel, I know again. Certainly they're spread thin in a lot of respects, but for example, a number of years ago with the mental health board, we didn't have counsel sitting with them for a number of years, and I think over the last decade or more, that really has helped with the conduct of that body, and certainly advice on matters of law and that relate to mental health and funding and policy and so forth. And so I guess I would, as a part of this consideration, want to know that, and again, it would be up to this board, but to make sure that the commission is equipped with counsel, and again, it kind of ties back not just to whether or not they have subpoena powers. Obviously, I'm going to talk to that in a moment, but I think to any other matters that would interface with the Inspector General and certainly with this Board of Supervisors. And so I just offer that. Lisa, is there anything again you might add on that?
No, I agree that the advice and direction of legal counsel in this situation would be helpful. Of course, we would be happy to provide that. It would just be a matter of finding the right person in our office and then the available funding. I don't assume it would be a lot of time, so I'm sure we could be flexible to figure out how to do that.
Okay, that helps. And then, thank you for that. And then I guess just lastly, I think as we see in the work that Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy did since our last meeting, that they've extracted from recent statute the relationship and the authority for the subpoena powers. And I think that one of the things that before we may leave today and talk amongst ourselves and hear from the public, again, to get a firmer understanding how that would knit together with the Inspector General's role, and there's references in the powers and duties. And again, I think in trying to bring the framework forward, Supervisor Kennedy, put a number of pieces, and they do interlock pretty well here. But I think that subpoena powers, which if they're granted, and there are a number of folks advocating for that, as to how that's structured, and how it relates to the role of the Inspector General. So I'll just kind of frame it in the question form, but I think it's ripe for discussion. But I do think, the essence of what we have here is very solid, and I look forward to trying to get a framework that we can then move forward with an ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start also by really applauding Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna for their work on this. I went back and have reviewed a lot of material from hearings that established the MOU for the new Inspector General, and it's very apparent to me that this is an issue that Supervisor Kennedy has spent an awful lot of time and attention on, and this board has supported, which I think is a very good thing. So, thank you for doing that. And Supervisor Stern, I certainly appreciate your comments that, this is, to an extent, this is not the end. This is not the final step in this process. And kind of along those lines, I would hope after maybe staff takes it back and comes back with some recommendations after this discussion today, maybe we put a provision in there that we have to, the board has to revisit this at some point, and that might be prudent. But also want to echo a few things that Supervisor Natoli said, certainly on the legal counsel and our county counsel and the clerk's office providing assistance to this commission so it can succeed. I am, philosophically a big believer in more oversight over law enforcement. And, I talked to Mr. McCarty when AB 1185 was working its way through the process and agreed that it's a good thing to empower either an inspector general or an oversight board with subpoena power. But I think one of the challenges is, and I think there's some really good language in here that you put in here that makes that explicit. I think one of my questions is, as I read the legislation and as I'm reading the framework here, I guess one of my questions is, it seems the OIG is an agent for this board. That's kind of how I envision it, and the CRC is going to be working in conjunction with the Inspector General. That's kind of how I envision it. So I guess one of my questions is, does each have independent subpoena power? I guess maybe a question is about, and maybe this would be for county council or for Supervisor Kennedy. How would that work? Would the OIG could request a subpoena exclusively and independently pursuant to the new statutory authority, and or the commission could do that independently pursuant to the new statutory authority? So could you, kind of practically speaking, would you mind walking me through that, how you envision that working?
Sure. Right now, the Inspector General, under, I believe, their contract, I haven't looked at it for a year. I can't recall if they do have subpoena power. So it would be independent. If the board were to establish the commission to have subpoena power, as is being suggested today, that would be independent subpoena power. Because I think the Inspector General is a little bit more specific into what their role is, and this commission seems to be more broad. So they would have to, I assume they could work in context with each other, but they would have independent subpoena power.
Okay. And then would the board, obviously both IG and the CRC are being empowered through this body here. Would there be a mechanism for, what if say the IG and the CRC, what if there's a disagreement between them about whether the appropriateness of issuing a subpoena or subpoenaing a witness or something like that? Do you think it'd be worthwhile to maybe have something like that, where if there is some kind of disagreement, it comes back to the board ultimately for a decision or for input?
I think what you're doing is you're empowering each to have their own independent authority. You certainly could have them come back to the board, but I don't think that's the purpose of either function. If there's a disagreement, there's a disagreement. They don't have to both agree to issue subpoenas or even study the same cases or the same issues. Like I said, I think historically the IG has been focused on specific complaints forwarded to him or her regarding a plethora of issues, officer-involved shootings, other issues that citizens or members of the department have complained against. So that's been the traditional role. Of course, the commission could take a similar role, but it could also have a much more expansive role. So I think allowing them to operate independently is appropriate, and I think that's what's contemplated by the legislation as well.
Yeah, and I saw that, and I went back and read some of the committee analysis on the legislation, and I think there was alternating kind of interpretations of the legislation that it would kind of contemplate either a county doing one or the other, but maybe not both. There really wasn't a discussion about that, and I don't know if any county has actually done both. And I think your comments were very helpful to me because, I mean, as I read this, it looks like it serves as an arm of the IG, but what you're telling me is they're really independent. I think that's where some of my confusion is coming from, and it's not. I mean, should the board decide that we want to have both totally independent as arms of this body to maybe have with a little bit different focus and perspective, or do we want to have one or the other? I mean, I don't. Am I overthinking this? I guess. That's kind of what I'm struggling with a little bit, Lisa, when I kind of read this in the context of the legislation that passed. And because it says it's serve in an advisory capacity to the IG and the board, but you're telling me the subpoena power would be independent. So it doesn't necessarily seem that's consistent.
I mean, I think the
board
could choose however they want to do that. Again, I think as Supervisor Kennedy pointed out, this is a discussion item. So if the board decided that they wanted them to work more closely or the subpoena power to be limited, that certainly could be done. I think the legislation allows for more broad. And to answer your question, I don't recall if there are other jurisdictions that have both a commission and an Office of Inspector General. I believe LA County does, and maybe San Francisco. I have to go back and look. Again, a lot of the counties are now just creating independent commissions because of the legislation. So that is, I think, an evolving area. But again, it's up to the board as to how they want to address the subpoena power and how closely the OIG works with the commission.
And again, part of this will be, like Supervisor said, I mean, it'll be informed by some of the experience, right, that we see and kind of where it goes, and certainly appreciate that. And my other question: has the Inspector General? I mean, I wonder if it's worthwhile to maybe hear from the Inspector General about his thought. You think there's any value in that?
So I have loosely. I will say not. Was not consulting on a regular basis with the Inspector General. However, anytime I sent anything to County Council, I sent it to him.
Oh, good.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he has been supportive of this concept since the very first time during his job interview. And he's very supportive of oversight, even though we call this review. But he has been very supportive of it. Part of the reason, because I expect to lean on the Inspector General, as we all should, because that's why we hire somebody with expertise and experience, and in his case, 30 plus years, because we need that expertise there. However, I do see the value in having the independence part of it as well. The Inspector General, the Office of Inspector General, is a contract employee of this board. So I guess giving him a sixth seat at this discussion wasn't what I had anticipated.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that. And
I did just have a chance to look. I knew LA County had both, and it appears that the OIG in LA was created before the commission. And as I think is contemplated here, the OIG is more direct oversight or report to the board as an employee. And obviously has a law enforcement background versus the Citizen Commission doesn't necessarily have to or isn't going to have a law enforcement background. So I think that they do kind of serve two separate roles. And in LA County, they both report to the Board of Supervisors. And they work closely together, it appears, but they do have different roles, I think.
Okay. Now, and I appreciate that. And these are just kind of things that I've been wrestling with as I have been contemplating this, and just kind of the mechanics of it and how it would work. I mean, certainly in AB 1185, it contemplates the oversight board as being a body that doesn't just exist for itself. It is to serve and advise the Board of Supervisors in making decisions, right? To help us carry out our oversight function. And I just want to make sure we don't abdicate all of our oversight responsibilities to a review commission, especially something that we're just starting up. And one last thing that I brought up before in the last conversation, and actually two minor things is, first, this is a big change. I mean, I'm not aware of any body that the board has created that provides this subpoena authority, because now we're really giving explicit. I mean, I read the MOU. I didn't see explicit subpoena power authority that's as broad as 1185 in the current MOU. So it seems like we're expanding the IG subpoena authority and creating expansive subpoena authority to the extent allowed by law with this Citizens Review Commission. And so I think it's important for us to be having this discussion, because that's a lot of authority. Subpoena power it's not just for documents, it's to bring witnesses in to come testify. And mechanically speaking, Lisa, if you could just tell me what if a witness does not, they refuse the subpoena after subpoena is properly issued with the assistance from your office, I assume. What would be the recourse for, talk us through that. I mean, I have a general understanding, but I think it's important to hear what would happen practically speaking.
Right. So the difference between, or the, I guess, advantage of having the subpoena power is that we could go to court to compel attendance or compliance with the subpoena. And if the court made that order, the person would have to comply or else be in contempt of court. So that's I guess, one advantage of having the subpoena power versus just asking someone to come meet with you to discuss a specific issue.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And then, so presumably the CRC chair would, after it's issued, they would come and tell you, hey, we want to pursue this through Superior Court because we have an intransigent witness that's not coming forward.
Correct. Yep.
So one thing for me is I've heard from some of the labor organizations, LEMA and DSA, about this issue, and I relayed to them what Supervisor Kennedy said in the last meeting, that look, if there's an action that the CRC wants to take that's going to affect working conditions, that nothing would preclude them from coming and talking to the CRC. And I think that's important that they have that reassurance. And whether it's a law enforcement labor organization or any public employee labor or any labor organization for that matter, I think it's understandable that they have some concerns that the CRC may come to the Board of Supervisors with some ideas to change things, and they will not have had a chance to provide any input. So I understand their concerns, and I don't think. I mean, we mentioned it last time. It's not specifically memorialized in here, but like Supervisor Kennedy has said, I mean, I think they would be able to come and address the CRC. The other last thing for me, I want to mention that I did bring this up last time is that I've been involved in the creation of other kind of boards and commissions, and there's always a desire to strike a balance. And I know Supervisor Natoli, I think, kind of alluded to this, and the appointments will have to go through the process that other commission appointees go through. Some legislative commissions that are formed, it can be very prescriptive, where it's 2 members from academia, 2 members from nonprofit organizations, and that I think is unwieldy and not necessary here. But one thing that I have some gives me a little pause is under commission membership. No member shall be an elected official to any federal, state, or local office during the member's term, or an active member of law enforcement. I have no issue with any of that. But then the last part of that, one paragraph C, or an employee of an entity representing a law enforcement agency or personnel. And that gives me pause, because I know that I think this commission, in order to strike a balance, I mean, certainly I think there's going to be appointees that may be in a position where they're representing organizations that file lawsuits, litigation against law enforcement agencies. But there's an awful lot of organizations out there that there's law enforcement advocates, but there's also organizations that are retained by law enforcement to help improve their operations. And frankly, in my time working at the state legislature, I worked with some of these groups, and I, for one, would like the opportunity to be able to appoint maybe someone who's affiliated with one of these groups if they live in my district. So that's just the kind of thing that gave me pause. And I don't know if that's something we could reconsider, or what my colleagues' thoughts are on that. But I appreciate you listening to me, and appreciate your input, County Council, and those are all the comments I have for now. So, thank you again, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just a quick follow-on to some of the points that were touched by Supervisor Desmond. So it's envisioned that the commission would publish or issue reports as they conduct a review, and I don't know if that's periodically. There is a reference to annual here, and I know that we in our MOU have annual reports from the Inspector General. I guess we anticipate one here not too distant future. I know it takes a while to compile statistics and to do the background. I think that's a very important element, though. We have advisory commissions on any number of topical areas of importance to community health, to community quality of life, and so forth. And it certainly, as crowded as our agendas get, and as obviously the work tasks that this board has, and certainly working with our executive staff and staff throughout the county, I think it would be very, very important to have a calendar. I know this was mentioned in some of the comments, but actually have a calendar where on the in the third month of each successive year, or as needed, but I mean to really make sure that this doesn't just become kind of a hit and miss when it comes to the work. Some of it will be ongoing work, and I think it's really important. And we may want to couple that with either simultaneous or certainly a close connection to the IG's work, because I think there's relevancy as it relates to budgetary impacts, to policy impacts, and to the areas where this board has the authority, and certainly will delegate it either through the IG and or a commission of this sort or other channels. And so I think that as we look to to modify the framework here, that making some specific call out, and again, maybe that evolves over time, but I think it's really important that it doesn't get kind of lost in the shuffle, because I can tell you that, when it comes to any number of matters that this commission would be given the purview to review, I think that level of importance needs to be established. And I think it establishes a working rapport between this board, its appointees, and obviously its employee under the guise of the Office of Inspector General. So again, I just, as we reflect on this, I would offer that as a comment. And then just lastly, as Supervisor Desmond was speaking, so in the subsection C under commission membership, so if someone was retired from law enforcement, they would be eligible. They just couldn't be current law enforcement, and or is that?
That was as written, yeah.
As written. Okay, as written. Okay, just wanted to be clear about that. Okay, that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. So I certainly appreciate some of the concerns and suggestions that Supervisor Desmond has introduced today. I would say, though, on the generally when it comes to the issue of balance, because I think it's a really important thing for us to remember conceptually when we're deliberating this and refining this. That has been the refrain from the community, is that things have been out of balance for so long, that there has been a lopsided ability. This is primarily from their perspective, the way I understand it, but that law enforcement, the Sheriff's Department in particular, has had for decades an ability to operate without the scrutiny by the structured scrutiny by the community when it comes to their actions, their behavior, and so I agree. I think we have to strive for balance, but I look at it a little differently in terms of the scale of balance. Because for me, the fact that we're even now deliberating this and we have the benefit of legislation that makes it clear what authority the commission or committee could have, that we take advantage of that. And that's why you see some of the red line the way you do in terms of being very specific about subpoena power. And quite frankly, that was carefully borrowed from the legislation itself so as not to go beyond it, not to confuse those that are trying to interpret what this framework means at the moment. But right now, I would argue all day long that things have been out of balance for a very long time, and so when it comes to the complexion of this commission and whether or not law enforcement, either retired or active, should and can be part of it, I think we have to ask the question, well, does that really achieve overall balance between the folks that are doing the scrutinizing and those that are, the subject of it? And for me, I think quite frankly, that the more that we would permit the ability for law enforcement to have a structured presence in the commission, I think is going to be, something very controversial for those that have been advocating for this for so long. And they will, I think, argue that it's not a genuine attempt to provide balance. So something to keep in mind when we're thinking about especially the makeup of this commission. It's not that we don't trust or that there's not value in certainly the opinions and the ability for law enforcement to articulate a particular opinion about their own behavior, their own actions. But this, for me, the purpose of what we're doing now is to finally give the community something that they have been requesting for a long time, that should be really a ground-up effort. And I think given the fact that we heard so much spirited contribution from members of the public last time about what they feel was missing or how this could be improved, I think what we've attempted to bring before the board today and the public speaks to that. So those are my comments at this point.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So I wanted to just thank, first of all, I wanted to thank Supervisor Kennedy and Cerna for inserting representatives from victims' rights organizations. I thought that was an important, different perspective to possibly have on that commission. There's been a lot said around the subpoena power, and I'm seeing this commission as not only an advisory to the IG and the board, and tell me if I'm wrong, but a liaison, kind of a liaison between the public and the IG. And I also, I could relate to some of what Supervisor Desmond, his line of questioning and some of his comments around subpoena power. Since there might be some duplication in what the IG is working on versus what the commission is working on, and also the fact that the IG is directly reporting to the board, and that's sort of it's actually, that communication is really important for us. In the past, the lack of communication, I guess, has been an issue and created challenges. And so I have some concerns around the subpoena power, separate subpoena power. The other thing I'm still grappling with is the fact, I know the law enforcement community wanted to be at the table, at least maybe not as a voting member, but as an information source, as a way to possibly help people better understand, all sides of that conversation. And so I think setting up a commission that is potentially, could potentially be biased in that, all parties are not at the table. There could be potential bias, and then you know, giving them subpoena power that could potentially position, I'm not sure, without any, I guess, communication with the IG and the board. I'm grappling with that, and so those are the two things that I'm struggling with. But I think, the idea, I talked with our IG, and he welcomes, that conversation with the community and help to enhance those communications. And I think this is going to be, this will be helpful to the IG, who's already doing a great job. But I think it's a good idea. I'm struggling with those two items. Supervisor Kennedy.
So just on those points, just tossing out one idea is, we could spell out that the IG is an ex officio member of the commission, just to further formalize the relationship. That's an idea. As far as law enforcement having or not having a seat at the table, or, as Supervisor Natoli, astutely pointed out, this is going to be a Brown Act organization. These meetings will all be held publicly. They'll all be agendized, and law enforcement will have every opportunity to be there. That's how the Brown Act works. So I see what you're saying, and by them not being members, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to have an opportunity for input, is I guess what I'm trying to clear up.
Will there be training? Will there be training for this commission?
You tell me, Madam Chair.
It was called out for, wasn't it called out for in the? Yeah.
No, clearly, I don't mean to be flippant.
Oh, yeah.
Quite frankly, we could probably use a lot more training in a lot of our commissions. But yes, this does specifically call for training, because this is going to be a technical, and let's face it, an extremely important conversations are going to be had. So, and that's why I welcome to have, and perhaps it was an oversight, but it was also, again, an opportunity to bring it up, is, I 100% think the county council should be at the table.
The training, I assume, would include the judicious use of subpoena powers, too.
I would certainly hope so.
Yeah.
It's actually called out, though. You hear, in addition to what was just said, that, training and orientation on custodial law enforcement, constitutional policing, Sacramento Sheriff's Department policy and procedures within 90 days of them taking their seat, and failure to complete this training may result in disqualification.
And I believe I took that from the Los Angeles model.
Did you? Okay. And so, but to your point about subpoena powers, I think you could add some other things in there if you wanted to call out for certain aspects of training to be included in whatever that would look like. So.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And I think that there are some specific other statutory provisions that limit what can be obtained via a subpoena, right? So I think that would be really important for the CRC to have that training.
Is it unlimited subpoena power, or, it seems like more appropriate to have subpoena power under the guidance of the IG. Could we do that? In other words,
again, this is
the IG has the subpoena
this is a board
power.
discussion. The question, can we do something? It's up to this board.
That's what I would like to see, is leave the subpoena power with the IG and the board. That's me.
Do we have members of the public, Madam Chair, that are on the line?
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. You are good at keeping me on task. And I'm so glad you sit there. Do we have public comments,
Yes,
Madam
yes,
Clerk?
Madam Chair, we do. Right now, I think we have about 6 or 7.
Okay, great. Maybe we should move to that.
Okay. Can you please transfer the first caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, can you hear me? there's a problem there. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you and good morning. My name is John Stoller. I'm a criminal defense attorney and former civil rights attorney. Thank you all for working so hard on this problem and putting together the infrastructure you did. My comments are centered around 3 topics. 1, independence and subpoena power. 2, infrastructure and buy-in. And 3, to echo the comments by county council in regards to legal representation. First, as to subpoena power, I watched the discussion. I think everyone had good comments. I do want to remind everyone, though, that, subpoena power, this is more like an administrative subpoena. There's going to be a layer of judicial review here if there's going to be any enforcement on that subpoena. The other worry, it seemed from Chair Frost, is that it would be too cumbersome with, IG also requesting similar documents. What happens if there's multiple investigations? But this committee can't really accomplish anything to advise you on anything without its own subpoena power. As was pointed out, the IG and the commission are going to be interested in different topics due to the different makeup of both entities. So independent subpoena power is necessary, partly because we are dealing with an entity that has many different statutory privileges from the other entities supervisors normally create. There's been comparisons to other type of commissions that exist. As Supervisor Desmond knows, as everyone knows, police officers and sheriffs have a lot of different privileges in the records and their personnel files and things like that. So if there's going to be any successful advice from this commission, it needs independent subpoena power. And again, it can't be too cumbersome because these are going to have judicial review if there's going to be any enforcement of them that is contrary to what the department's willing to give over. Next, I want to move into infrastructure and buy-in. I think you've done a great job already with the infrastructure set in there. There also needs to be a layer of a clear complaint process, and I think that'll be very critical to get LEMA and DSA to buy into it as well. My experience in working with police officers, it'll be respected more if there's a clear way that the commission reviews things. Something like, it has to get on the agenda first. It has to be reviewed first, something like that, which would also inform the subpoena process. And then the third, legal representation. Going back to infrastructure, there also needs to be an IT component of this in your planning. This is going to create a lot of data, and it's going to create a lot of protected data. I also have worked with victim rights groups. I'm a member of NAVRA. So we're dealing with a lot of privileged, sensitive data. And the last thing I think you folks want is for, to violate different privileges that a victim might hold, that a DV victim might hold, that an officer might hold.
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
Sure, absolutely. So just, making sure there's server space and access to VPN access for all the data this thing will create. And then lastly, as for legal representation, absolutely there needs to be county council involvement. But also, smart picking of the committee representation can help allay these concerns as well. We have a vibrant legal community in Sacramento. There's a lot of people that would want to do this work.
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir? I'm sorry.
So that's great. And so that's my last comment. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you mute the meeting in the background?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Alan Ash. I'm the chair of the Sacramento area chapter of the ACLU, but because this was also last minute, today I'm just speaking for myself as a resident of District 3. I guess everyone comes to issues of policing based on their own personal experiences, and for me, the big experience I bring to this issue is the 5 years I spent working as a public defender many years ago, like John Stoller, the previous commenter. Part of that job involves reading thousands of police reports, listening to thousands of people contradict things in those reports, and then figuring out how to develop evidence to find the truth. Based on my experience, the two most important tools for checking the police version of events are a well-qualified independent investigator, and subpoena power. This proposal has the subpoena power, and I hope you'll provide the budget for sufficient staff, including well-qualified independent investigators. You know, when we did investigate police reports, way too often it seemed like the people writing those reports didn't expect anyone to be checking. That's not a good situation for anyone. It makes the better police officers sloppy and gives the worst police officers the freedom to do anything. It's bad for public safety. When policing takes place in the sunlight under community control, the quality of policing increases. When everyone can trust and cooperate with law enforcement, we're all safer. And that's the kind of safety that's not just for the privileged, but for every member of our community. So I hope when you appoint members to this commission, you'll appoint people who give the community representation and control. Thank you, Supervisors Kennedy and Cerna, for this proposal with subpoena power. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for attending our community forum last week and clarifying your support for subpoena power. And thank you to all of you for your time.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Could you please mute? Can you please mute the meeting in the background?
Yes. Hi. County Board of Supervisors. My name is Keon Bliss, and I'm a constituent of District 1, as well as a member of Sacramento City's Community Police Review Commission, which was established to provide community participation, reviewing and recommending police department policies, practices, and procedures, as well as to monitor the implementation, evaluation, and sustainability of city policing initiatives and programs. And I'm calling to really thank Supervisors Kennedy and Cerna for making sure to improve this the framework as it was originally, from what it was originally proposed, and including the independent subpoena powers for this commission as it is. From my experience, from being on, as well as seeing the city commission at work, is really essential to actually getting substantive oversight of our local law enforcement agencies. And I think it is a very good, while I think this is a very good start, there are definitely serious areas that need improvement, not least of which is making sure that we have diverse commission membership, which is devoid of active law enforcement or employees of law enforcement associations and such. And I would even push back on allowing retired law enforcement that haven't had at least 6 to 10 years between their active duty services. But one thing I really think is most important that is sorely lacking within the city's policing commission or police review commission is its investigative powers. And it needs to really be specific, because as it exists right now, making it too broad would actually or not being as specific as possible with it really just allows for a lot of wiggle room for the sheriffs to just ignore the commission's recommendations and just accuse it and tie it up with baseless claims that it can't work in that. So one of the things that I think would be really important to making sure is included as investigative powers is that the CRC must have authority to receive, review, investigate, and report on citizens' complaints filed against officers employed by the county which allege use of excessive force, discrimination, or sexual harassment in respect to members of the public, the improper discharge of firearms.
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
Yes, I am. We'll wrap up my comments, Sue. Thank you.
Sorry.
5, abuse of civil asset forfeitures, false arrest or imprisonment, false reporting, criminal conduct, misconduct, including but not limited to police perjury, tampering with, or fabricating evidence, as well as fatal officer-involved shootings and in-custody deaths. And this is really important that we make sure that this framework is included within that, because I'm worried that even not being specific about that will allow for the sheriff to continue ignoring the community's input, which, as Supervisor Cerna correctly provided or stated,
can you please wrap
has
up
been
your
the community's
comments,
concern
sir?
that there is no balance within that. So yes, I just wanted to lift that up, and really appreciate you all for working on this continually.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Hyla Guntan, and I'm a member of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition in Sacramento. In my own experience at both the Sacramento County Main Jail and Rio Casumas Correctional Center, I have been witness to the inhumane conditions that incarcerated women have been subject to. Overcrowding, malnourishment, and deliberate inattention to basic needs as a form of punishment has been a deep-rooted issue within these facilities. For the creation of the Community Review Commission, the Sacramento Board of Supervisors should prioritize subpoena power. COVID has proven the Sacramento Sheriff Department's need to be transparent with the conditions inside of the facilities that they manage. State jail inspectors are powerless to enforce their standards and don't even scrutinize life-threatening conditions and deaths inside of facilities. To further emphasize the need for transparency, Sacramento County citizens' accessibility to information about the sheriff's budget allocation and expenditures have been a long-standing issue. Last year, with an already inflated budget, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department received a vast majority of CARES Act funding, but at the same time, the board's actions have explained their decision to provide relief to the Sheriff's Department. Giving money to an agency without proper transparency neglects community members' interests and those under the sheriff's supervision. I do believe that the best practice would be to allow the community to have greater discretion as to how the Sheriff's Department uses its budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2.
I recognize that.
And the public comment period begins.
Okay. Please send the next caller.
Been on hold in county before?
We'll try to get them back on the line. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Marshall Arnwine, and I work for the ACLU of Northern California in our Sacramento office, and I serve in the role of criminal justice advocate. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy and Cerna, for including AB 1185 into the revised framework to include subpoena power for the Community Review Commission. Subpoena power provides the Commission with the much-needed ability to obtain necessary information in order to provide effective oversight. To be effective, a Community Review Board must have ample authority to conduct independent investigations from the OIG, and to not include it would be offensive. Additionally, another important aspect for effective oversight is appointing diverse commissioners. The list of attributes presented in the framework that the supervisor should consider when appointing members is a good foundation. To increase the strength of that foundation, it's important for the following factors to also be included for the appointments. 1, expertise in community trauma and mental health. 2, experience or expertise in non-carceral community-based crime reduction. 3, experience or expertise in the field of homelessness. 4, youth representation of age 24 years or younger at the time of appointment. And 5, a strong understanding of the importance of upholding civil rights and civil liberties in policing. Further, the Commission must be able to provide budget transparency to the public on the scope of how sheriff money is being used, which includes but is not limited to how the sheriff spends money and collaborating with other carceral departments. Lastly, an effective oversight board will need to be sufficiently staffed and funded. When creating a budget to allocate funds to the Commission, Sacramento County should consider modeling its budget allocation similar to Sonoma County Sheriff Oversight Board, where the voters passed Measure P in November 2020 to allocate 1% of the sheriff's annual budget to fund their oversight commission. In conclusion, the ACLU urges the Board of Supervisors to implement the following for the framework: more attributes to commissioner appointments, sheriff budget transparency, adequate funding, staffing, and budget to allow the commission to effectively perform all of its functions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Daisy Beeman, and I'm a member of the League of Women's Voters. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their support of the Community Review Commission as an oversight board and for the continued conversation. I strongly encourage the Board of Supervisors to use the AB 1185 as part of its consideration of creating its proposed Community Review Commission as a oversight board, that it should have authority to recommend policy change. I urge the Board of Supervisors to make the following 3 considerations. Number 1, to make the Community Review Commission an oversight board as allowed in AB 1185 with authority to recommend policy changes and that are attached to the county's share budget. Number 2, the commission has subpoena power independent of the Inspector General or direct subpoenas through the Inspector General. Number 3, require the commission to report regularly to the Board of Supervisors its policy recommendations in alignment with the budget deliberations so that the commission's recommendations are included in adopting the county budget. Oversight should include the sheriff and all other law enforcement agencies under the Board of Supervisors budget authority, such as probation and other entities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes your public comments, and the caller that just finished was the caller that was disconnected twice.
Oh.
Yeah, so we were able to get everybody on.
Thank you. Does take patience of a saint to call in for public comment, I think. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. So my comments, my remaining comments really have to do with process going forward. I think, again, we've heard some pretty consistent concerns expressed by those that took the time to call in today, so I want to thank them for doing so. But again, let's remind ourselves what this is and what it isn't in front of us. It's simply a framework, and so it's intended to be squishy at this point. We're trying to firm it up, of course, and we want it to ultimately materialize as a actionable resolution, I guess. So I would just encourage us to think about what we think it should include, perhaps what ought to be modified in terms of the component parts. But I, for one, I think, as we heard from a number of speakers, believe that the addition of the express language on subpoena authority taken from the legislation, from AB 1185, I think it really does strengthen what we'd ultimately hopefully adopt. And so I'd encourage my colleagues to think carefully about that, and the fact that I think that's what really can make this a very distinct initiative to finally give our community, those that we represent, some say in and oversight, obviously, into law enforcement activities and behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Stern. I agree with most of your comments. I do want to comment on a few points that Supervisor Cerna made in response to some of my comments. And what I was trying to when I was trying to work through, I think, some of the distinctions between the IG and the CRC was really in looking at it through the lens of AB 1185, because it doesn't merge them together. It keeps them very distinct, right? And so that's why and maybe that's something we want to consider, that really making it clear that they're more independent. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. And then with respect to the balance, I understand the community's desire, the community's need. I'm proud to have worked on a lot of law enforcement reform measures, but my concern about the appointments is really, my district is most of my constituents are very supportive of the sheriff's department, and they are exclusively policed by the sheriff's department, have a different relationship with the sheriff's department, while on the other hand, and at the same time, demanding more oversight and more progressive policies from the sheriff's department. So when I bring up brought up the points about the balance, I just want to make sure that the supervisors, since we're making the appointments, that we have latitude to make appointments that we think are consistent with the needs and sentiment of our constituents. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you for your comments, and thanks for those who aren't listening. There we go. Who called in. I appreciate the spirit of the calls that came in as far as productive and community-minded, polite, and I sincerely appreciate that, because this is, by nature, an emotional issue. And so that is not lost on me. A couple of comments I will make. One is I agree with the need to have express language for consideration of the board of 1185 language for subpoena power. Two is, keep in mind, none of this trumps, legally or otherwise, any collective bargaining agreements. Those will all be in place and followed. I wouldn't want it any other way, frankly, as somebody who has supported labor a very long time. And the third comment I will make, I couldn't write it fast enough, but Mr. Arnwine from the ACLU, I found that his recommendations for Section C of the attributes, I didn't find anything in there that was terribly controversial, to be honest with you, but I thought that they gave it better edification. So I would like to make the recommendation that the next time this comes back, that, sorry about this, clerk's office or whoever has to now isolate it, find those comments, and I think there were 4 or 5 bullets of attributes. I found those all to be very productive, frankly, and I didn't hear anything that was terribly controversial, but we'll find out when we take another look at it next time.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I was just going to add on to that what Supervisor Kennedy said. There was one person who made some really good points: a clear complaint process, IT component, legal representation, and a well-qualified independent investigation. And I think having the IG on the commission provides we're already paying the IG as an investigative responder to the community. It seems like, and the IG has subpoena power, so a formal that could potentially provide the bridge to subpoena and also to the investigative process that commission might need access to. And I was thinking that there might, I could be wrong, that there might be, information that the IG could actually get, that they wouldn't have to subpoena for it, that the IG could help them obtain that information. So it could be a helpful connection there between the IG and the CRC. I'm going to call on Supervisor Natoli at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, a lot of good input today for our further consideration of this. Just 2 points. One of the speakers brought up, and I think it is very important, and it went to data collection, data retention, and I think how that is archived, how it's available, how it's retrieved. I think it'll be important for the work of the commission. Again, maybe that's a detail for once the establishment and makeup is put in place. But I think that's really important. I did want to ask about I know our county executive has been very quiet, but as a part of this, the commission membership, there's a designee appointed by the county executive of county staff, and so maybe just a little enlightenment about what that would it be direct appointment for the county executive, and are the same limitations and or attributes placed on that particular appointment? Just curious.
Okay, so I'll just, again, nothing's prescriptive here, but
Yeah.
what I was thinking when I added that in there, because it is a little unique, and that's that we know that county government is about as complex and confusing as any form of government, particularly come budget time, Mr. Desmond, good luck. And so that's why I thought it important that somebody who has some understanding of county government, particularly Sacramento County government, because as they say, if you know one county, you know one county. And so somebody from the inside who was appointed by the county executive would be able to give that context and be able to give that frame of reference, and questions will come up.
Sure.
And so that's what I was thinking when I added that.
But we're looking for a senior staff, so it would be either a deputy county executive. I would trust it would be in that capacity.
We could, I would be very open to adding the words deputy county executive, but
Yeah. Again, again, your explanation was helpful, and I obviously, and as we reflect on it here, I think that's important. I think to the component of having that fuller understanding of, not just budget, but certainly the structure and, the reporting protocols and a whole lot of other things that are, again, pretty unique to counties. I don't know if you had any comments.
I might recommend or suggest that you consider just any direct report to the county executive, which makes it a little bit broader, but it's still someone that reports directly to me.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. I think we've weighed in on this, and it sounds like there's enough.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Just wondering whether or not we're at a place where instead of bringing back a third revised framework, do we bring back a first edition resolution? Because it feels that way to me, because I think like I mentioned earlier, we can keep spinning the framework wheel here as long as we want, but obviously I'd like to get us to a place where we're actually making a decision up or down on something. Not to rush it, but it feels like we're at the place where we need to shift into actual resolution mode.
Supervisor Kennedy.
So just speaking on that from one perspective of one supervisor, I think that we have deliberated this now twice, not to mention what's happened with Supervisor Cerna and myself separately at the direction of the board. I think that I frankly don't think we're that far off from what I'm hearing from the comments. So my recommendation would be that, provided that our county executive agrees, because you're all the ones who have to distill everything that's been said today. I've seen circumstances where a whole lot less direction was given, and we were ready to move forward. So, my preference would be to bring forward a resolution for consideration to the board.
I'm okay with that. If you want to move forward, we can, if it comes forward as a resolution, and we can still have the conversation of making adjustments. So is everyone else okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Just a quick question. Would that include, beyond the resolution, then some direction regarding staffing, budgeting for this? And does it require an ordinance, or is it just a resolution, not just established, but then there are some elements here that might go a little deeper?
I think you can accomplish it either way. A resolution is probably the simplest way to do it. An ordinance has more force and effect, but just from an enforcement perspective. But I think obviously this would be something that the county is pursuing, so a resolution should be fine.
And does it get embedded in the county code?
No.
It
A
does.
resolution does not. An ordinance
An
could.
ordinance does.
Yes.
So, again-
that's the advantage of doing an ordinance. That's there for posterity not to get lost. But there are certainly other bodies that are created by resolution, not ordinance. So.
Okay. Again, because of the institutional, we talk about framework, and that's why I raised the issue, again, not to delay time, because ordinance obviously requires, some additional time to put in place, but it does embed it more deeply, and may not give us the flexibility to make some of the adjustments that this board and our future boards would like to, consider. So, but I put that out there, so maybe that's some discussion. Certainly, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Cerna is our subcommittee on this, but I think, as if we're looking to act more quickly, that's a relative term, but I mean, if there are things that would provide a backdrop within the county code, then it might be something we would have a commensurate measure that would follow on or be a part of that, so, or concurrent measure. Okay, thanks.
Can I?
Yes, certainly.
In terms of the other part of your question, which is an important one, is on budget, I would suggest that we come back with a resolution. I'm going to guess at this point that we would probably hear that before we get into our budget hearings in earnest. But that the county CEO gives some thought to a placeholder amount, and then we have it plugged into the CEO's recommended budget, assuming that it's the will of the board to move forward with this and fund it. And because it just happens to be so close to budget season, it seems to me that would be a kind of a wise consideration to make, is to maybe have just a general placeholder for
some startup costs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean by what costs are you?
Well, staffing costs. It's going to be a Brown Act. Sounds like it's likely going to be a Brown Act.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Type of meeting. So we would, county. There's been plenty of mention of county council being very engaged on this, and so I assume there's going to be some cost to it, because I've yet to see a commission that doesn't come with some cost around here. So
we absorb a lot of that for some of the commissions, but it's a very modest, if not minimal, level of support for some of those committee activities. So.
Yeah, we'd be doing the same thing. I would suspect this budget cycle for the Women's Commission, which you've made a lot of mention of this morning.
I don't remember ever doing a placeholder for a commission for any of the 67 commissions. I guess that's why I'm asking.
So typically, we absorb those costs for a commission. However, I want to be clear that in some areas, particularly the clerk's office, they've absorbed so many boards and commissions with not a single additional staff, and that is problematic. So we'll
then the overall, we need to think of it overall, I guess.
Yes. So we wouldn't, I don't think we would need a full FTE from the county council's office or the clerk's office, but they're also, I'm guessing, will need some staffing support, and that's something we typically absorb. So we have to look at where we're absorbing those things and where we might be able to absorb additional, and then address the areas where there are some issues.
Yeah, we cannot simultaneously be critical of unfunded mandates and be the cause of them.
True.
Okay, well stated, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I would maybe throw out the idea that we look at modeling it after, as Supervisor Natoli brought up as a good example, is the Mental Health Board, which has a little bit of counsel and a little bit of staff time, but that's probably a pretty good model.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you have direction and we're moving forward. Next item, please.
Your next item, 27, excuse me, is the report on COVID-19.
Good morning, Jim Hunt, your Acting Director of Health Services.
Good morning, Jim.
And Dr. Olivia Kusiri, our County Health Officer.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes, I've been there, done that, gotten used to it. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm here today not to whine about our allocation of vaccines. The state got generous with us, or whether it was Blue Cross, I'm not sure, both. So we have the highest allocation of vaccines that we have seen since the vaccines have been approved.
Hooray.
Yes. And quite honestly, I expect to see this continue. And I've heard many comments that in April it's going to dramatically increase. So we'll see what happens, but it's looking good for right now. So we checked all the boxes. There's still, a number of people in these categories that remain to be vaccinated, a very, very large number. But it's interesting that some counties are well ahead of us. I just read that Solano and Contra Costa just went to vaccinating anybody 50 or older. Maybe a few weeks before we get there.
Jim, Madam Chair?
Oh, excuse me, Supervisor Cerna.
Sorry, before you leave the slide, for those that have underlying conditions, is the common process to just accept a signed declaration or attestation about these conditions? How do we check that?
It's by self-attestation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, can I just ask a question?
Yes, sure. Supervisor
Back to the
Natoli.
previous slide, yeah, right there, Jim. So I know that you've got the boxes checked, and want to certainly compliment Dr. Kasseri and her staff, and certainly Mr. Hunt for his leadership. But we've been working with a lot of community organizations to, do both scheduled clinics, but also the pop-ups and doing arrangements. And I know that we've worked very recently with one of the pharmacy chains and the Farm Bureau, and some of our outreach through, both employers, obviously some of the farmers and ranchers, but some of the others. And it just occurred to me this morning on the drive in, I know that we're, early in the spring, and I see a lot of folks working in the fields, particularly in the vineyards and in the areas where soil is being prepared and so forth for some of the annual crops. But there are some labor organizations that I think employ some of the workforce. There are, obviously, farmers and ranchers. Some of those are corporate with, some of the vineyards. But it would seem to me to be an opportunity, again, and rather than having folks have to come to a site, I know with the pop-ups, you try to go where people are. And right now, and seriously, I think from maybe the next 4 to 6 weeks as they're preparing some of the vines and so forth, that you can capture pretty significant groups of folks. I mean, today, in a couple of the vineyards, there was probably, just by my count, quick count, 20 or 30 folks. Now, again, they may come from outside the county. They may not fit the age criteria, but they're certainly working in agriculture. I'm just curious, I guess, I wanted to frame the question. Is there a way to, beyond where we had the site, and we did 600 and some folks that came to that site, they and their eligible family members, to actually get out into some of the areas where we have some concentrations of some of the farm workers, and to actually meet them right at their site, maybe work with their employer and or whoever is bringing the labor force in some of those cases, to actually go right to them.
Yes, we're working on that, and in my portion, I'll describe a little bit more about some of the operations we have.
Okay. Again, I know that a lot of them are at risk, and again, for them though to take a day off, because I see them out there on weekends oftentimes too, not so much Sundays but Saturdays, is that probably difficult, and if we can go to them. So if you're working on that, I'll let you cover your report. But it just occurred to me that I know that's an area that certainly in this county, lots of our rural areas, where you have fairly high concentrations of folks, and some of them have larger families and so forth too. So, okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. I was going to ask you, Jim, you were talking about the vaccines, and you said we received the largest portion yet. Do you have, last time you had percentages, do you have what percentage we received? Just curious.
No.
Do you not? Okay.
I think it's important to take a look at what we're doing out in the correctional facilities. Dr. Damiano and her staff have done a very good job of vaccinating the staff, the medical staff, the custody staff, and the inmates as well. You can see what we've done using the Moderna 2-dose vaccine. And of course, the situation there is difficult because it does require a second dose. But the Janssen vaccine, which we got last week, does it in one dose, and it's really, really helped. The other thing we've done is, when we started this, the inmates were vaccinated on an individual basis, and that takes a lot of time. And what we've done now is group about half a dozen or fewer, take them to a safe area, do the group at once, so we can do the preparatory information, give them a vaccine, give them their 15 to 30-minute waiting period, whatever they need, and escort them back to their cells. So it's increased our productivity there, and we expect to see even better results in the future. We had the significant outbreaks around the holidays in both of our major correctional facilities, but you can see that that is well under control now. And in fact, the most recent data that I got for last week shows that we had 0 cases, active cases, out at our CCC for that week. And same thing at Main Jail. Last week we actually showed 1 case, so it's doing real good. In our juvenile detention facility, we have 0 active cases.
Could I just ask you, Jim?
Sure.
I'm sorry. On the previous slide, though, you noted that 911 inmates had refused the vaccine.
Yes.
Probably about 35% of the total, if I look at just using the patient numbers and so forth. Is that to be expected? Any other further explanation? Again, you can't force someone. I get it, but just seems like almost 1,000 folks have.
Yes, I would expect that the folks who are inmates in our jail system have more distrust of authority, and that may well bear into it.
I just want to point out that the nurses are actually going to go back and provide additional education. So it's not just a one-time, you miss it and that's it.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's reassuring, because you may be able to pick up when others have had it that are, still, in custody, and there's been no,
Yes.
consequence that maybe people have anticipated because of their concern about it.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
So where are we? We just got into the red tier. Everybody knows that. That's wonderful. But we need to keep in mind there is still substantial transmission in the community. We just went from widespread transmission down to substantial. What I put up here are the targets to get down to the next least restrictive tier, the orange tier. And we've got a ways to go on our cases per 100,000 population. But we're there for the general population's positivity rate, but not quite there for the equity positivity rate. But one thing to remember here is with a 5% positivity rate, that means out of every 20 people in those 11 zip codes, one of them is positive for COVID-19. It's still out there. The hospitalization statistics look great. I think we were down to about 100, 105, the last count we had. But we need to remember that the way people get out of the hospital, hopefully they're going home. My daughter-in-law got COVID-19, spent 3 days in the hospital and was released and is fine now. But the other way you get out is you die. Now, fortunately, our deaths have gone down dramatically, which is just wonderful news. But still, now this data was from last week, 6 additional deaths in a day. That's a big number. And total deaths of 1,565. If you took the county clerk's office, clerk recorder's office, general services, Department of Health Services, that's less than 1,500 people. This is like wiping out those 3 departments.
But the total deaths in Sacramento County is 1,565?
It was last week, yes.
So that's 0.001%. So that's less than 1/10%.
Yes, it is.
For the population of Sacramento County. I wonder how that compares with heart disease and other diseases.
Well, I think the issue that I want to make is this is largely preventable. And we want to encourage everybody to do what they can to reduce the transmission.
I'm just, I wanted to bring it up because I think it brings, it brings everyone, sometimes the media comes out with this number, there's 1,500 deaths, but, there's way more than that in cardiac and accidents every, in our county. So I guess that's the point I'm making. It sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, and we don't want any of it, but I'm just, I'd love to see all the comparisons, and see how those are comparing on a regular basis when
And
we're
we
looking
can-
at this.
We can certainly do the comparison again. I know that you did ask that question last year, and we provided you with the information at that time. One thing to point out is that COVID-19 was among the top 10 killers in not just Sacramento County, but in the United States. So it is significant. And also to point out that it is 1% for the entire population, but it is much higher for those that are 65 plus. I believe I did provide you with some data, and it showed that it was as high as 13% for those 65 plus. So it is significant. And I think, again, knowing that this was not there in 2018, and we're at this point, I think is significant.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Natoli.
into the last point, because I know a number of our deaths that have been attributed to folks who were certainly older than 65, but also in congregate care and or assisted living situations. Have we been able to, I assume we've made some progress in that regard. I know time to time we've seen news spots about, may not be assisted living, but a senior community that, was still trying to get into the vaccine queue, but also, I guess, just, the work that we've done. So could we just take just a brief moment, because I think that's important for...
Yes. Yes. So the vaccination for the long-term care facilities was done mainly through the pharmacy contract with CDC. We have done some surveys, and for many of them actually reported 100% vaccination in some of their facilities. The numbers have gone down drastically. We didn't share those graphs this time because otherwise it would take us the whole afternoon to get through it. But we can definitely forward you the charts that we have that show a marked reduction in cases in the long-term care facilities. We do have a team that is available to continue to go to those facilities to do vaccinations, either for new residents that come in, or for one reason or another, someone who missed the opportunity while they were doing the facility.
What about the employee side of the equation? Because a lot, that's the...
Yeah, I don't have the numbers on the employee side, but when the pharmacies were going in to do the vaccination, they actually did the vaccination of both employees and residents. And actually, in terms of cases, the numbers have gone down for both the employees and the residents.
Well, and that's very positive. I just was curious. So, but there is an ongoing effort because, again, folks, were admitted to those facilities, and people that may have been employed there no longer are. So I think it's one of those things we shouldn't, take our eye off the ball on.
Correct.
Amongst many balls that we're juggling here on this thing. So, okay, good.
Yes.
Dr. Kasiri, there's been a lot of talk about that with the elderly. Do we know, can I get, I've been so good, I haven't asked you for data for quite some time, and it's just been killing me. I'm just being funny. But I was wondering if we can get some statistics on the age, like how many of those, these 1,565 are seniors versus 45 to 50, or can you give us the age ranges so that we can get a picture of, what that represents?
If you remember from my presentation 2 weeks ago, I had a chart with red bars, different age categories from youngest to oldest, and it went kind of like this, with that 85 and older crowd, just a huge bar. And
I would love to know how many of that 1,500 was
we can do
seniors in rest homes. even. But just, if you just told me the age groupings, that would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely. And we actually have it on our dashboard, so we will make sure that we send it to you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli, are you?
Oh, no, I'm done.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Okay. So I'm good?
We're good for
Well,
now.
And my background is business administration. I did a lot of work in statistics, but what I want to do is get away from the statistics and get down to the human side and talk about one of those 1,565 people, and that's Don Silva, Sacramento native, and with his permission of his family, I'd like to tell you just a little bit about him. He was born April 29th, 1950, died 10 days ago, March 13th, from COVID-19. And as with most deaths from COVID-19, and actually for the last year, there's going to be no funeral. There's just going to be an intimate graveside service for family and very close friends. It'll be down in Don's district at the East Lawn Cemetery in Elk Grove. And as a matter of fact, it began at 11 o'clock, and that's where my wife has been for the last few minutes. She was one of the best friends of Don's wife. That's how he came to my attention. Don graduated from Kennedy High School. He attended Sacramento State University, and his career was teaching music at Sacramento City College. As a youth, he marched in several drum corps, and in that bottom left picture, that's him, the tall guy, in his Lodi Sentinel drum corps uniform. Later, he was a drum and percussion instructor and coach for the Capital Air's all-girl drum corps, the Sacramento Freelancers drum corps, and the Sacramento Mandarins, who are still marching. And he was a driving force behind the development of the Concord Blue Devils from a drum and bell corps into an internationally acclaimed and national champion drum corps. He dedicated his life to teaching young people music and to giving them an appreciation for music. And I'd like to tell you a couple of recent postings on social media. One person said, his teaching inspired others to become teachers, and they are passing on a little bit of Don to each person they teach. One person wrote, I'm still moving today from the momentum of his push. The number of 1,565 deaths from COVID-19 is more than a statistic. It's 1,564 people just like Don with families, Sacramento families. They'll never be the same again. To those who are hesitant to accept vaccines and refuse to wear masks, I would ask that they consider Don, his wife, his children, grandchildren, and his friends. We're not done with COVID-19, or should I say, it's not done with us. So please, please follow the advice of our county health officer. Limit our gatherings, maintain that distance, and wear masks in public. And maybe our health director, get vaccinated.
All right.
Thanks, Jim.
Dr. Kassiri.
Okay, so I know that we have a lot of information on the slides. I'm not going to read the slides to you, but we wanted to give you as much information as possible. We've had a number of community members ask about the health equity because the data that came out shows very clearly that there is a disparity, that people of color are not getting as much access to the vaccine. And and I know that you've all received the different letters asking what we're going to do about it and having suggestions about what we should do about it. So this is our first report to let you know what our plan is, and also to point out again that the reason that this disparity came about was because when the state first put out their priorities, the first priorities were by occupation, healthcare, first responders, teachers, and then also for those in long-term care facilities. And that's what brought about the disparity. But we've been planning for a long time to make sure that we would get access, provide access to the underserved communities, because many of these are communities that were hit really hard. And the good thing also is that recently the state also is now putting a focus on the underserved communities. And now as they're doing their allocation of vaccine, and as Blue Shield is taking over, they are going to make sure that 40%, for example, 40% of what comes to Sacramento County should be dedicated to the zip codes that they have identified. So I'm going to go over those zip codes. One way that the state is also tracking and how we're doing with being able to provide a vaccine to these underserved communities is also by changing the criteria and the threshold for us being able to advance. So not too long ago, the goal 1 was met, which was 2 million administered in the lowest, in the what we call the health equity quartile. And so because of that, the threshold was changed for case rate. Before it was 7 per 100,000, and it was changed to 10 per 100,000. And actually, that's why Sacramento County was able to get into the red tier at the point that it did. The next goal is for 4 million doses administered in this health equity quartile. And at that point, the criteria or threshold for the orange tier will then be adjusted to 6 per 100,000 instead of the 4 that it is right now. So of course we're all tracking this. I guess it's a way of also encouraging everybody and bringing home the point that us being able to provide vaccine in these underserved communities that have had the highest rates helps all of us and helps us to get to the point where we can have more of those restrictions removed. Guess I can go through that. And so the way that the state decided on this health equity quartile is based on information on their website. It's called Healthy Places Index, and it uses a lot of different factors: economic, education, transportation, social, neighborhood, and so on, to make an assessment of each of the census tracts. And you can see the different colors that identifies the areas. And you can see that North Highlands and Sacramento and South Sacramento are in the areas that are identified as being in that health equity quartile. So this is gives you the list of zip codes that the state gave us that we need to focus on to make sure that we get 40% of our vaccines in these communities. One of the things also that we found in talking to the different communities is that even though we had access available at some of our drive-through sites and some of our larger sites, is that there are many people who are not able to get to those sites either because of a fear of getting out of their comfort zone. They will not leave their neighborhood. Also because of issues with trust, but also many of them is because of issues with transportation and also not even being able to get time off from work. So all of those factors made it important for us to look at other ways of getting vaccine to them by having sites that are closer and also pop-up sites, and also being able to use trusted messengers that would be able to talk to them about the vaccine and get them to come to the vaccine clinics. So this is, again, a very wordy slide. I won't go through each line. But again, some of the things we're doing is with the outreach, working with the community-based agencies. Recently, we set up our Health Equity Task Force, and we're going to have additional members added to that. And the focus for the task force will be in helping us to select the pop-up sites and also in developing messaging. We are very proud of the partnership we have with SAC-RT that is providing transportation to be able to overcome some of those barriers that people have to getting to the vaccination sites. And also with 211, which actually started this week, they now have some appointments available to them, so that when people call 211 and they have either technologic or language or access barriers, that they are able to get this assistance to get signed up for the different clinics that we have, and also to find out if they have any other needs, such as transportation barriers, so that they're able to get to these sites. And we're also planning to leverage community-based sites, testing sites. If you recall, when we were setting those up, we asked for input from the community-based agencies, and they're the ones that selected these sites. And we've heard from them that they would like us to be able to convert them into vaccination sites, and we have done it for some of them. For example, Natomas High, La Familia, and also St. Paul's Church. Now they are also offering vaccinations, and our hope is that with our healthcare partners that we'll be able to get more of these vaccination testing sites able to provide vaccinations as well. This is what we did with the appointment process. Initially, we were keeping the information about the appointments and sending it out only to our contacts. And the reason we were doing that was because we had few appointments available that we wanted to make sure that the appointments were taken up by the people that we were targeting. Now what we've done, as we've gotten more vaccine available, is that we've included all of these web links on our website, and so people can go to that and find out what appointments are available. And it also has information on that website about where to get vaccine. So you can see we have some drive-through sites, some walk-through sites. We have pharmacies. What I didn't put on here are our health systems also have their large sites that are available, and they've given us information that we are putting on our website as well, so that people have one place that they can go to get information. One of the things that might change as we transition to the third-party administrator with Blue Shield is that the state would like us to use the My Turn as a site where anybody can go to be able to set up an appointment. We're still going through that transition process. It's not an easy one. And we also want to make sure that we still have ability to save appointments, especially as we're doing the outreach into these underserved communities, so that the appointments don't end up getting taken up by people who have more access to computers or the internet. So we're still in that transition, and we'll keep you updated on our progress with that.
Excuse me, Dr. Kasiri.
Yes.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Kasiri, this is great. One question I have is, like, with the website and all of that, because we're very good at populating websites. We're not quite as good at getting them out there. And that's not a hit on the county. It's just government agencies in general. It's just the trend. So you get people who drive themselves to it. But what are we doing to push that information out and not just relying on people to, and their own, go out and seek it out? And I'll give you an example. I mean, I met with an organization, virtually, of course, a loose organization of community people who were involved in the census. And it's a great model, it seems to me, as far as how to reach people and how to push information out. It's something that I would recommend we take a look at and try to replicate or use some of that.
Actually, our stakeholder group is modeled after the census model.
Great idea,
Yes.
see?
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you on that. And actually, many of the people who are involved with the census are the people that we're reaching out to right now to help us with setting up our stakeholder group. And what we have found that by word of mouth and also by the trusted messengers, that's the best way that we have for being able to get messages to these underserved communities. So we're really heavily depending on that. I do have a map of the zip codes that shows the vaccination and shows the disparity. It didn't make it into this slide set because I only got it yesterday, but I will send it to you. And our hope is that as we go through this, that those disparities will reduce.
Thank you, and I want to point out that we did not rehearse that answer.
Thank you. And so this is just shows you a list of our healthcare partners. We have a lot of partners, and we feel very fortunate about that. And so when we get a request for a pop-up site, the plan that we have is that it will go through the stakeholder group to be able to vet it, and then we'll be able to take it to our healthcare partners, and one of them or one, and sometimes they work in collaboration, will be able to meet that need. And I did provide you with a list of at least the sites that I knew about last week before when I was sending you the update. So my hope is that we'll be able to send that to you on a weekly basis. It might not be completely exhaustive because sometimes we hear about some of these pop-up sites later, especially if it's done by one of our partners and we're not directly involved. But I'm hoping that the information we give you will provide you with an idea of the kind of activity that we have. And we also actually sent an email to all of you requesting ideas, and we have heard from you about places where we can have these pop-up sites, so we're following up on that.
Excuse me, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to wait till you're done, but since you brought that up specifically, I'm one of the, you've probably heard from every one of the supervisors, and thank you for, the presentation as always. Is there because I'm hearing from a lot of constituents, and I think in the unincorporated area, I know I'm a broken record here, but a lot of times they have one supervisor, they don't also have city council members kind of lobbying for them and advocating for some of these communities. So I obviously hear from many very active community members in some of these very communities, the zip codes you've identified here that are underserved and really need, I think, more access through some of these pop-up sites. Maybe not some of the huge ones, but this is in relation to the email I sent you the other day. Is there a descriptive process that we can follow when we hear from one of these community members or even a healthcare partner, if they say, hey, we know there's a need for one here, how do we get the ball rolling? What's the process to maybe get that approved through your office?
Yes, we do have a form that we developed that people who are interested in hosting a pop-up site fill out the information and send it to us. We'll send it to all of you so that you have it available for your constituents. And when they send it, we, as I mentioned, the stakeholder group will review and make recommendations or on whether this is a good site or not, or recommendations as to whether there should be a collaboration with others. And then we'll find a healthcare partner who would be able to provide the vaccine, or if we have to do it, then we will work with that site as well. There are things that we need to look at, for example, making sure that there's enough space, because with this vaccine, it's not just a matter of getting a shot and you walk off. You have to be observed for at least 15 minutes. So making sure that we have enough space where people can be observed and still maintain the social distancing. So all of those logistics. So those are kind of things that we work through, and then also work on a date. And also, of course, it is dependent on the amount of vaccine we have. We get our allocation on a weekly basis, and we quickly have to make decisions as to where that vaccine goes. Usually we have maybe 24 hours or less than 24 hours to make those decisions. So it helps to have all of these the information already before us, so that we can make these decisions a little quicker.
That's helpful. Yeah. So there's a lot of legwork I can be doing really in helping some of these requesting parties. And is that the form you had sent us? I mean, I thought that was really. Is that I think you emailed a form to us maybe last week. But, okay, so that's the form we can use to get the ball rolling for the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
So I just wanted to end by just giving you an update, and actually now this is all dated information about our efforts with the unhoused. There's been a lot of concern about what we were doing and what our plans were. Fortunately for us is that the Johnson & Johnson became available just around the time that we were starting our outreach efforts. The advantage, of course, with the Johnson & Johnson is that you need just one shot. And so we have a group of healthcare providers. We have representation from all of our health systems and they provide volunteers who will be able to go to these sites. So we have a team that's going to the shelter. And I want to make a shout out to Consumnes Fire District because Dr. Mackey has been one of our champions in going to these sites and even just going on a bicycle just to go from one place to another to be able to get to the different people. And so these are some of the sites that they have contacted. And actually they told me that they had contacted each of all of the shelters that we at least are aware of to find out their interest and also try to make arrangements as to when they can go and start providing the vaccination. One of the things that they've also mentioned is that they've found that it takes more than one visit because the first time that you go, again, these are people who usually are not accustomed to trusting, and so it takes a while to get them to understand the importance of getting the vaccine and actually getting to accept it. I believe the first time about 25% of the residents opted to receive the vaccine. But in this instance, again, we know that this is a place where we'll have to go back again and again and also use some of the service providers because they're already known, and there's also already some trust, and be able to get hopefully get more of them to accept the vaccine. And what we're finding also is for some of them, they want to watch and see what's going to happen with their friends. If their friend is okay after getting the vaccine, then next time around they'll accept it as well. So it takes a couple of times, so we're grateful for all of the people who are involved in this.
Excuse me, Dr. Kasiri, we have a couple supervisors queued up. Supervisor Kennedy.
Okay, I'm reading ahead now just in case I'm going to cover something that you have up there. How about, are we reaching out to our scattered sites, self-help housing specifically? I mean, that seems like a great opportunity to utilize our partnership with RT to send one of our Smart Ride shuttles, because you're talking about picking up 5 to 6 people each place. And I mean, so are we reaching out to Sacramento self-help housing on our scattered sites?
I know that they are coordinating with SAC Steps Forward and through that with all of the other providers. So, but I will ask that question specifically. I believe they are. I know that we have provided vaccine to a number of smaller group homes, the unlicensed group homes that oftentimes do get missed and actually were not part of the pharmacy work, that the vaccination that was being done. So, but definitely, if I'll ask about that and make sure that we're able to include those as well. Okay. And I'm sure you're all aware of the work that's going on with the WX, and I know Supervisor Cerner was involved in that as well. And so we're continuing to coordinate with Loaves and Fishes and others as well to be able to provide vaccination among the unhoused as well. I believe that's my last slide. Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Dr. Kasiri, could I just add that the scattered site shelter that Supervisor Kennedy is speaking about is not currently operated through Sacramento Steps Forward. That would have to be coordinated with the Department of Human Assistance.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that back.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I appreciate Patrick asking. I was going to ask about the same thing because there's more than just one. There's probably 11 or 15 of those, and there are 6 or or less residents in each of those. I also wanted to ask about, it wasn't mentioned here, you said others, but Volunteers of America and Next Move. Next Move operates Mather Community Campus, the transitional housing for youth. Again, some of those categories may not yet be in the, in the populations that are being targeted thus far, but I think it's really important for those. Again, you have concentrations of folks that are, living in, fairly close quarters, and so I would just suggest Volunteers of America and the Next Move. And I was going to ask another question. About the, it's related to Project Room Key. Again, we're the ones overseeing Project Room Key. So again, I understand people may refuse it or be a little suspect and want to see what happens, but there's no question about that, right? We have the ability. We're operating those three or four
we can
sites.
work through Project Room Key Supervisor, absolutely.
Yeah, and we should. It should be, because again, I think that's the coordination internally. Where to Ann's point a moment ago with DHA on, Sacramento Self-Help Housing administers, but those scatter site, is under Department of Human Assistance, and the same thing with Project Room Key, working in very close concert. So there ought to be that ability to be supportive, certainly, of our public health staff, and make sure that where appropriate, that those populations are being offered the vaccine.
Yes, Project Room Key is on the list.
No, I saw it. I just again, that's kind of internal, though, that we ought to be able to facilitate that. So, okay, that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a couple follow-up, and thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Great point about teaming up with RT, also with Sacramento Self-Help Housing. And, the further you get from downtown Sacramento, the more scattered the unhoused population becomes, right? So I think that's really where the challenge is. And I see, obviously, a lot of encampments that are spread all around my district. Sacramento Self-Help Housing not only operates the scattered site shelters, but they have the Navigator program, too. And I think that's a great idea to rely on those navigators and the DHA outreach workers we've talked about, Bruce, and have a partnership with RT to, when you identify maybe a pop-up site that's a little decentralized out in the suburbs, to get some of the unhoused to some of these sites. That's actually one of the other locations I had emailed you about. I think about Carmichael Presbyterian Church, which is really kind of a focal point, heavily involved with Carmichael Heart and providing a lot of services to the unhoused in Carmichael. The other issue I had, something I want to bring up to you is, I've been reading a lot about the Blue Shield, the situation with Blue Shield and the state, and some counties opting in, some counties actually opting out. Can you explain a little bit about where we are with our relationship with Blue Shield and what you anticipate the benefit? I mean, you've alluded to a few things, but what some of the pros and cons are, and why we're taking the approach we're going to take versus some of the approaches the other counties are taking?
Yeah, and actually County Council has been very involved in that process, in the negotiation. We did have some concerns at the beginning about the changes that were being proposed, and I think one of the biggest concern was opening up and requiring us to have our appointments available to anyone in California. Because again, especially with us trying to make sure that we were providing services to the underserved, we didn't want people from other counties taking up those appointments, especially since we still have very limited vaccine. And through the negotiations, that has, I think, pretty much been resolved. At least they're allowing us to continue with what they call closed pods, where we're able to maintain control of who gets access to those appointments, so we're able to continue the outreach. And then the other thing also is that was of concern is us having a contract with Blue Shield. There were some questions about the authority, because public health, our authority comes from CDPH. And so instead of signing a contract with Blue Shield, we have an MOU with the Government Operations Office. And so that was more palatable. And so I heard from County Council and Jim Hunt, and they were all okay with us signing onto it. So we are, and we're in the process of the transition right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think there's a lot of still a lot of confusion and uncertainty about really what that means. And you're right, there was a lot of certainly concern with what that was going to look like for.
Could I just add a little bit to what Dr. Casserier said? All of the things that she said are accurate. There are a few counties, a very few, that actually have signed agreements with Blue Shield, but the majority of them are working on the MOU process. We convened a county council work group to negotiate directly with the state government operations office, and our office was integral in that as well. So we've gotten favorable terms in the MOU and a couple clarification letters. So as Dr. Kay said, we are recommending signature at this time. There's about 15 counties that have also signed, including LA, San Diego. So a lot of the larger counties are signing onto that MOU, and I think that's the consensus, is that's the approach that most of the counties are taking. So fortunately, we were able to kind of pivot from the Blue Shield forced model, and I think that's definitely advantageous, as Dr. Kay said, for local control. So that was really helpful, I think, to be able to move in that direction.
Thank you. No, I appreciate hearing that. You're certainly looking out for the needs of us here and tailoring this MOU to those needs. So
the specific answer to your question is, as a county, we have signed that MOU with the State Department of Public Health.
Okay. Thank you. One last question. In the red tier, I believe that conventions are still prohibited, indoor conventions. I've heard from some folks from the Lodging and Hotel Association here about whether the state is potentially going to be revisiting whether conventions with a certain percentage can become open, because I think practically speaking, there are a lot of places where they have very large cavernous spaces and could probably be operating safer than a lot of restaurants who are operating at 25% capacity indoors. So is there any update on discussions with the state about that, Dr. Kay?
Yes, and we actually got an opportunity to tour one of the hotels here downtown and looked at the protocols that they have, and they've gone to a lot of trouble to put in measures to make sure that people are safe. We're still waiting for the state. They haven't made a decision on it. I know we've posed that question to them. I think part of the concern is that when you look back at the beginning, some of the cases where we had outbreaks, and not so much maybe in the U.S., but actually in Europe, was because of these large conventions. Mm-hmm. So there's some hesitation to actually getting to that point. But I think that the hotel managers have gone to a lot of trouble to try and make sure that they are able to provide a safe environment. So we'll continue to wait and see what the state says and when they'll make a decision.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's obviously something that's so crucial to our local economy here in Sacramento. So, okay, thank you very much. And as always, thank you for everything, and especially your level of kind of access and responsiveness to our inquiries.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Kennedy.
Real quickly on that point, just to send back a message from Regional Transit, they really appreciated your participation with them the other day. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I had a couple of questions. My first question is relating to the youth travel baseball, and I'm receiving questions regarding the how we're managing it and how other counties are managing. I guess there are actually families driving to Reno and driving a distance so that their children can play in a tournament, baseball tournament that happens over the course of 1 or 2 days. And in Sacramento County, the Mather Sports Complex and the Galt Sports Complex, Sacramento Sports, Army Depot, they are not allowing more than one baseball game per team per day, and their rationale is that the county public health doesn't allow it because of, I guess, the social distancing. And I'm receiving some inquiries, and I guess I'm asking if there's a way that we can look at how the other counties are doing it. What they're saying is that they've created a protocol, basically, so that the tournaments, they can have multiple teams playing, but only maybe 2 family members per player gets to go into where that game is, and the rest are relegated to an outer area where they are social distancing and masking. Everybody's social distancing, masking, and testing, but they're maintaining all the protocol, but doing it in a way that they can actually play a tournament. Because if they can only do one game, it defeats the whole idea that people drive all this way to do a tournament, which means we don't have that in Sacramento County, but they have it all these other places. And so I guess I'm wondering if there's a way that if they send you a proposal, if we can look at that and see if we can, find a way to help them get their kids playing in these tournaments.
We can certainly look at it, but we've been following the state guidance that is still allowing only 1 game per day. But definitely, if there are others that are doing it, we can look at what they're doing and see if it's something that we're able to adopt.
Yeah, they emailed me a copy of the state guidance that does say that counties can make an exception. Exceptions may be made with authorization from local health department. So I'm assuming they came up with a plan that the local health could look at, and I figured you've done this before in so many other ways that maybe we could help them with this.
We can certainly look at it.
The other question I had was relating to, I know you already are aware that there's a huge strain on the parks and PBIDs with the inability to move the homeless people around. I don't know if there's any light on the horizon with some of that. I know we're probably going to have the parks people coming to our next meeting to just kind of give some public comment regarding the impacts on the park districts, because they've lost a lot of revenues because they can't have their normal events, but at the same time they have a large influx of people using the parks as well as homeless living in the parks, and so they've been hit doubly. So I bring this up, number one, for you to be aware of it, but for Ann, when we're looking at our budget to see, and when we're looking at the relief funds, if there's a way that we can find some way to assist the parks. I'm sure you're already more aware of this than I am, but I promised them that I would. I've had people from park districts all over the county calling me, so they're hoping we can help them out. And then lastly, I understand that the health order at the state and federal level is recommending a 3-foot social distancing spacing, and I'm wondering if we're going to have an updated health order that will accommodate 3-foot spacing in classrooms, so that we can allow our schools to go back to open more expansively. It's okay. The state and Fed have authorized 3 feet. I wonder if we can maybe look at updating our health order to allow for 3 feet in the classroom, since they have such a low percentage of COVID, to kind of get more people back in class.
Yes, we actually updated our guidance over the weekend.
Oh.
And we've been in communication with SCOE, so they are aware that we're changing our guidance. We did not have to change our health order, because in the health order we just point back to the state guidance and our county guidance, but we have updated it, and we're continuing to discuss with SCOE on a regular basis as to what that will mean, and also encouraging the schools to make sure that they read the entire document and not just the one line, because they need to make sure that they maintain all of the other preventive measures so that we don't inadvertently start having cases, more cases in the schools. And if I may, I don't know if Bruce has anything that he wants to say about the homeless, because I know that he brought us together to discuss the issue that you talked about, and I don't know if he has any input.
So Supervisor, just to say that we're putting together a meeting next week to address this very issue that you just raised.
Are we talking about PBIDs and parks? Or?
The homeless generally and the
Yeah.
public health order language, it affects that, but it's a larger question.
Yeah.
So we'll have Dr. Kasiri involved in that, along with a number of folks who have raised this issue to see what we can do within the public health order, but also given that we're vaccinating the homeless now and how that might change things. So we're hoping to have a very active discussion about that next week.
Yeah, the inability to move them is compounding it is a public health issue.
Exactly.
It's and solid waste can't help us. We've reached out to regional sanitation. You know, it's a major problem. And I don't know if there's any way to help the PBIDs with the American Recovery, or with the funding. Is there a way that we can help them, or?
Well, we still don't have very specific guidance from the feds on very specifically how our piece of the allocation can be used. What we do know is there is lots and lots of money out there, even in addition to the money that Sacramento County is going to get, and we are working now on putting together some sort of a matrix so we can see what money is available in what categories, what are the regulations on how to spend it, so that we can make some recommendations.
That's great. It's not just homeless for the PBIDs, it's crime. It's compounding the that's pretty much it. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just to the meeting next week, but something that we've received information, I guess it's been slow to get off the ground for a variety of reasons, but we were putting together an encampment team. We had notice of that back in December. As of a conversation I had probably 10 days ago, we hadn't really started the real work with that. Not that it doesn't take something to put that together. I would just say that, we talked about it as a pilot, and, there's any number of moving parts to this, but it would seem to me that if we're really going to take a run at trying to deal with this, and we were going to take a selected geographic area and then see how it went and move on, it's a big county, and I guess I would ask Ann and Bruce, I don't know where we are with the encampment team, but if that needs resources from this board as relates to dollars behind it, or some other ways that we can be supportive, and certainly stay out of the way, but be supportive, because we're now well into the first quarter of 2021, and it's everywhere. We've got people in distress. We've also got others that are now in distress about the conditions, which are causing more problems in neighborhoods and certainly in business districts, but certainly the plight of the homeless. And we're still in the umbrella of the emergency health order for the way we're to approach folks. But I guess I'm just curious about that, and because it seems to me that had some promise, but we're months from when you first told us this was going to happen, just prior to Christmas, if I'm not mistaken, recognizing there was going to be a January, getting people organized and so forth. But we're now we're halfway to April. So where are we with that?
So yes, we have initiated work. We're looking at the next encampments we can move out to. But your point's well taken about the county size and how long it would take to get to all of them. So we are having discussions about what additional resources might be needed to speed that up and get more work done with it.
So have we actually done something under the pilot? Have we actually gone out to an area?
We will, and I need to get an update for you, Supervisor, on that. The answer is yes, but I need to get back to you in terms of how extensive.
And I know it's not going to be a rapid process. I get it. I mean, but I just think it's important. And if it needs some other resources, and again, we talk about helping different aspects, but I got helping the folks that need the help, then hopefully a number that can be willing to accept it. I know part of the challenge we still have is that, if you can't offer immediate housing to folks, they can stay in place. But I think then I think it makes it that much more challenging for the encampment team. So I guess the reason I'm asking the question, because it still fits with community health, certainly long term, and the conditions that we're all laboring under. And so, Bruce, I would ask if we could have,
Absolutely.
maybe tomorrow you can give us an update. I mean, we're going to be in session again tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if that's at least an update as to where we are and something.
Will do.
And lastly, to the meeting you're calling, is regional transit a part of the?
I have to check that. It's a good suggestion, Supervisor. If they're not, we'll reach out to them.
Yeah, because I think they were part of. I don't know if they were part of your meeting last fall with some of the
I
folks.
don't think so. So that's a good suggestion.
They've been a good partner, and working again. Several of us sit on the RT board, but I think, they've obviously been challenged as a district in not just rights of way, but certainly in areas where they provide transportation services and people will wait the bus, but also have been challenged with some of the issues in these corridors and in neighborhoods. So I would ask you to please invite them, because I think they've been I know they've been a strong partner, not only with getting people to vaccines, but also in some of the other efforts to maintain some of the quality of life connections that are really important. So, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Supervisor Natoli. I just wanted to ask, should I just have the parents tell the people from the sports complexes to put together a plan and then present it to you?
Yes, I think that will be fine. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so I don't see any other supervisors in the queue. I wanted to ask our board clerk if we have any public comment on this item.
No, we had one earlier, but they actually hung up.
Okay. Well, we were talking for a long time.
That was probably about 10 minutes ago, too.
Okay, great. So I want to thank Jim Hunt and Dr. Kasiri for all of your hard work and for your presentation, and as always for continuing to keep the communications open, and it helps all of us a lot. At this time, we're going to recess to closed session, and it will be on the 7th floor, and we will reconvene at board chambers at 2 p.m. Everyone, welcome back to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. It's 2 p.m. and I'll open the meeting and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Supervisors Desmond.
Here.
Frost.
Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our county council if we have to report out anything on closed session.
No, we do not.
Thank you. And next item, please. I'm sure Supervisor Natoli will be here any second.
Yeah. Okay, for item 28, this is the workshop for the North Vineyard Station Specific Plan Updated Transportation Mitigation Strategy.
Good afternoon.
Hello. And there's the presentation. Wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Darrow with the Department of Transportation, and we're here today to hold the Transportation Mitigation Strategy Workshop. And first thing I wanted to do is introduce a few folks in the chamber from Department of Transportation. We have Ron Vicari and Cameron Shue. And from Planning and Environmental Review, I saw Leanne Moffitt walk in. On the phone from Planning and Environmental Review, we have Todd Smith and Chris Bahuli. And from County Engineering, we have Bob Davison. And from Special Districts, we have Susan Getz. The reason we're here today is that DOT's been approached by numerous property owners from various specific plans and special planning areas concerned about their triggers for roadway improvements. There's also been interest, of course, from the board in finding ways to streamline the process for building housing. So we've been proactive, attempting to identify a number of strategies that could be used to reduce the financial burden faced by development. There's some trade-offs from the county, like committing staff or financial resources or willingness to postpone certain improvements. We need to know what strategies the board is willing to consider and if any are non-starters. And just to be clear, the board is not being asked to commit to accepting any particular strategy for any particular plan area today. Staff will simply take the board's input, use that to develop strategies appropriate for each plan area, and work with Planning and Environmental Review to go through the appropriate amendment process for any particular plan area where we apply these strategies. And it looks like I'm in charge of moving the slides. Next slide. So let's talk triggers. The timing for transportation improvements in many of the county's more established plan areas is dictated by what we call triggers. The triggers are a list of roadway improvements that must occur before development can proceed beyond a specified level. I've included an example on this slide of part of the North Vineyard Station triggers. I know they're hard to read, but essentially what they show is how 11 roadway improvements are required to be developed before that plan area can develop beyond 1,800 units. Now, the advantages of triggers is that development can't progress past a certain level without construction of roadway improvements. The downside is that development often stops if developers can't afford to carry the costs of those triggered improvements. So you might say, no development, no impacts. Wonderful. But historically, what we've found is traffic still increases on our roads from developments in neighboring jurisdictions. And if we're not developing ourselves, we're not collecting fees and generating the revenue needed to build our roads. Another reason why triggers have become a concern for development is that they've not always are proportional to the financial burden of any individual development increment. So for example, in North Vineyard Station, before one more unit needs to get built, $9.5 million in roadway improvements are required. While developers do eventually get reimbursed for the amount that they pay over their fair share obligation, they have to carry those costs for a number of years. And the numbers don't always pencil out for a number of our plan areas.
Excuse me, Matt.
Yeah.
Supervisor Cerna and then Supervisor Natoli have a question.
Okay.
Thank you, and hopefully I'm not beating you to the punch here, but what can you say about what I wanted to interrupt now because you're on this specific topic of triggers, and I've heard not just recently but over the course of a number of years about the mythical $37 million first house, right? So this is, the concept that the infrastructure that needs to go in to serve new growth areas, primarily residential, someone is going to be burdened with the extraordinary carry costs that you just mentioned over the course of years and in some cases decades, which can prove to dismantle a pro forma really quick and make it infeasible to do much of anything. Now we have, as the backdrop to that, an acute housing crisis, and we continue, as far as I know, to have triggers based on simply the sequencing that we would like to see happen, so that the infrastructure is paid for by those that are benefiting by it and that will be using it. Has there been any consideration of kind of revisiting that very broad construct in terms of not just the equity involved in terms of who goes first and pays more and carries the cost, but adjusting it so that we could actually incent instead of make it more difficult to develop much needed housing?
Yes, there has. And keep in mind that I'm speaking in the world of transportation, so sure. I'm going to only speak to transportation, but I would point us to the recently, and when I say recently, in the last year and a half, approved transportation mitigation strategy that we're going to now use going forward for plan areas such as the Jackson Corridor. And we have a dynamic implementation tool strategy that takes into consideration several things that I'm going to kind of talk to eventually as I get there.
I did beat you to the punch.
Yeah, you did, but that's totally fine. And in fact, that was a good question. But yes, we moving forward with new plan areas, we're developing a different strategy that we did. I think we approved that for specifically Jackson Corridor it was either 2019 or 2020. But yes, what we're talking about here today is trying to solve issues for more existing established, already have triggers, and how do we help those ones move forward. And one of the more extreme strategies that we'll talk about eventually is convert it to that other strategy. It takes more environmental effort and so forth to reopen something.
Sure.
But that is talked about, yeah.
How much difficulty or challenge would there be in going back to older SPAs or planned unit development projects where they had a finance plan that was in large part, at least for the transportation part of it, was based on this concept of
triggers.
First in pays an extraordinary burden. How much difficulty would be involved if we went back to revisit some of those areas so that we actually had a more even playing field across the county?
I would answer that and say that there's probably a different answer for each plan area that we have to revisit, because they were each established a different way throughout history.
Mm-hmm.
So there's probably different legal ways and things you need to unwind.
Sure.
But in all cases, what would have to occur would be participation from and desire from the developer to participate with us in that effort to unwind and take a different tact and approach and develop a dynamic implementation tool that's distinctly unique for that plan area. It can be done, it just takes a bigger amount of effort.
Sure. And I assume that some of those nuances are things like whether or not there's a CFD or there's Belarus on the project.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Matt, I was going to let you get through to about page 4, but I decided on page 2 since you put it up.
That's how it works.
And again, appreciate your efforts over the years. I know you've been one who's been on point in your department on a number of specific projects, but I guess just the example you have up here, and I think by way of reference, I think certainly to Supervisor Cerna's point about, a burden that becomes an impossible undertaking for, a development proposal to ever really cross. On the other hand, it was kind of the contrast is that going back to the 80s and certainly from the time that I've represented the district, we got way behind on the east side of 99 because we didn't have Melorusas initially, didn't have the CFDs nor the approaches that the general plan called for in its adoption in 1994, that we have specific plans and we have finance plans that would accompany them and strategies that would be employed to basically areas that were rural that were now going to be turning to a suburban rural mix in some cases, but urbanization was occurring under general plan policies and certainly considerations that this board in its planning process would look at. And when I look at the example you have here, some of these burdens, obviously, when you look at the party that wanted to pull the 1,801st permit's going to be, this list of, millions of dollars improvements. And one of the things that isn't really accounted for is that over time, some of these plans take 20 or 25 years. There are some inflation factors, but, what it might have cost to build a bridge back in 1997 or 98 is not the same as going to cost to build a bridge in 2022. Yes. But there's another inherent problem here, and I wanted to bring it up because I think it'll relate to some of the things you're going to talk about here. It's certainly having flexibility, the ability to look at, reasonable application, and again, that might be in the eye of the beholder as well. But for example, here, there are already calls to do Excelsior Road shoulders. So it's still basically a rural road. It's a line of district demarcation between District 2 and District 5, at least a portion of it coming north of Calvine. And this calls for widening shoulders. I can tell you today, if you drive that pavement surface out there, it's horrible in a lot of locations. And we've approved development, you get the street widening frontage. I would much rather you keep the pavement maintained than the shoulders because, the avoidance of the potholes, and I'm not being exaggerative here, you can drive it. And I'll give you another example that District 5 for maintenance monies just 2 years ago, coming south to the intersection of Florin, you guys did about 1,200 linear foot section there, but that came out of District 5 annual maintenance monies. And yet we've got these calls for improvements when we can't even maintain what we got in the system right now. And so the point I want to make to all of this is that as we're looking at flexibility for new development and accommodating housing needs and growing communities, there's a backdrop here, and particularly in these areas where you got rural grids that were on about 1 mile sections. And again, as there's been some build coming from west to east, we've done a better job. But some of these areas that we knew are passing traffic, and you can say it's coming from Elk Grove or Rancho Cordova, and some of it is, and people are looking to avoid these areas. But these improvements, I'll be darned, you need to rebuild the main line of the road before you put the shoulders on, because right now it's not serving, the folks that have lived there, the people that are moving there, people that are traveling in a way that really is acceptable in my view. And I could take a lot of these streets and we can talk about specifics at intersections and so forth. And yet, so you get this big price tab over here for new construction to permit new construction, new housing, new development. And our system is falling apart in some areas of the district I represent. I mean, it is bad. And Ron hears it from me probably twice a week, and you get to hear about one every once in a while. And so what I want to say here is that we're looking at these triggers. If we're going to look at a component that's going to try to be more flexible, to allow for folks to move forward and not have millions of dollars of new infrastructure that will be needed for capacity and for safety, we better look at what we got in the system right now, because you're still going to end up with all of these gaps. And very honestly, putting shoulders on Excelsior Road, most people would drive on their shoulders versus driving down the main part of the lane because it would be the best part of the road. And so I think that, to bring it back here, we need to be realistic, and I think updating these plans, and you're going to get more detail, but there needs to be some understanding about the condition that the rural infrastructure that's serving suburban and urban level traffic levels in a lot of cases, how are we going to get that fixed, not just the outside lane and not just some intersection? Because if we don't find a way to do it, we're losing the war, very frankly, out there. And I think the tolerance level with a lot of folks is getting really, really thin. Because if I hear one thing, it's about the condition of our roads, particularly in areas that are adjacent to, suburban development. And the last thing I would just say, and we can talk more about this in our budget discussion this afternoon, all those new neighborhoods that were once new, and Supervisor Kennedy and I, and to some degree Supervisor Stern and I share some of those areas, well, they're 30 years old now. And so all those pavement surfaces that were installed with full improvements and so forth are going to need to be maintained as well. I don't know what our plan is, and you can tell me you got $800 million or $1 billion in deferred maintenance, but how are we going to maintain the system we're taking on, requiring developers to improve it? People are paying with the expectation that we're going to maintain it. And we're losing ground every day that passes, very frankly. And again, it's not because you haven't done your job or Ron or others, but so as we talk about triggers, I think we need to talk about what that system looks like and what we know it will ultimately be someday when the improvements are put in. But we're not doing justice for the folks that live there and work there and invest their hard-earned dollars in their new homes, assuming they get built because they don't have some heavy burden or triggers. And I got to just tell you, Matt, it's a stark reality, and I would challenge anybody, if you don't believe me, just to go drive it yourself and tell me what you think, and if you'd want to live on that road or drive that road every day. We do with what we got, but we need to, if we look at triggers, let's be real about the condition of the system and about what improvements, as modest as they might be, would help with capacity and safety, and put that into the mix. If we're just going to put it on new development, you build something new because you're going to, trigger some more cars, then we're not really getting to the core of the issue. So I didn't mean to go so long, but it really, when you bring this sheet up, and there are many sheets like this all over that area, in that vineyard area in particular, but we've got this in some other areas of the county that we're going to be coming to grips with as well. So.
Okay. Yeah. I appreciate those comments, Don. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if.
And Don, don't sell yourself short. We all hear it from you twice a week.
No. Ron Vicari, Director of Transportation. Is this mic working? Fine?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So one of the other things that we're doing better now is that we are looking at ongoing maintenance when new development comes through. So as Matt mentioned, the transportation mitigation strategy that was utilized in Jackson Corridor is definitely a better way of dealing with these triggers and allowing infrastructure to take place along with development. But we're also looking at and have implemented ongoing maintenance costs. What we're here today about is to look at what do we do with the developments that have come through many, many years ago, in some cases decades ago. And so I understand I definitely hear the points that have been made, but going back and now getting ongoing maintenance costs isn't possible.
No.
So what we're looking at here is, okay, how do we deal with the triggers? And what Matt will talk about, Supervisor Cerna mentioned the $37 million house. Certainly that we hear that, and as well as Supervisor Natoli, you mentioned, you have triggers up until 1,800 DUEs. Well, what about 1801? 1801 carries the burden of all of that left over. So again, the Jackson Corridor strategy spreads that out, makes sure that developments pay their proportional share, and is a lot better way of handling it. But going back to stuff that was done decades ago, Matt's going to talk about two options that are pretty simple, that we found some strategies we can do without reopening environmental documents, EIRs, things that may not be supported by the developer. So there's two strategies that we can do without those things, and then if those don't work, we may be in a position that we need to go to the more complex strategies, which would require the reopening of those documents, that would require the developers to be willing to do that. So we're trying to deal with that, but we have addressed a lot of these concerns moving forward, but unfortunately, we weren't there 20 years ago when some of these
Ron, but let me ask you, so just on the trigger piece of it, so you're going to revisit that, but if you've got, this phased approach or step-up approach, I would say it would be much better received rather than trying to put a 6-foot shoulder on a worn out, broken down road than just go in and fix the road. And so it would seem to me Excelsior Road has some carrying capacity. It gets clogged at the stop signs from Calvine to Gerber to Florin, but fix the pavement surface. And take a developer contribution to that. Now, does it give you additional capacity? Probably not, unless you make some widening at the intersection and so forth. But that would be the wisest improvement that we can make, because if we're not going to get to it any time in the foreseeable future, I don't see it it's certainly not on the list that I see, but for doing the mainline road, that would make sense. Do some of the things that improve the mobility, the safety to the degree that you get a better travel surface, and buying right away for shoulders in rural areas and so forth gets to be very expensive. We end up carrying the burden. So if you're looking at this in a bigger context, recognizing there's an environmental document that backed up some of this, that doesn't get you to the end game where you're going to have tens of thousands of cars a day. But I think in the intervening period of time, if you do some of those modest improvements at some of those intersections and on some of those road surfaces, you'll be far better along with the people who live there and work there and travel those roads every day, and it'll have a safer, certainly a more comfortable ride, and still get some improvements at their locations where you can pass right and left turns and so forth. To me, that's a better strategy than rebuilding a $3 million bridge that'll take you 15 years to accumulate the money if you got a developer that was going to put the money in anyway.
So, although it hurts me to give any reason not to put money towards overlays and towards rehabilitating what we already have, because I understand that point 100%. You're correct. We have an $800 million backlog. I do want to say, though, that the reason why these mitigations are put in there is because of the threshold of basically volumes that, from a safety standpoint, require shoulders. So, when these mitigations were put in place, decades ago, or many years ago, there's a direct nexus to the DUEs that are being developed. And that's why you see that they're addressing capacity. As I mentioned, I absolutely agree that there is a huge need to just maintain the roadways, and that may be equal or greater importance, but the nexus to new development at the time in generating the EIR mitigations was the capacity and addressing the capacity that was being brought forward by the volume generated from that development. And so I don't want to downplay the importance of the overlays, but you also can't take the money that's being directed for a mitigation. We have to then accomplish the nexus that it was intended for.
And just using your example, though, so if it was 25 years ago, that North Vineyard Station plan, and I think it was 2004 when we did the finance plan, Excelsior Road, just using that road again, for the most part, hasn't been touched except for fixing potholes in that intervening time. So at the time we were talking about, you had a road that was in better condition, and we still have these conditions in place, and against passage of time. I get what you're saying. On the other hand, I think people would see it as being nonsensical if you actually made a developer go and put shoulders on a road that's falling apart.
Well, and I think it's clear that in that case, we would not be able to put the shoulders on without addressing the roadway. We just wouldn't have the nexus to place the cost of the rehabilitation on. So we would have to partner with that developer or look for outside funding in order to accomplish the shoulders, of which we have a nexus to put on the developer, and the overlay at the same time, because you're exactly correct. It would look, from a safety perspective, from every perspective, perception perspective, it would make no sense to put shoulders on a roadway that was really in a failed condition without addressing the roadway itself. And so we would look to try to accomplish both at the same time. But we would have to look for alternative funding for the piece that does not have a nexus to the developer.
Well, if you're going to revisit this, again, you can, it would seem to me you could put some money into it. I can give you one example, and then I'll stop. Slough House Road, where you were going to, we as a board on that subdivision, we're going to make them put this shoulder on that would never be used, and do the frontage improvement. But we said no, rebuild Slough House Road at that section, so at least and it's the best section of Slough House Road out there. And we still got the IOD or the dedicated right of way, but we didn't require. Again, that was a board condition on a single project. But at any rate, I just think that. These are aged, these documents that are causing issues for building, but the infrastructure that they're supposed to attach to has deteriorated in many cases to a point that, it's requiring major investment. And so we better figure out a way, if we're going to get flexibility, to link up, to your point, other money. Well, we can see how that goes, but I just think it's really important that you keep this in the right context, because it's one thing to say, we're going to lessen the burden over here, and I get it, and I've been supportive of looking at, redoing the triggers, but we also need to look at the condition of our system, which is aged in place and gotten a lot worse in a lot of cases 25 years later.
So,
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Back to you, Matt.
back to me. Okay.
You dodged that pretty good, Matt. You handed it over to the wrong.
Gave me a breather. I was standing there and thinking, as Ron was interacting with Supervisor Natoli, that I wasn't quite there yet in my presentation, but it might interest Supervisor Natoli at least to know that we were going to get to a point in this presentation. We will get to a point in this presentation where we say we think we have a bit of a solution, depending on what strategies the board endorses for North Vineyard Station. And it needs to be clear that today we're not talking about it's okay to talk about the details, but today we're not finalizing any details. Mm-hmm. And if the board so wishes, when we get to the end, and if they want to endorse all strategies or what have you, part of the package today is a resolution pointing us to start working on North Vineyard Station and the details, which will then send us on a long journey back through CPACs, planning commissions here. And so there probably will be plenty of opportunity to talk about any specific flexibility that is desired at that time. That's what I was thinking.
No, that's good.
Wanted
I appreciate
to
that. That's good input. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Ron.
Okay. So I'll jump back in. So triggers. Another reason why we're talking about triggers have become a concern for development is that they're not always proportional to the financial burden of any individual development increment that does come in. So for example, in North Vineyard Station, before one more unit gets built, there's about $9.5 million in roadway improvements that need to get constructed. And while developers would eventually get reimbursed for that amount that they pay over their fair share obligation, it's the fact that they have to carry those costs for a number of years. And the numbers don't pencil out for a number of our plan areas to front that kind of money without knowing when reimbursement would come. It's also worth noting that many triggers are based on traffic studies that were 10 years or more old. And that was the best information available at the time, but it might not necessarily be applicable any longer. In 2010, a traffic study might have told us that a road widening was going to be needed at 1,000 units. But today, maybe the area hasn't grown as much, or something has changed in that last 10 or 12 years, and that widening might actually not be needed until 1,200 units. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that the list of triggers doesn't always account for constructed or in-progress county projects. Many times we find that some of the triggered improvements have already been built by the county or even other development. So because of these trigger issues, the county started looking into a few of these established plan areas. This slide lists some of our current efforts. Last June, we developed an interim transportation mitigation strategy for the Florin Vineyard Community Plan. It's also called the GAP. That was approved by the board. It said that the county would be delivering certain roadway improvements, such as South Watt Avenue widening, which fulfilled that plan area's trigger requirements through 1,325 units. That freed up about another 1,000 or 1,100 more units that could be built in that plan area. Additional strategies, which we'll discuss in a little bit, may be needed to go beyond that 1,325 unit level. I also wanted to point out that throughout 2020, we've been meeting with stakeholders in the North Vineyard Station plan area. And so far, staff's conducted preliminary traffic and financial analysis, and we think there is a viable path forward for this plan area through adjustments to the timing of triggers. By deferring certain improvements until needed for level of service, sufficient funding should be available to provide timely credits or reimbursements through about 4,000 units. However, deferring triggers to incentivize housing is a policy decision for the board. If the board endorses this concept, staff would prepare a more detailed strategy specifying which triggers would need to be deferred, the new timing, and then take that through a major amendment process per the provided resolution in the board package today. Further detail on how this strategy would work would be discussed on slides to follow. And then lastly, in Alberta, we're in the very early stages of gathering information and working with the property owners and their engineers on a feasibility assessment in that planning area. The desired outcome will be to identify which triggers are most concerning to development and which strategies are best suited to addressing their challenges. Once we know what strategies the board supports, we can develop an approach specific to the Alberta specific plan. All right, so now let's go over the 4 potential strategies we've identified. Keep in mind that I'm presenting these strategies in order, beginning with the easiest to implement and ending with the most complicated. So strategy 1 is the first one I want to talk about. The first strategy that we could employ is timing adjustments to triggers. By deferring existing triggers to a later number of units, the plan area fee program will be allowed to build up a positive cash balance that can be used to provide immediate credits and reimbursements when triggers are reached. Under strategy 1, supplemental traffic analysis would occur by staff that will demonstrate that any particular trigger deferral would not result in a significant traffic impact based on the county's level of service policy. Generally, that means that roadway segments and intersections won't exceed level of service F. This strategy will work within the confines of the existing environmental document. Of course, by implementing this strategy, we would be allowing more congestion on roads for a longer period of time. And although this strategy would require acceptable levels of service, over the years, we have heard from citizens concerns that infrastructure continues to lag behind development. And it's difficult to argue that traffic flow, of course, won't be better if improvements are built sooner.
Can you give a concrete example besides the units?
Yeah. So what we're trying to go back to strategy 1. So what I'm trying to walk you through here is we've come up with 4 ideas to solve some of these existing plan area that were established with triggers. We're going to work through, if you will, for lack of a better term, the low-hanging fruit first, right? And one of the ways to do that is to say, are any of these triggers that were established 10, 15, even 20 years ago, I need to build this road or widen this road at 1,000 units. Has the world changed? Are we at level of service yet at 1,000 units when this development comes in? Can we take it 1,200 units? Can we take it to 1,500? What does that do? That allows 200 more units to get built and pay the fees and the county to cobble more money up, right? And so we look at everything. What can we move around? And it's all a matter of how much money comes into the plan that can be used to reimburse developers right away, instead of saying, I don't care. This thing says build it at 1,000 units, and you're going to have to carry that cost that's above and beyond your fair share. And I can't tell you when I'm going to pay you back because development is in fits and starts. And that's essentially what strategy 1 is. You push any particular trigger, you look at them all, you push any particular trigger back to a level that you still don't violate the county's level of service policy. and then say that's when we're going to deliver this trigger. That's essentially strategy one.
So, and is that done at the staff level, or is that something you would come back to the board with?
All of these?
With a new
Correct.
procedure, because again,
it's going to go through a major amendment and come back to the board.
so you would have
Custom to the
you
plan
would
area.
have the outline, so you'd be able to tell the community and this board that here's the triggers that are going to get pushed back to another, I guess, to a later trigger.
Yes, it would come back through, and yes, it would come through the major amendment process that I was going to allude to in the future, but that I alluded to a few minutes ago. CPAC, Planning Commission.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're right to say that.
Again, Ron Vicari, Director of Transportation. The answer, so a direct example is that, say road X has to go from 2 to 4 lanes at 1,000 DUEs. That's the trigger. And in 1998 traffic study, we thought now that we'd be a level of service F. That's why at I think I said 1,000 DUEs, it has to be built. So we thought that's when we would hit level of service F. This first strategy is basically saying we're going to take a look at a traffic study, and it didn't, that traffic and volume was not realized. We can extend it to 3,000 DUEs, allowing an additional 2,000 units to be built and still be under the general plan threshold. So we take a look at that analysis. Later on, Matt will talk about, well, what happens if we do get to level service F? But this strategy, we can do at the staff level. We can move forward on it. Doesn't reopen environmental documents because we're still within our general plan thresholds. We're just utilizing that additional amount of volume that's out there already, and we'll do a current traffic analysis to be able to show that we can still not exceed general plan levels.
Would you take those bigger bites by using your example, or would you use something that would allow you to revisit at a future date and continue to update, not recognizing how quickly a build might or might not occur? If it's occurring rapidly, then there's money's being generated, but when it slows down like it did in the recession, obviously, and even it's been a more modest level build here in recent years, using the vineyard area. Because if you go from 1 to 2,000 to 3,000, that's a big, that's a different calculation, I think, than if you went to 1 to 2,000, for example. And then you said you revisit at that point in time with some understood approach.
Yeah, and that's an extreme example. I was trying to kind of show the differences, but it's more, it's probably more realistic to state that, what the community would be informed is that we're still going to make sure that improvement gets built. It's still going to be built before it hits a level of service F. So we're still, but they would have got the improvement maybe at, let's say, a level of service C or D. So it is extending it, but it's making sure that the community is aware of that. And I think this is going to come up, and we'll kind of flip through some of these slides because we're hitting a lot of the other items. But I think it's important to note that roadways are designed based on the peak hour, and so when we talk about a level of service F failure condition, we're talking about during the peak hour. So what we're saying in strategy one is that even during the peak hour, we're going to not let it exceed the general plan requirements. Therefore, the majority of the day, it may be still operating at a level of service C or D, but in the peak hour, as we start to get close to level of service F, we have to get that improvement in. So is it 2,000? Is it 1,500? We're going to do a traffic study to see what that number is. And I think we can, let me just briefly talk because I think it's easier to go through these while we stick on examples. Strategy number 3, and sorry, Max, I'm going to get a gentleman to jump on their presentation, but strategy 3 is kind of the next step, which is we want to extend the threshold, the trigger, that maybe we want to extend it another 1,000 DUEs. However, in a traffic study, it shows that we're going to hit level of service F. Because that exceeds our general plan requirements, that now requires us to go through a lot more complex, time-consuming, reopened environmental documents, and is a lot more cumbersome process. This strategy 1 is just, we're not exceeding any environmental document, any general plan thresholds. Therefore, we can extend those triggers as long as the board supports that, recognizing that we won't exceed a level of service F.
Okay, thanks.
We'll just jump through them, yeah.
All right. And I think kind of Ron alluded to it sort of briefly a second ago. If we can get through each of these four, it might solicit a bunch of questions all at once because some of them interact with one another. So I'll just try to zip through two, 3, and 4 right now. Do I have slide 2 up? Strategy 2. So as previously mentioned, the Florin Vineyard interim mitigation strategy was based on DOT's commitment to deliver South Watt Avenue widening as well as Jackson Road, Bradshaw Road intersection improvements. If the board endorses this particular strategy, the county would commit to deliver additional improvements needed by development to fulfill trigger improvements. This could be done through changing priorities in the SCTDF spending by allowing the county to prioritize improvements that will support development, of course. It could also be accomplished by pursuing and prioritizing additional grant funding sources. So similar to strategy 1, applying this strategy would not reopen an EIR or environmental process, since the existing mitigation requirements wouldn't be changing. However, competing for limited resources available to fund transportation improvements always requires careful prioritization, obviously, to make best uses of funds. Let's see, strategy 3, and Ron started to allude to this a second ago. This one really ties in hand with strategy 1. So if you understand strategy 1, strategy 3 is very similar to strategy 1 in that the board would be postponing certain triggers to a later time in order to build up that cash reserve in the plan area fee program. But the difference is under strategy 3, a facility, instead of like in strategy 1, you take it right to a level of service, but you don't go over it. Strategy 3, if we're using strategy 3, we're pushing it further because we know that even pushing it to the limit of level service F in strategy 1 isn't enough to get us moving forward. So we would identify a trigger where we might have to take it up to F and say, you know what, we need to go further back than where level of service F will be experienced on this road. So we'd allow the road to operate with congestion during the peak hours, keeping in mind that roads operate wonderfully maybe the rest of the day, but during the peak hours we'd be experiencing that level of service F. Let's see. The thing about this strategy is it maintains certainty for the county and residents, knowing that the improvements will still be implemented at a fixed triggered point in time, even though it'll be at a later number of units if we use this strategy. The trade-offs are that allowing congestion may be something that some members of the community and board are unwilling to accept. And also the developers of the plan area may have to be willing to reopen their EIR in order to make this strategy work. And this is kind of where I alluded to earlier, depending on sort of how the original plan area was put together, the language environmentally, you may or may not have to really reopen your environmental document or do supplemental environmental work. And then that takes us to strategy 4. And I alluded to this a little bit earlier about Jackson Corridor. So in 2019, the board approved the use of the traffic city-based dynamic implementation tool for Jackson Corridor developments. And just anecdotally, stepping back a little bit, that's where we really want to go from here out. We're talking about strategies that have been established in the past that we're trying to solve. So this strategy tracks the traffic of individual development projects as they come into the plan area and determines construction responsibilities based on the project's location, its financial obligation, and projected levels of service. And generally, there's a maximum funding obligation per development increment, and DOT has the flexibility to assign roadway improvements or payment of fees, or maybe both. The benefit of this strategy eliminates the need for formalized trigger thresholds, and is sensitive to the current traffic conditions and locations of development. This provides flexibility and control for the county and certainty for developers. On the other hand, offering certainty to developers means the county is sacrificing certainty and knowing the timing of implementation, like a trigger. While the goal is to stay on top of improvements, it is possible there could be some delay between an improvement being funded by development and construction. And one example would be somebody comes in and develops 10 units, but they trip a $10 million improvement. So what we would have to do in that case, more than likely, we would take their fees and either hold on to those fees until a bigger development came in next, and then we'd assign the improvement, or the county would say, you know what, we're going to take the money and we're going to move, this is a priority improvement for us, we're going to move on that. So in summary, Strategy 4 would replace a plan areas trigger with a dynamic implementation tool. And this strategy wouldn't only reopen the environmental document, but it would take substantial cost and time to prepare. Like Strategy 3, opening the EIR would require active participation and funding from project proponents. And I think that goes back to Supervisor Cerna's original question and my original answer to that. And I just got 2 more slides, and then we can open it up. So what I wanted to say here is, in order to develop an updated transportation mitigation strategy for these various plan areas, we need to know what specific strategies the board is willing to consider, and if there are any non-starters, of course, or if there are any caveats for staff to consider. And we've heard a few today. Staff will take the board's input and use the feedback to develop custom strategies appropriate for each of these individual plan areas. And it's important to point out once again that we believe there is a viable path forward for North Vineyard Station without having to reopen the CEQA process. And if the board supports, at a minimum, the non-CEQA strategies, which were the ones that we called out as strategies 1 and 2, a resolution is provided in the board package today to take action on to direct staff to initiate a major amendment to further develop and implement an updated mitigation strategy for that particular plan area, which will come back through the hearing process, CPAC, Planning Commission, and back to the board with details. And my last slide, finally, is this slide shows a typical path forward for any area wishing to modify their triggers. And after receiving board feedback today, DOT will develop an updated mitigation strategy custom tailored to each of these plan areas as appropriate. And DOT and planning will then provide a resolution for the board to initiate any major amendment process, which involves going back through CPAC, Planning Commission, and board for approval. And the board would then adopt the major amendment and changes in the fee program ordinance associated with that strategy. And that gets us to the end of my presentation. With that, the folks that I introduced earlier, obviously, are here, and there's some folks on the phone that I mentioned earlier as well, and we're here to answer whatever questions are out there.
Thank you, Matt. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, sir, I'm going to give a chance to hear from other folks, too. I would just say I appreciate this. I know we've talked about this a number of times in briefings, and I think strategy 1 and 2, make good sense. I think that, again, with the oversight of our Department of Transportation, allowing some flexibility, recognizing that you're still taking into consideration safety and congestion. I'll just say strategy 3, I think when you start going there, that without a deeper dive, and when you sum it up and say allow congestion, that in some realms maybe that's okay, but I've been there, done that, and having been on this board when we were developing a lot of Laguna, certainly the Vineyard area, early portions of Douglas Sunrise, that the world may have changed in a number of regards, but that whoever will sit in this seat, potentially Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Cerna, with districts that touch these areas, and then obviously looking to the northern part of the county, that if you allow very much of that to occur, the pressure becomes pretty tough, not only on the district supervisor, but then people who are paying significant fees, transportation development fees, as a part of their package of buying their home, and then are told, well, it's going to be 2 or 3 or 4 years, you're just going to live with that condition out there. That doesn't set very well, folks. And we were in that position where we couldn't even give them a set time in some of the area east of 99, got so far behind. And then we did the Elk Grove Florin widening, and we were able to do the Calvine Road widening and the Bradshaw Road widening. Some developer contribution in all of those projects, but a lot of Measure A, a lot of other county sources that some of that backbone infrastructure, and then obviously provided some additional capacity and safety for movements. And so I say that because, again, you can talk about going level service F for parts of the day, but that's when people are trying to get to school, they're trying to get to work, they're trying to get home from work, they're trying to get the kids to soccer, trying to get deliveries. And I think with the amount of traffic we see now with deliveries and so forth, the on-time aspects of that, that in my view, obviously you said you have to go into environmental documents, but require a good deal of thought and analytics behind it, because it's keeping faith with existing homeowners, but certainly with new homeowners and new property owners, and still allowing development to proceed. Dynamic implementation tool, I would just say we've certainly done that with some of the Jackson Corridor projects, and we haven't seen the results of that, but I think it provides that flexibility, the certainty to the development community, and the ability for DOT staff to have the flexibility so that if you get a congestion at an intersection, you can deal with it. If you get a lane widening that needs to get done, you get a, you don't want to have the hopscotch sawtooth roadways. I can tell you, this board, if you want to spend hours in development hearings, just allow that to get set once again, and you get opposition from neighborhoods, you get opposition from residents, from business owners that are feeling like they're being strangled because it gets gridlock in front of their businesses at certain hours of the day and so forth. I just think that a thoughtful, flexible approach, and one that obviously helps us move maybe in a better direction in North Vineyard Station. That the first two, from what I know, what you've explained, I would certainly be, that those would be strategies that we could, employ and do pretty quickly. And I know you've given some thought to this, but when you start getting to number 3 and telling people we're going to allow congestion before we do certain things, and you don't have certainty behind it, maybe you don't have a trigger, but you need to have, and you're paying folks back for past improvements. Meanwhile, the system on one hand continues to deteriorate, the congestion grows worse, and you've got the obligations to repay folks who entered into agreement with the county. It's not a very pleasant place to be, and I would just say, be cognizant of the history on that. But I certainly endorse the first 2 here, and would like us to take a look at the maintenance issue, because again, some of these improvements will look nonsensical if they were even not a part of a trigger that was deferred, if we don't find a way to maintain some of that system out there and do a better job of it. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I too am tending to gravitate to, I don't know if we're calling them options or alternatives, but whatever they are, numbers 1 and 2. And the reason I am kind of going that direction it has to do with, I think, the very important parenthetical you had on one of your previous slides about the CEQA involvement on the others, and the fact that the development community, I think, would be very, as you've made mention of this afternoon, would be very skeptical about opening up, their CEQA documents. But I do wonder, have you confirmed that is a legitimate concern by reaching out to the development community and taking their temperature a little bit in terms of the options, CEQA versus non-CEQA option?
Yes, we have. We've talked, and we do, understandably, we see the reluctance if, in fact, it would require the full opening of the environmental document. Again, we may, and there may, if it's the board's direction, there may be an opportunity to kind of look in with a willing developer, kind of start to look into to kind of further flush this out. In my mind, if it's going to go to the direction of completely opening up an environmental document, then 3 and 4 kind of go together, meaning that if we're going to go through that process, we would most likely convert to a dynamic tool strategy, and that could possibly address some of the concerns that were mentioned just a moment ago by Supervisor Natoli, in that the dynamic tool allows you to address the hot spots. So if we reopened everything and changed the strategy, it would allow money that may have gone to a trigger that still is okay to really get after that hot spot. And so we might not, if we, again, you may have to reopen an environmental document, you have to go through that, but you may figure out a strategy that allows you to keep from hitting a level of service F. But again, that's a cumbersome process. It's going to be expensive for staff, and also it's going to take developer support. There's some developers already that have consultants that have been helping us to try to look at a few of these things, but maybe it's there's also the possibility to kind of flush the later 2 out to kind of give some some typical examples, or some specific examples, I should say, and then come back to the board to see if those examples would be supported.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. If you went with the, I can see letting the triggers slide on 1 and 2, but number 3 and 4, does it necessarily mean that the trigger slides before you trigger the EIR, or can a developer say letting it slide isn't going to be enough for us and we're willing to participate in the cost and we want to revisit and go to the dynamic tool? And I have talked with developers who have basically said that might be exactly what would help us make this work, this thing that we haven't been able to make work. So does it necessarily have to go to, traffic issues before can't you just decide to revisit it before it triggers it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first step, in seeing how after we got the board's endorsement, the first step is always going to be to apply the more simplistic ideas 1 and 2, right? And so I understand, I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Frost, in that if we apply those 2 strategies and they're still locked up and can't move forward, then I guess you're in a position where you're either can't build or we have to try something. And if the only thing left at our disposal as far as 2 is to look at 3 and 4 strategies, then it might come to a point. But again, I think even working with the developer, and we are with some developers and certainly want to work with developers, it may be an iterative process where we kind of push a little farther forward to see what that entails, and there'll be check-in points where with the developer, with us, with the board, that we can decide, is this going in a direction that makes sense or is it not? Because it's a lot more cumbersome and certainly a lot more risk to all parties that would be working together.
So, but if we did, say we wanted to go with all 4 options, you would still come back to the board before you moved forward with. Right. As you're sliding these triggers, would we have a heads up so that we could at least, communicate with our constituents on, the rationale behind it and the benefits of it? In some of the communities, the growth is what's going to feed their little commercial district or whatever, but you can't get to the growth if you can't figure out how to get the rooftops going. So if we went with all 4, it's not like it's going to be chaos. It's going to be a controlled situation. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah, I certainly think that would be the best approach, and if that's the board's direction, that we would, maybe with 3 and 4, that there would be some check-in points. I think it wouldn't be, what I'm hearing, it wouldn't be a direct move forward. It would be start that process, bring it back to us, because you wouldn't want to, a developer wouldn't want to invest the time and effort in working with us and the expenses to go all the way through the process to find out it wasn't something that was supportive. So I think that I think that makes a lot of sense to have some check-in points along the way before there's too much investment put into it if it looks like it's going in a direction that wouldn't be supported.
I think giving you the discretion for the triggers would help a lot in some of the situations, but giving giving us the ability to have all 4 with those I guess check-in points or whatever you're saying, referring to, would be beneficial for not only the county but for the communities and the development in the communities that we can't get going. And I wanted to, because I know it was right after I got elected that we did what was it? It was SKIP.
Oh, yes.
And there's another one that, the BOLD.
Yeah.
Are we going to do the BOLD? Are we working our way toward the BOLD?
So oftentimes, of course, that's the decision of the developer, and oftentimes it depends on bonding capacity and all sorts of things, whether that's a viable alternative towards the developer. But you do bring up a very interesting point, and that is that if some of the programs that are now able to be practiced within the county are utilized, then it kind of gets rid of a lot of this stuff. Because just to use an example of the SCIP program, if the SCIP program is utilized, then the county has access to the money up front, and we can build that infrastructure. Therefore, this trigger, it sort of relieves these triggers. So that is, but it's not always the developers in the developer's best interest to utilize those programs. So they're not always used. But in the cases that they are, that really does help relieve on the triggers.
And then finally, I don't know if water and other departments in the county coincide with these triggers and everything that's going on here, and if are they working on, these processes, or do you understand what I'm saying? It's all infrastructure, so it has to go at the same speed as the roads and the infrastructure. So are they in on this too?
Yeah, absolutely. So
you probably can tell I've had some conversations.
So Mr. Hartwig holds meetings every, obviously we have Bob Davison on the phone, Susan Getz, Economic Development, Troy Gibbons, and we're all, and planning, Todd and Leanne are both on the phone also, just because all of these it's a countywide effort, and we're all working together because all these plans have to come together at the same time. We've really, again, we have these great strategies in place, which are holding meetings that move them all together at the same time to help expedite developments. We're doing the same, utilizing the same group to try to fix, or to try to go back and make what's been done in the past work as well as possible. So we're all working together. That's why they're all on the phone, because we couldn't have got here without them. They all have a piece of this. And they've been instrumental in bringing this forward.
Well, I want to thank you for meeting with me to help me understand this before this meeting, and also want to say that I support doing everything we can to help us, stimulate the ability to get housing done in our county. And so I support all four with a control, some kind of controls that, I think, I'm not saying it very well, but you understand what I mean, right?
Yes. So I'm just checking.
I don't have anyone else signed up to speak, and I'm going to ask our clerk if we have any public comments.
We do have one public comment to my knowledge, maybe two.
Okay.
Maybe. Could you please transfer the caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Please start with your comments.
Oh, hi. This is George Carpenter with Wynn Communities calling, and I wanted to make the point that all four of the methodologies that have been described today by staff are really important for the board to direct staff on, and that staff knows that they have these methodologies at their disposal. This is something that we have been talking about for quite a while, and I'm really glad to see that they're bringing it forward. The county has a clear housing shortage, and as developers, when we come in, having staff know that they have these tools at their disposal is key to working through the problems that we have. And we have firsthand experience working with DOT staff on solving traffic issues and getting roads built and getting housing built. But there's been some concerns raised about potential CEQA issues related to 3 and 4. And I can tell you from firsthand experience in Alberta, we have approximately 1,500 lots that were approved in 2018, and we can't move forward with them because we can't make the financing work. When we looked at what it would cost as an Alberta owners group back in about 2018, it was the costs were about 10 times what our fair share of those road improvements were. And so, even though there might be CEQA concerns, we're willing to look at those, try to solve them, and deal with them, because it may be the only way to get these plan areas off the ground. So with that, I'd just like to thank you and ask that you please support and direct staff to use all 4 of the methodologies today. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
And that concludes your public comments.
Okay, so you're asking not for direction, but to approve a resolution. Let me make sure I understood that.
Yes. So there's a couple of
About the
actions.
yes.
One is asking which of the 4, or which combination, if you will, of the 4 strategies the board would endorse. And 2, there's a resolution directing staff to embark on a major amendment for North Vineyard Station specific plan, specifically using at least strategies 1 and 2. And that would send us back through the effort to check in at all the hearing bodies, CPAC, Planning Commission, back to the board for ultimate approval of a solution for North Vineyard Station.
Thank you, Matt. And Supervisor Natoli.
Just to the point they're asking for direction, I weighed in earlier my comments relative to the, the strategies here. Again, I appreciate Mr. Carpenter's calling in reference to some struggles out at the Alberta community plan area, but just without some, I think, clear understanding, even though there's a CEQA document, to say that we're going to allow congestion, and maybe some supervisors are more comfortable with that than this particular supervisor. I get it, what you said, Ron, your explanation that in all likelihood you look to this dynamic implementation tool that would allow you to get the hot spots, but pushing triggers back or timing adjustments wouldn't give you that same latitude, because there'd be the obligation to repay developers per the agreements that were struck for whatever improvements were installed at the time. And so I'm not so comfortable with just on 3. Now, if you couple 3 and 4, that's what you might gravitate to. And each instance may be different, or circumstances be different. On 1 and 2, I'm prepared to support that resolution here today. I think others have spoken to that. I wouldn't just rule out a hand, number 3, but I have reservations. Again, maybe speaking from experience here in areas represent. North Vineyard Station is going to be covered under this resolution. You talk about Floor and Vineyard Gap, which is shared by 3 supervisors here. And we were fortunate. We pulled down money for South Watt, but if we didn't, we might be having a different conversation. It only took us 22 years to get the bridge widened, and that was an improvement that was, more than just plan-wide or area, or just the area that was developing. So, again, I don't know if you want to provide additional assurance. I've heard the chairs, speaking to all 4.
What if it came back to the board or something?
Well, it's going to have to come back to the board, I think, because if they open up their, environment. Now, you need to actually initiate it. That might be an approach to have some discussion. Somebody does some initial analysis. So, check in.
Yeah. So let me make sure everyone's clear on the resolution that's in front of us today. Would be just to be utilizing strategies 1 and 2, and the reason for that is we've looked ahead and think that there's a viable solution, at least to get significantly farther with those 2 strategies. In fact, utilizing strategy 3 and 4 would require us to come back to the board, because again, it's kind of opening up these documents, so you would get a chance to take a look at it. And I think you're hitting on an interesting point that could be what's brought to the board, and that is, let's say we had to go to strategies 3 and 4, and we saw utilizing the dynamic tool that we can slide triggers, but because of the ability to shift to where the actual development's occurring and address the actual priority that pops up from a traffic standpoint, we could possibly stay out of a level of service F requirement. Mm-hmm. And then there may be cases that we find that we implement 3 and 4 and we still see that some projects are going to fall into level of service F. All of those cases would come back for the board to weigh in on. And I think staff could look at I think with developers hearing kind of what the board weighed in on, I think staff can kind of come up with some timing of check-ins so that to get rid of the uncertainty with the developer that we're going to go all the way down this road to find out that it doesn't get approved. We'll come back to the board, and if strategy 3 and 4 are implemented, we'll come back to the board and say, here's what we're finding, here's what we see could come out of this, and try to get some input on whether it would be supportive before a developer gets too far down the road.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Don, I was just going to say it's a risk if they go back and redo the EIR because new issues could pop up that weren't expected, right?
Yeah, so there's a lot of work we can do so we can start to look at all that and to run the strategies and to start to see what's coming out of that before you make the determination that you're going to actually move forward and open up the documents. I think you would know what the answer is going to be prior to making that determination. So again, we'll determine those answers. We'll take a look at it. We'll come to the board at some check-in points before we get to the point of no return.
I was just going to say, Madam Chair, recognizing I think some of the inherent risk or at least potential risk, and coming back to the board, I think that's a very critical and important checkpoint. I just am not willing to bless it and say I'm for allowing congestion to get to a certain point. We're not saying that, but I mean that's how you've titled this. That's what your slide said. Your explanation, I think, provides me much higher level of confidence, at least this supervisor, that using a dynamic implementation tool, which I do support, obviously we'll have to see if it works in this case, rather than just saying, well, one strategy just allowed triggers to slide and let congestion get worse, and we'll get there when we get there. That I do not accept on space. If I know more detail, and certainly this board has a chance to deliberate, then maybe we can see what the circumstance is. But certainly 1 and 2, the resolution, and if you want to bring back to the board some further discussion about, how you might employ those other 2 strategies or tools, either in concert or separate. Again, 4, I could see, again, there's costs associated with doing that, but I do have a comfort level with that tool. Number 3, just saying, yeah, that's okay to do that. You're not asking that today, but you're asking for some direction. So I'd still be open to, if you want to come back with more workup around 3 and 4 and how that might be employed in, you get 3 areas you're talking about here, then certainly willing to hear that. But so what is it you're asking on 3 and 4?
We're asking whether board's endorsement to go down that road, start to explore those, to actually see and work with the developers to consider those options. And I guess the option that I didn't point out, which is the option that's, I'm hearing the concerns, and we also have the concerns, and that is that you implement 3 and 4 together, and you find out there's 2 hotspots, and you only have enough money for one of those hotspots, or generated enough revenue to build one of those hotspots. So one hotspot may not get addressed, and that's the concerns I'm hearing. And so, we could, certainly go down that road and analyze those. I think the best. So
you're asking to explore those. Is that what you're asking for direction today? So you're not asking for any action that would say, yeah, we agree with those necessarily?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they're asking for a resolution for the first 2 to move forward and then explore the others. You want to make that motion, Don?
Yeah. Okay. Then with that, I would move the resolution as contained in our staff report as it pertains to North Vineyard Station specific plan area, and utilize the first 2 strategies, and that we would give direction to allow you to explore further strategies 3 and 4 and come back to this board at a future date.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think they do it. She comes up and does it.
Okay. For your next item, sorry about that. For your next item, 29, you're introducing an ordinance amending chapters 6.20 of the Sacramento County Code to incorporate requirements of the Sacramento Regional Solid Waste Authority Code and address state regulations concerning mandatory organics recycling. You're waiving full reading and continuing to April 6th for adoption.
Thank you, Chair Frost and members of the board. My name is Dave Ghirardelli with the Department of Waste Management and Recycling, and I'm here before you today to discuss some necessary code amendments to Chapter 620 of Sacramento County Code related to two very significant things going on in the world of waste management. One is, of course, the dissolution of the Solid Waste Authority, and the second is continued implementation of some state mandates, including AB 1826 and SB 1383, which fairly generally will just require organic material recycling from all sectors. Let me see if I can get... Very good. As you're aware, the Solid Waste Authority will be dissolving at the end of June. Solid Waste Authority is a joint powers authority between the city and the county. It has for years led the region. Most of the other jurisdictions tend to follow the SWA's lead. The SWA's primary function is to franchise the collection of commercial solid waste. A couple of other duties that it does, but that is the central one. So as part of code amendments, we need to incorporate SWA code as well as all the mandates coming from the state into county code, and that's what this is about today. What I'd like to do is talk a little bit about our, stakeholder process first, then second, do a brief run through article by article of the code as it's proposed, just hitting the highlights. If you do have a specific question on a particular provision in that article of the code, please stop me. If you could, I do have the code with me. If you have a section number, it's a pretty large document, and if I would like to give you as informed a response as possible. So just let me know what section you have. And then I'd like to finish up, third point, will just be to present some of the things that I heard from our stakeholders. I gave them my word I would present that to you. Some of them may be on the line or maybe have submitted some written comments, but I do feel it's, I gave them my word I would do that. So, starting about a year ago, clearly we needed to, this was one of the major steps in terms of navigating towards a post-Solid Waste Authority world. We knew we would need to build stakeholder consensus. That's just going to be essential. There's a lot of moving parts in the world of waste management. We would maintain SWA programs, move them into the county and then the city. Obviously, as part of that, bringing the code provisions over, migrating them into Articles 3 and 4 primarily of Chapter 620. We also are under the gun from the state of California. So we're going to take this opportunity while we have the toolbox open and address 1383 as well as the final steps of 1826. Again, very similar laws that require organic material recycling. And then critically, try to maintain as much consistency between the county programs and the city programs as we move to do those independently. Now, the county is in a little bit of an advantageous position in that it is the same staff that has been staffing the SWA for the last several years. I usually see most of you in front of the SWA board with code amendments. But the city is standing this up on their own, and so we have really worked with them to make sure they can stand this program up on their own, and the best way to do that is to maintain consistency. So, timeline. Fortunately, it fell into season, so I can go over this kind of quickly. Last spring was about the time we started this, and that's when we put together what I called the core code team. That is all of the units within DWMR, as well as our coordinating agencies. We do a lot of work with code enforcement and with environmental management department and with construction management and inspections department. We work a lot with them to coordinate our activities. We take ownership of Chapter 620, but we work a lot with them. As we got into the summer, one of the highlights of my year is the SWA Summer Stakeholder Series, which is a lot of fun to gather all the folks who are out making this whole thing work. The franchised haulers, the certified facility operators, generator groups, and holding that traditional session over the summer. Then in the fall was when we started circulating drafts, and we went through 3 written drafts of full stakeholder solicitation of comments, a lot of really good comments, edits, suggestions, some rolling up the sleeves and arm wrestling from time to time. But again, the goal is consensus. Not everybody's going to get everything they advocate for. It is your classic herding cats exercise, but it was very useful, and there's a lot of folks that have had their input on this, and that's what I think makes it the good product you have in front of you. Then as we got to the tail end of this, we opened up, conducted one-on-ones with stakeholders, any stakeholder that requested it, and we got a lot of requests for that. Give them a chance to really dial in closely on the provisions they wanted to see improved, kept the same, changed, etc. These are our stakeholders, written kind of briefly there, but we had them both at the municipal level and at the community level. Now, that kind of concludes the first section. I'd like to pause briefly. Are there any questions or comments about the stakeholder involvement process that we went through?
I see none.
Okay, I'll keep moving. Running through the ordinance itself, and Supervisor Natoli, I'd like to thank you for your input from when we did this 3 years ago. You made the point about keeping the history. And so we have consolidated that together. The best way to know where you want to go is to have a little bit of an idea of where you've been. So we have a chapter on that. It incorporates the 2 new, just part of our narrative, SWA dissolution and our state mandates. We came up with also a scheme of definitions. The 3-bin system is now just going to become fairly universal, and we'll talk about waiver processes briefly later on, but this is part of the statewide program. The problem, we have tried to link our definitions by citation to state code definitions wherever we can. Unfortunately, State of California, in both the Code of California Regulations as well as the Public Resources Code, defines the phrase solid waste in 7 different manners. So what we did was we came up with this scheme where this is a methodology for defining a term very precisely and using it uniformly throughout the code. Article 2, General Regulations. Program consistency, just moving from the SWA into the county. The main provision, again, the SWA's primary function, is a franchise is required to collect commercial solid waste, and we have one of the few remaining open competitive systems in California. Preserve that. There were comments previously at a SWA board hearing about some ways we can keep rates low. Well, competition in the system is one of the best ways to keep rates low.
Does organic consist of organic and yard?
It is both. Okay. Within organic materials, there are 2 subsets: green waste, food waste.
Thank you.
Some generators will only need one. Some generators will need both. But again, it gives us terminology we can use where we're very clear in the code. Let's see. Service providers. This is new and brought over from SWA code. This is where we incorporate our provisions for the franchising of commercial waste haulers, as well as the provisions for certifying facilities, which is another program the SWA has run quite successfully. Couple of minor changes to it. I guess the most notable is that the board will still grant the original franchises. The department, currently the general manager of the SWA, subsequently the director of the Department of Waste Management and Recycling, would be able to renew them on an annual basis We received a lot of feedback from our franchise partners. We've been working with these folks for 20 some odd years, and they requested, can we do the renewals for 2 years? It's just a little bit less of an administrative headache, and so that is what is recommended in the code. Certification programs will largely stay the same. We have created a reserve section there in case, in the implementation of 1383, we do need a certification program for the organics facilities. Those provisions are not detailed at this point. Article 4, waste generators. This also is brought over from SWA code, and I apologize if I clicked forward twice last time. Hopefully you guys can see the PowerPoint. Article 4, waste generators. This is our business community. They have a role to play in this as well. They were not quite as chatty during the stakeholder process, but we did get some good input. In short, the 3-bin system will be required. That is already unfolding in SWA code according to the time frames already established in state code. This will culminate that process. But there is a waiver process described. Article 5 is our existing provisions. The first one, not a whole lot of changes in this one. The first one is the county billing procedure for our program that we provide the collection for. And then Article 6 is our existing construction and demolition debris program, which has been a fairly successful, actually a very successful program over the years. Those are made a couple of minor changes here and there, but basic program integrity remains. Article 7 is consolidated and new. This is where we have taken the peppering of enforcement mechanisms and appeals processes and consolidated them all into one new article. So it's all in one place. And also taken the disparate appeals processes that there have been for different violations over the years, consolidated it, simplified it, and made it straightforward. That's Article 7. By all means, you can ask me any questions at any time, and members of the public may want to chime in, but I would like to, if I could, just relay a couple of the high points that we heard from our stakeholders. First and foremost, I already touched on this topic, preserve the competition. They really, again, it's a rare setup in California at this point. A lot of jurisdictions go in the direction of an exclusive system, which means the elected board is setting the rates for collection, and the marketplace setting those actually is a very effective tool. Secondly, enforcement is key. You can write all the wonderful rules that you want to make sure that the programs work, but if they're not enforced, it's not going to really take root. Illegal dumping is a problem, and that our stakeholders are willing to play a role. The illegal dumping provisions were bolstered a couple years ago, but we hear this refrain from all sectors: business, communities, P-bids, and our facilities and our franchisees are willing to step in. There have been complaints that sometimes we make that process a little too cumbersome for them, and they would like that streamlined, and they're ready to pitch in. We can make a lot of headway in that, but this relates to the last section, the franchise fees. These are fees paid by franchisees for the collection. They want to see those monies used to support solid waste management programs. With this code in place, the county will be able to continue to lead the region. There are a couple of programs where the county has absorbed the responsibility. We will, for example, at county level, maintain the certification programs that all the cities in the region already rely on. That will continue, but this is a comprehensive package. We feel good about it. I think our stakeholders are happy with it, and with it, the county will be able to continue to lead. That concludes my presentation.
Oh, that concludes?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli had a question.
Yep. Thank you, Dave, for your presentation. wanted to, again, note, and you did it already, but thank you for including the historical section. I think it's important from the standpoint of going back, some 60 years with some of the references to understand how we got to where we are with this particular aspect of the ordinance and how it's incorporated into existing code. I wanted to, make a statement first that in July of 19, this board was basically the party of the two that filed for divorce. Just to be clear, I did not support the dissolution, and I think I've been pretty clear about that. Obviously, once we took that step, the dissolution's been in progress, and this would, I guess, complete the documentation, at least on the county side, that would enact that. But I wanted to ask about, it's on page 28 of the strike through, the blue section, on the source separated material and calculation of franchise fees.
Correct.
6.20.267 talks about how we determine franchise fees and so forth. But subsection C says source separated materials that were collected and subsequently landfilled for any reason are subject to franchise fees. Franchisees must notify county of landfilling of source separated materials, including identifying the generator of those source separated materials. Now, this is on the commercial side, recognizing that, but this board has spent some hours recent times, and obviously Doug and you and others have been here as we've talked about different aspects of solid waste disposal and recycling. How does this apply or not? Again, I wasn't able to match up a section, but where we provide the curbside collection north of Calvine Road for most of the unincorporated area, if not the entirety of the remaining portion of the unincorporated area. And we ask residents to source separate at the curbside. And we trust they will do that, but we also know we've had some issues with contamination. Acknowledge that. But I'm concerned that we run our trucks. We're not, we're the franchisor and we're the provider of those services. We, the county, solid waste management, recycling. And I trust we're not subject to the franchise penalties. But if we take source separated materials from the curbside, goes in the truck, may or may not be contaminated, but we're presume for a moment that there's contamination that then says we take all those materials out there and put them into the landfill. How does that comport with what we tell commercial haulers that you need to do? Otherwise, you're going to be penalized, and you've got to track that. And so I guess it's kind of a two-pronged question. So recognizing we're not talking about curbside collection here, but that's what we perform. We allow these folks to do the commercial hauling, and we provide this ordinance structure and permitting structure for all of them to operate. So I guess I'm curious as it relates to what we're currently doing, again, recognizing there's been craziness in the recycling market, and we've provided, a lot of opportunity for some financial hardship for the county, and we've talked about that in another context. So tell me how it works from the standpoint of this ordinance and at the curbside, and how do we, as the hauler, the collector and the hauler and the final disposition, how do we get around that? If we're getting around it. So
again, it's kind of a two-pronged question, and I'll address the commercial side first,
okay,
and then the residential side subsequently. On the commercial side, remember, the billing relationship is between the franchisee, the service provider, and the waste generator. So if the franchisee has provisions in their service agreement that penalize if there is excessive contamination, the code simply provides some parameters about what service agreements, broadly written, can or can't include, but that's certainly not prohibited. So a franchisee can very easily penalize their generator, their customer, if they just continue to habitually contaminate their loads. What this is reflective of, and it's existing in SWA code, is that it does away with an incentive program. The franchise fee is applied to gross collection revenue for just the solid waste. in effect, waive the franchise fee on source-separated recyclable materials. But if something breaks down in the system, whether it's the hauler getting the routes wrong and picking it up with the wrong truck, whether it's habitual contamination on the generator side, whether it's the recycling facility that they count on shutting down, that becomes solid waste. And so then the franchise fee is applicable to that revenue, that gross collection revenue. So that's the idea behind that. We don't have a lot of problems with that. It did happen a fair amount at the very early stages of the organics program, back when the threshold for the 1826 requirements was still really large, and it started. This was a problem of infrastructure. The facilities weren't capable of handling it, and the digester that we had out at the South Transfer Station, wasn't able to function with the wide array of materials they thought they were going to be able to. We haven't had as much of a problem at National Sword, the policy to restrict the incoming recyclables gave us a couple of speed bumps on this early on. So that's how it affects the commercial.
Okay.
Now on the residential side, really that happens from time to time. And again, our rates are set for the solid waste collection. I mean, it's a standard set of fees for the 3-bin service that we provide. If there are certain routes that habitually have a lot of contamination in, there are alternative uses we can put to what we call the very dirty routes of the green waste. That material can be used as the cover at Kiefer Landfill, for example.
The green waste, what about the recyclables though? So the recyclables, there's no question then about the source-separated recyclables, the cardboard, the paper, the cans, the bottles, all that goes to a sort facility. We're not diverting any of that right directly to the landfill?
Not to my knowledge. I will let Doug up here if you have some input on that.
Sure.
So, if I can, Doug Sloan with the
thanks, Doug.
Waste Management and Recycling. I would like to differentiate between the commercial and the residential. So let me go back to the commercial for a second. We remember as SWA board members that I think it was a couple of years ago, Clean World operated a digester plant in Sacramento and one at Davis. Mm-hmm. When they shut down the Sacramento facility, our commercial haulers were collecting food waste under the SWA programs. They had no place to take food waste. In some cases, the material was going to be trucked to, I think, San Jose, perhaps Fernalis, and around. But we went through a period of time where we actually suspended the requirement, the 30% diversion requirement, specifically because the haulers had no place to take the food waste. And when that market correction made itself and the haulers were able to find a home for that, we reinstated the 30% diversion requirement. So this part of the ordinance would allow us to be able to make those kinds of adjustments depending upon, let's say there's a fire at the facility that we're contracted with and they can't take material for 2 months or 3 months.
But it's not just for green waste, it's for bottles, plastics, or is this just green waste, organics? This section you considered would allow you to accommodate, because we were talking about where...
It's either, in the commercial side, it could be recycling, it could be green waste, either one.
Okay, so it could be C&D, it could be glass, aluminum, plastic, green waste, whatever is supposed to be culled out of the stream.
So the haulers, no, let me go back. So the haulers were collecting food waste at restaurants and things and taking that to a digester, and when that digester closed, they didn't have a place for it. So the only place for it until they could reestablish markets was to take it to a landfill. And so we exempted them on the SWA side from the 30% requirement they have to maintain a franchise for recycling. But we told them, now that you're taking it to a landfill, for that period of time, you have to pay the franchise fee.
Okay.
That's what this is talking about.
Okay.
So there's a difference there.
Okay. So
on
now,
the
you go back to
is that
what
okay?
about the residential? Yeah,
So
I
the
understand the commercial. That makes sense to me.
Okay. So on the residential side, we have always looked at the contamination in the loads. And let me go back with the board. Apologize, Supervisor Desmond, you weren't here at the time. But we went through a series of short-term contracts on our recycling for the curbside material. One of those contracts that the board approved was to take material to a firm in San Jose. We sent them half a dozen transfer loads, thinking that it was recyclable material that came off. We actually thought it was the best material we had to send down, and that material actually was rejected at their end, and we were charged, I think it was $100 a ton as disposal, having already sent the material down there. So it's really up to the processor in terms of what is considered contamination or not. We try very hard when we know we have areas that we have, let's say, poor compliance with the separation in the curbside material. You can tell that a load has 20 or 30% of contamination in it. It really doesn't pay to send it to the recycling.
So, so we send it to Kiefer landfill and bury it all, recyclables and otherwise. 70%
Yes.
recyclables get buried, 30% contamination goes down in the hole with it.
We have done that, yes.
And that's what are we doing that currently?
We are doing that currently. We're taking the worst material right now.
So, again, I didn't mean to get into it so much, but you've answered my question. So, how is that? Maybe it's cheaper in the short run, but to the point I asked about this morning, and you're going to come back on, when you're burying it forever, and we're burying 70% recyclables in a load, and we're doing that on a regular basis, because it sounds to me like you got the routes are redlined, right? You're not even, are you checking it every week to see before you dump it? But if it's out at Kiefer landfill, you're not saying take it back to the recyclers. When it's out there now, you don't know until the end of the load, and so you're burying all that material.
So on a regular basis, our drivers can see into the hopper, they can see what's coming out of the can. And if they see enough contamination on their route, we can dump it at a facility and look at it and go through it. It doesn't make financial sense for us to go through and hand pick out the refuse. The routes are designed to send to a processing facility. And we know there are certain areas that are the contamination in a route is 50 or 60%. It's not, overall, our contamination overall is about 25% for all the residential routes.
So how many tons a month, Doug, are we burying of quote contaminated recyclable?
I don't know the number.
Hundreds of tons, is that fair?
I'd say 200 or 300 tons a month.
And it's going to be buried forever. And yet there is the ability to hand pick it, but we have, again, recyclers, it costs us money to have it sorted. But even if you got 70% of a load, I heard 50, and I heard you say 40 and 50, so maybe that's the general. Again, I'm not making assumptions here, but that's costly. You know, to bury it forever, and you're putting 40, 50, 60, 70% recycled material in the dump. I mean, how in this day and age does that make sense? I get it. You got to run the fiscal aspect of this, so there's a cost.
Well, but that's the answer, is the fiscal side of this. We have some routes that are 10% contamination. We know that. That material, those loads go straight to the processing facility.
What are we doing at the consumer side? We're telling the consumer, so some are doing it. They're presuming they're doing the right thing. They're sorting their material every week. I don't care what neighborhood they're living in. They do that. 50%, 60% of them do it, but others don't. And so the loads get contaminated and they go directly to the landfill, get buried forever. But for all the folks that did the right thing, yeah, it's built into the rate, like you both said. I mean, but we're telling them we're recycling your material. They think they're doing the right thing. And yet we're burying all that material.
So we have this normal process that I've described. We accelerated and looked at and we're more aggressive in sending material to landfill. We started last summer when we were unable to get the rate to match up with our expenses. And we went through a series of costs, looking at our costs and looking at what we could reduce in terms of expenses, and this was one of the items.
Was that a board decision? Was that presented to us in that context? I don't recall that it was. No. Okay, so that was, again, I'm not.
That's on me. That's on me.
And we didn't even have this discussion when we were talking about rates in January, about burying hundreds of tons of recyclables. So if I'll just take your number, 300 times 10 months, that's 3,000 tons that was been buried in the landfill, and probably a good percentage of it were aluminum cans and glass bottles and cardboard, and Yeah, they may have been contaminated, so you would have had to sort through them. But we never really had that presented to us in the context of even the rate hearings. That presents a whole different aspect to what we're telling people we're doing, Doug. I mean,
I understand, but we only have so much money to operate with, and we were, from my perspective, I was trying to conserve as much as I could of our operating reserve and extend out until we could solve the rate increase issues.
So we just approved the rate increase. Did you go back to cutting down some of the loads? Or I know it wasn't what you asked for, but so have we changed the direction that you, again, obviously we needed a judgment call. So when we approved the rate increase a month and a half ago, now have we gone back to we're going to recycle more?
Well, in our rate request, we asked for $11 to keep us whole with what we were currently doing. We got $5 in March of this year, $5 in January. That's a total of $10. It's still short of what we requested.
And if we'd have given you $11, you still would have been burying 300 tons because it was just what you're doing right now.
I would have had enough money to fund the program and go back to normal deliveries. On our contracts, we just went down to the minimum tonnages, and we're being very selective in terms of what we send there.
Okay.
And these two, we also looked at what we were sending to landfill for green waste, right? And how much we're sending out to facility. Because two of our biggest costs over the last few years have been the increase in the processing costs and the increase in for green waste and for recyclable materials.
And I get the green waste, again, that has an aspect to it as well. And Supervisor Kennedy talked about just the whole thing with the climate action plan. But when we're burying recyclable material and at the amount that we're burying it, and we really didn't have a discussion here, and we knew about rate increases, and certainly obviously this board is going to be talking more about that in the weeks to come. It was never presented to us that, well, without the rate increase, we're going to go to the curbside, and it's in the blue can, but it's going to go immediately from the truck to the dump, and it's going to get buried forever. And I don't mean to be so harsh about it, but that to me begins to breach faith with our customers. The people that we answer to on rate increases, we answer to on service delivery, the people you're responsible to, and you do your best to make sure it gets collected and so forth. But that question was never presented to the board that, well, board, amongst all these things, even if we were given the menu, that we were going to be burying hundreds of tons of recycled materials that was source separated by the homeowner or by the resident. And that to me is a big problem. I don't know.
Again, it was part of our overall cost reduction strategy. We've tried to delay refilling positions to the extent that we can. We've done a number of other cost-cutting measures to conserve as much of our operating reserves as we can until we know for sure where we're at with the finances.
So you're not only one in a hot seat. Was that reported to Mr. Hartwig and Mr. Gill at the time so that somebody would have shared that with the board, that that's what was happening? I don't put it all on you. You're managing your department. You report to that gentleman over there who reports to the county executive, and it wasn't Ann at the time. And that was all known through the organization?
Yes.
Well, it wasn't known up here.
Supervisor Natoli, one of the things that we're doing, as you know, that we've been in contact and in negotiation, if you will, with the recycling providers, the recycling contractors, the two that we utilize to send that. One of their concerns that they've been expressing is that when the tipping fees were raised and the materials are sent to them and then they sort, and if there's significant contamination, they then have to pay to take it back and take it to the dump. Right. So I know that one of the strategies that Doug's staff has been doing is to try and take the fairly heavily contaminated and not send it to them and then have them pay to have to bring it back and landfill it. So that is a strategy that we've been trying to do while we negotiate with the two contractors on a potential rate adjustment for them, which has an added expense cost. And so that's the balance that we're trying to do. And these are all the things that we were planning on coming back. Now it's actually dated for the 20th of April to come back and talk about the interaction of all of these things and all of these issues with regard to the rate, what the 5 and 5 is doing for the enterprise fund, and what measures we can do to continue to move forward, and what the gap might still be as far as a rate that's needed to go back to a normal operation and to be able to potentially do some contract negotiation with these contractors.
And Steve, I appreciate that. Again, and I appreciate the straightforwardness that you've answered my questions, but nobody came to this board that I can recall, and I'll stand to be corrected if you presented it as some staff report, that because of the pending rate increase, that decisions that Doug was having to make, that was known throughout the organization, or at least up the chain, that we were burying hundreds of tons of recyclable materials every month in the landfill. And we've been doing it for 10 months.
My understanding was that we were taking the heavily contaminated and putting that in the landfill. That was my understanding, and I believe that was what Mr. Gill's understanding was.
So anything more than 25% contamination, if I heard you, that was your average, and 10% is good, and 0 is best. But you're checking, but still, you're telling people, as a part of your component, you're paying for recycling. People are recycling. They're believing that we're recycling it. And we're not. We're burying it at a big cost. We're going to own that material forever and all the time. And so that should have, if that's a decision, you could rest on my shoulders along with the rest of the board. But we didn't make that choice. We made the choice because we didn't take the rate increase up soon enough, I guess.
I think part of what Supervisor Natoli is underscoring is the importance of education, because I think a lot of people really want to do a good job recycling, and they're so confused. They don't know what to put in that garbage can. And I'm one of them. I'm constantly trying to revisit it and determine what am I supposed to do. So, but there's a cost to education also.
Correct. So to answer your question, Supervisor Natoli, we do I'll go back through the board reports. I know we've referenced the fact that we were landfilling some recyclables, but we did not quantify it. But it is in some of the board reports. The other piece is that, and I remember having a discussion at the board with District 3 here, where we were going out with our educational program, the team that would walk in front of the recycling truck and open up the carts and look through, and we left a tag, that said, hey, you did a great job, because we didn't see any we didn't see any contamination in the top half. Or they left a card that says, hey, we found a garden hose, it's not recyclable, whatever the material was bagged. If you remember, we had that discussion about don't put everything in the carts loose, not bagged. And so and we've run those people through some of the heaviest contamination areas. It has impact short term, and for those who really want to do the program. There are still people.
Do you have a red line map? I mean, I'm using my term, but do you have a map where you basically denoted the routes, and they're pretty much standard fare that every week they're going to be sent out to Kiefer?
We know which routes, because they're fairly standard. Again, we don't have any routes that are 0. The lowest I remember hearing about is a 10% in the Gold River area.
Okay. Gold River is the lowest?
Gold River was the lowest.
I represent them.
Whoever.
That's great.
Okay, I've said enough for right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Don. Supervisor Desmond.
Doug, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, for bringing this up, and frequently makes me think of things in ways I hadn't considered before. We've had a discussion about this, and something that you say 25% is kind of the contamination rate, where you make that decision to landfill that waste. How does that?
No. Sorry, 25% is the average contamination across.
At what contamination level do you make the determination to landfill it?
We started with the routes that are 50 and 60%.
How does that compare with what other municipalities are doing with their recyclables?
We're right in, with my experience in the industry, we're right in. Okay. Jurisdictions are in the 25 to 35% contamination.
And it's, this has been going on for how many months that we've been diverting these?
We started the resource conservation program in the summer last year.
So that's really my concern. It sounds to me, if this has been a consistent practice for that long, then clearly we are failing to provide adequate education or change practices that would reduce that amount of tonnage that is getting landfilled. I mean, that's something that's disturbing to me. And I agree with Supervisor Natoli. If we are telling people, you put your recyclables out on the curb and you fill that up, it's going to go to a recycling processing facility. It's not going into the landfill. And I certainly hope that there are not routes that are pre-identified where it's just the decision is made ahead of time to divert that material directly to a landfill without making the assessment each time when it's picked up.
I'll be happy to take you on a tour, and we'll show you some of the routes that are 50 and 60 and 70% contaminated.
Okay, but
see
what
it
I'm
very
saying is,
clearly.
are those routes pre-identified, or are you where you know that you're going to pick it up and landfill it?
So periodically.
Well, let me finish. Or are you, when you know which routes those are you devoting resources to educate those homeowners, those renters, to make sure we can bring that rate down?
Yes, and that's what I was talking about earlier when we had the lid flipper program going. We targeted some of the heaviest contamination areas to send our lid flippers through. That's what I call them, sorry. But they virtually or realistically inspect every cart. They have some great discussions with people. To your point, Supervisor Frost, if a customer comes out, our staff is engaging them. Hey, what are you tagging me for? What can I put in there? Well, the material's bagged. Or you put a garden hose in. Oh yeah, that was my son. It's an educational process at the curb. We do leave a document that says kind of pass or fail. There's no enforcement. There's no fines, penalties. It's purely an educational thing. And we run them through. We have done it in some of the heavily contaminated areas, and it doesn't make a difference.
So you're not seeing success with the education efforts we're undertaking. So then maybe that's something we need to reconsider the approach so we can see a little bit better result here. Because that's what really disturbs me, is that this has been a consistent problem for so long. We're not making any headway. We're not getting any better. But go ahead.
Sorry, this is all tied to the financial condition and the rate increase. We don't want to do this. We don't want to landfill materials. We're still going to, on individual loads, and still in some areas probably landfill because it's too contaminated, too dirty. We don't want to do this. But from a cost standpoint, we've had to look at everything we can to reduce costs in our department until we can figure out the rate. Now, part of to Supervisor Natoli's point, that's part of the presentation that was coming up, because I have the 2 recycling vendors that want an increase. And if I give them an increase now, I'm using up more of the reserve, right? If I don't give them an increase, they're not happy. If I go back to putting everything into their facilities, I'm going to spend more money, I'm going to reduce the reserve. That's a board decision, and that's where I'm coming from. Because we only have so much money left in the reserve, and I don't know how long that reserve lasts out. Again, it's that balance that we as a department, I'm trying to maintain between the operating reserve and being able to finance like the organics building and the vehicles, because I could use down the reserve. But if I don't have the right ratios for the finance company, they're not going to loan me money on the building reserves.
I know you're in a difficult spot. You're dealing with new state mandates and things like that. I mean, I just think when we were having that rate increase discussion, a few months ago, I think in January, it would have been, I think, very important to have this information to really understand the quantity of the recyclable material that's getting landfilled.
And I was here, I believe it was in March of last year at the rate hearing. The paper markets, paper and cardboard, the market was in the tank. Now, my cost at one of our processors has gone down into the $20, $25 rate per ton for us, simply because of the paper prices. It doesn't cost us as much.
I think
because it's a market-based contract.
What I'd like to see is when you come back and we have, I think, the larger discussion about efforts in your department is look at some, maybe innovative strategies, some, new educational things we can do to try to get at this problem. Because that really, that's I hadn't really thought of it that way before. We're putting that recycling bin out on the curb, expecting people to use it, and in a lot of cases, that's being landfilled. And I have a real problem with that, just from kind of the public trust perspective, right? So I want to make sure we're doing everything we possibly can to reduce that.
Do we have a refrigerator magnet? I live in Citrus Heights, and they send out a refrigerator magnet to tell you what can go where.
We have done things like that. We do have a branding process that we've gone through with the help of Kim Nava and her crew, but it has to do with the program when we switch over and require food waste to be put in the green waste cart. That's when we're intending to send out our information as to what goes in the blue cart, what goes in the green cart, what food-wise goes in the green cart, and sometimes more importantly, what doesn't go in the blue cart and what doesn't go in the green cart. Don't put cement in the green cart. I mean, we get people that will put auto parts in. We've seen crankshafts. Crankshafts don't go through the composting facility very well. Garden hoses, cat litter, all kinds of stuff. Same thing on the recycling side. If the cart's there, sometimes, and I'm not saying it's homeowners necessarily, it could be the neighbor. I don't have enough room in my can, I go down the street, I find one that's half empty, I throw my garbage in the recycling one, they get the nasty note, not me. It's a huge educational thing, but that revolves manpower and printed materials and things like that, which comes back to rates.
Ann Edwards, County Executive.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Frost. I wonder if it would be helpful. First of all, I too am troubled by recyclables going into the landfill, and I wonder if it would be helpful when we come back, and Doug may glare at me for suggesting adding more to the staff report on the 20th, but I wonder if it would be helpful to just know how much it would cost and what impact on the rate it would have to go back to sending everything to the recycle vendor versus doing what we're doing. I do know that a lot of people, that there is a lot of confusion about what goes into the recycle bin. I too had confusion, but I live in an unincorporated county and have stickers that I'm guessing you all put on my cans on the recycle bin that tells me what can go in and what can't, and that's been profoundly helpful just for me as a homeowner. So, but I just wonder if the rate impact might be helpful when we come back.
That was
I'd appreciate that.
included.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I think it's not just the rate, it's the challenge that the recyclers are having with what they can make when they go sell this stuff, and the fact that different countries or wherever you want aren't taking it, and it's the whole, it's like being in the middle of a hurricane, you know, everything is moving around, and at the same time we're below market in our fees, and so bringing that up to what is current market is painful. And I think next time we look at rates and fees, we should think about attaching them to, you know, an index that would regularly, you know, kind of increase them so it's not this one big increase at one time, and we won't be in this situation again.
We are kicking around trying to propose a CPI type, the validity of being able to do that.
I think that's smart.
So, and
we also need to make sure we're doing everything we need to do to keep those rates low as well, which is why we need to be having these conversations, right? Because, I mean, the public is looking very closely at the practices in your department to ensure that this rate increase is absolutely necessary.
Let me, if I could, just one last comment.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that the board understands that when you approve the rate increase, we are following to the letter what the Prop 218 notice was. So we haven't discontinued any services. We haven't changed anything. We still are trying to meet the 30-day requirement the board has for AB NCU pickups. We're still doing a good job with the illegal dumping. We're back to running Saturdays again on the illegal dumping to keep up with it. We haven't changed any of those programs because we've kind of prioritized those. And from my perspective, I felt more strongly to do the, and I may not be in the majority here, but I felt more strongly about continuing the illegal dumping programs and the ABNCU program than I did with the recycling.
I kind of agree. The illegal dumping is a major issue for many of us. So
we just did a huge cleanup in the District 2 that took us 3 weeks. And you know, we don't have that kind of manpower to devote that all the time, but the number of illegal dumping it's not increasing in terms of the 311 calls in, but it's increasing because it's on the side of the road and we don't get them called in all the time. And that's part of what we discovered with the District 2 cleanup. There were a lot of pockets of debris on the road that had never been called in. We didn't know were there.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would certainly, I applaud your continuing to work on illegal dumping because that plagues us throughout this community, and it's been ever more evident. And so, again, I appreciate some of the choices that you were making, but I'm not so sure that was really presented to the board in that context, because again, I don't know that we would have said, the choice between doing illegal dumping and landfilling recyclables, or we would have said, yes, do one, don't do the other. Those were choices you had to make at your level, or you made. One of the things, if you're going to come back, Ann, as you were suggesting with, the components of information, I think I'd like to see if it's something that could be calculated, what it costs for a ton or a cubic yard of landfill space. And I'm going back to a conversation we had with this community 25 years ago about, expanding Kiefer landfill and getting 75 or 80 years of capacity. But recognizing that we were doing things with green waste cover, we were diverting materials at that time. Obviously, we've gotten other materials added to the diversion stream. But again, that's penny wise and pound foolish. I would venture to say, because you got to collect the methane gas, and you got to build a liner to keep the water from leaching down into the ground. You got to spend $2 million on a consultant just to open up a 30-acre module for testing and monitoring and oversight and closure, and then we own it forever. I got to believe that for beyond the principles of recycling, that it's far better to keep it out of there in the beginning than it is to bury it forever. And I mean, that's my contrast. And again, that doesn't help you fiscally in a moment when you're seeing reserves drained. But I guess I'd like to know, what's it cost us to landfill a ton?
We know that, and we'll have that for you on the 20th. And I don't know if through the CEO or county council, if this is a fair thing, but if anybody has questions about the landfill before we put this presentation together, we certainly can. The questions you raised this morning, landfill life, all of those things. We have all those calculations. That's not a difficult piece to put together. We think we can put together a board report and or a PowerPoint for the 20th without too much of a problem. But if you have other questions, please forward them through Ann so that we can include those in our presentation. Because I'd like to answer as many questions as possible. And this is education and communication, and we're going to continue to do it.
I have a question. When I first got elected in 2017, I toured Kiefer, and I was told that within 5 years we have to be to zero in the landfill. Are they coming out and doing inspections on that, or I mean?
No, you mean that was probably in reference to the green waste. Because as of January 1st of 2022, right now, organic material is not supposed to go into landfill.
Okay,
which means
so
all,
it was
all green
regarding
waste.
green waste
Yes.
only.
Yes. Now, the good news on that side, and I'm jumping ahead, but SB 619 was introduced and is in one of the committees, and it's actually a bill to delay implementation of 1386. And the author, I don't remember his name, came out of the Santa Cruz area. But it's certainly something that with Natasha and our discussions, she's included me in the discussions with some of the legislative people. It's certainly something that we've gotten a lot of support on.
Okay. Okay, well, I know you're caught in the middle of a hurricane
That's
in
okay.
solid waste, but we really appreciate
We're good.
everything you're doing to try to manage it, and we know it's not easy.
So Dave, we're still working with the commercial ordinance.
Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
And
We got off track.
that's
Sorry about that.
not unanticipated. This is there is a lot going on in the industry writ large. This is a pretty comprehensive document, but again, it does not delve into the details of rates. Even the 30% for franchisees that was discussed briefly earlier is a separate resolution that will be before you between now and the end of June. And the fees and penalties that will be applied. Again, trying to stay consistent with SWA coming over, as well as modernizing where necessary. The code in front of you today is an essential piece for getting us to a post-SWA world. Any additional questions or comments?
Yes,
perhaps?
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes.
Yeah, staying with the ordinance, then one question comes to mind, David. So since we've split and the city is going through their similar actions to come up to their ordinances and staff their department accordingly, is it projected, recognize we don't control the city's franchise fees and so forth, that haulers will be paying more because they'll have to have separate franchise agreements with city and county, or does that get leveled out by what's available in the marketplace and so forth? I'm just curious, are folks going to see on the private side of it, additional costs because they're going to have two regulatory agencies to have to comply with and to, even though there may be similarities, so.
I think it's undoubtedly there will be, and you'll have two pieces of paper instead of one that they have to do on any particular given project, on any particular project. However, what we are doing currently is setting up an electronic system using a vendor called Recyclist, where they can do all of this in one place.
But they're going to be paying two
electronic
entities,
window that they can go to submit the exact same tonnage reports, the exact same, it's the same formula. And of course, both the city and the county will be proposing, and I believe the city already has established a 10% franchise fee, which is exactly what the SWA has, and the county will be suggesting that as well.
But before they got blanket to operate both in the unincorporated and the incorporated city, and they could go to other jurisdictions if they allowed for additional commercial providers of waste haul services. But so now they're going to be paying, in addition to the franchise fee, just to get licensed, they're going to have a separate fee to be permitted to operate in those jurisdictions. Is that right? As a baseline, or no?
Not to my understanding. The city may have, in the county, we're not anticipating that. In the city, they may have a business license process to go through, but it's not nearly as robust as the franchise system. Did you have a comment?
Sorry, I used to work in the other side of the world at one point. And I've talked to a couple of haulers. In their billing system, they actually have a code for the jurisdiction. So if I'm waste management and I pick up in Elk Grove and Citrus Heights and, sorry, not Citrus Heights, but some of the various areas, my billing system has a code in it that says what jurisdiction it is. And so I can run a report at the end of the month that says, here's all the revenue from that jurisdiction, which is what they're going to use. That's that one report that has the city, the county, let's say Galt, Elk Grove, whatever, and they'll use that one report and just fill in the form. So yes, there is a cost to them to fill out the forms, and if there's a permit fee, but the reality is all of the accounting side should be the same report they have today, and they're just transferring numbers onto a different franchise form.
Okay, but let me be clear though. So, but you are permitted or licensed to operate either in the city or the county or both. Under SWA, you took out one permit, you had to be inspected, and you had to, but you didn't have to have redundant ones. Ever how you account for your accounts and how you pay that jurisdiction, you're going to pay for two operating franchise agreements in separate jurisdictions. Is that correct?
But if they were around at other jurisdictions, they had to require with whatever that jurisdiction. So they may have had to go get those inspections and those permits and things.
Well, we've created one more part by this divorce before.
Right.
One time we had Citrus Heights and Elk Grove in it as well. So.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
No problem. And by the way, we have amongst, Doug mentioned the vehicle inspections. That has already been worked out with the franchisees. There will be one vehicle inspection.
That's good.
For the fleet, for both city and county.
Good.
Great. I don't have any other board members in the queue to speak. I'm not sure if we have any public comment on this item.
We do have one person who's been waiting very patiently.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, please transfer the caller. Hi, caller.
Hello, I'm Edgar speaking.
Hi. Please state your name, and you have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Board members and chair, my name is Evan Edgar. I live at 1822 21st Street, Sacramento, California. I've been a permit engineer for Agrimin Compost for the last 30 years. We're the largest compost in California, and we have selected for contracts for both the city and the county for the short-term agreement for the next 5 years to process organic waste. As a facility operator today, we're fully supportive of today's ordinance. As a facility operator and facility engineer for the last 30 years, I know that it takes more than 5 years to permit a new facility such as a large anaerobic digestion facility. SWA did a green cycle process over a 10-year period with no results and no permits. So it takes a while to permit a digester, and the one at SAS digester had already failed once. So we have to use existing infrastructures in the short term that has permits for the next 5 years as part of the RFP process that the city and county solicited. And the county should move forward with that mandatory organic recycling as proposed for those agreements for the short term of 5 period, and not take a late hit from an expensive digester technology vendor that is asking for a shorter time period than 5 years. It's somewhat disingenuous of the vendor and upsets the process that we've been involved with. Having a 5-year term allows the green-based contractor to amortize costs over 5 years to keep the rates down as opposed to a 3-year period. And meanwhile, we know that expensive anaerobic digestion technology has failed and costs over $120 to $150 a ton. So today, as a facility operator, we fully support the ordinance. We fully support the process that we all went to, a fair, balanced process by SWA and by the city and county folks to award contracts to organic waste contractors for a 5-year period to amortize our costs over those 5 years, and do not believe the late hit by digester vendors without permits that takes over 5 years wanting to shorten that process that has been already proposed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you for your
and
patience.
that concludes your public comments.
Thank you, Dave, very much. Okay, next item, please.
Got to have a motion on it. It's ordinance.
Take action.
Yeah.
Oh,
this one
I'm
was
sorry. I
a-
guess I was just so anxious to move forward with that. We do need do we need a motion, or in order to bring it back at the next meeting? So, do we have a motion? I'll move it. Do we have a second? No second. We have a second from Supervisor Kennedy and a motion from Frost, and Supervisor Natoli would like to speak.
Just like to speak to the motion that, as I said from the onset, I did not support the dissolution of the SWA. I think it's a matter of fact that we're proceeding with this now, so I will support the introduction of the ordinance. Again, I think it was a bad move to go forward and dissolve it, but the reality is that we're going to have to administer this, so I intend to support the motion today.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but may I ask for a clarification of what the motion is?
Is it to introduce the ordinance, or is it to continue?
It's to introduce the ordinance and make any amendments to Sacramento County Chapter Code 6.2 to incorporate requirements of the Sacramento Regional Solid Waste Authority Code due to the authority's pending dissolution, and address state regulations concerning mandatory organics recycling under Senate Bill 1383, waive full reading, and continue the item to April 6, 2021 for adoption. I think that's way more than you asked for, but I gave it to you anyway.
Thank you so much.
Very thorough.
I just wanted to clarify that it was staff recommendations.
We're moving staff's recommendation. Was that better?
Yes.
It's been a long day.
Either one's fine.
And it's not over yet. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, next item, please.
Okay.
I knew if I started it, I had to finish it.
Item 30 is the approval of fiscal year 2021-22 budget policies. This was continued from March 17th.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brett Ferguson, the county's interim chief fiscal officer. So we're now well underway into the process of preparing the county's fiscal year 21-22 recommended budget, and we are seeking direction from your board on budget policies that will guide us in that effort, as well as in the ongoing administration of the budget during the upcoming fiscal year. To that end, we are recommending a set of fiscal year 21-22 budget policies for your review, possible modification, and approval. As you know, the county's budget process is complex and frankly stressful for all concerned. Staff at all levels of the organization, department and fiscal staffs, and management, Office of Budget and Debt Management analysts, and department heads and county leadership spend many hours gathering and analyzing large amounts of information that is often changing and making decisions that can have significant impacts on the organization, our employees, and the public we serve, all with fairly tight time deadlines. Under the County Budget Act and the County Charter, it is the county executive's responsibility to recommend a balanced budget to your board. It is your responsibility to review that recommended budget, make any revisions you deem appropriate, and ultimately adopt a balanced budget that provides spending authority for the upcoming fiscal year. Even though preparing a recommended budget is the county executive's responsibility, we want to be sure that the budget we recommend is generally consistent with your board's policy direction. And the sooner we know what that direction is, the better, because making significant changes to the budget late in the process adds to the organizational stress and is sometimes not even practically possible. Again, we are not asking that you make specific budget or funding decisions at this time. That would effectively be opening budget hearings prior to the release of a recommended budget and would be inappropriate. What we are asking for is broad policy direction that will help us craft the recommended budget in a way that meets your goals and priorities. The budget policies that we are recommending for the fiscal year 2021-22 fiscal year reflect what we believe is the right balance in terms of meeting community needs and achieving fiscal sustainability. But people can differ on what that balance should be and how it can be achieved. We encourage you to tell us now if there is a different direction that you would like to go. And of course, regardless of the policies you adopt today, you still retain the right to make any changes you want to the recommended budget once it is presented to you. At this point in the budget process, the county is facing a number of fiscal uncertainties and risks, including we do not know how much general fund balance will be available at the end of this fiscal year. That fund balance will serve as an important resource for financing the 2021-22 expenditures and or building appropriate reserves. As your board knows, the general fund ended fiscal year 2019-20 with an available balance of $161.6 million. This available fund balance was significantly higher than usual, due primarily to the net impact of a projected $55.7 million reduction in semi-discretionary reimbursements due to the estimated impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on statewide sales tax revenue, and the use of $142 million in unbudgeted coronavirus relief fund revenue to offset net county costs. The fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget also reflects a significant reduction in semi-discretionary reimbursements based on similar assumptions about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We now know that our semi-discretionary revenue projections were overly pessimistic and have completed a preliminary revision of those estimates. In addition, we completed a preliminary update of our fiscal year 2021 discretionary revenue estimates and have reviewed department's second quarter fiscal status reports. Based on that, we prepared a second quarter fiscal review, which was presented to your board on March 10th. That review projected that the general fund would end this fiscal year with an ending available fund balance of as much as $172 million. That projection is only an estimate, however, and the actual ending balance is typically different from our second quarter review estimate. In addition, this projection reflects the impact of at least $99 million in one-time revenue in fiscal year 2021. We should therefore be cautious in assuming it will all be used to fund ongoing operating costs. Next, we do not know how much discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue the county will receive in fiscal year 21-22. We are in the process of updating our estimates for these revenue sources, but we typically try to wait until as late as possible in the budget process to make final decisions on that, to take advantage of the most current information before we finalize those estimates. We also do not know what expenditure levels will be required to fund base budget levels and growth in fiscal year 21-22. The Office of Budget and Debt Management is currently reviewing fiscal year 21-22 requested budgets submitted by departments, and County Executive Office staff are meeting with department heads to discuss their budget requests. But some of these costs will still only be estimates. For example, the agreements with all 30 bargaining units that represent county employees end on June 30th of this year, and the terms of any new conditions are not yet known. In addition, the potential impact of the state budget on different revenue sources is not yet clear, and sometimes will not be clear until after the next fiscal year starts. Finally, we do not know what the longer-term condition of the general fund will be. As the board is aware, the county only has limited general fund reserves, which puts us in a very precarious position to sustain programs and services in the face of fluctuations in revenues and expenditures. Each year, we typically include a general fund 5-year sensitivity analysis in the recommended budget to provide a sense of what expenditure decisions made in the budget year could have on the general fund in the near future. This year, the COVID-19 pandemic will make multi-year projections even more problematic than usual. Nevertheless, we plan to bring that sensitivity analysis to the board at a board budget study session tentatively scheduled now for April 14th that will be based on the best information we have available at that time. Given all of this, the proposed budget policies reflect a generally conservative posture and reflect 6 main goals. First, fund the base budget for existing county programs if we can. If we can't, at least provide the current level of net county cost semi-discretionary revenue funding. Second, maintain funding for the board's existing priority initiatives. Third, increase general fund reserves to improve the general fund's bottom line fiscal condition and provide longer-term stability and sustainability. Next, meet the most critical, but only the most critical needs for new or enhanced programs, what we call growth. Next, maximize the board's decision-making discretion. And finally, avoid layoffs of county employees. So turning to the proposed general fund policies. For general fund budgets, the goal, if resources are available, is to fund the base budget. That's current staffing and programs, less reductions due to reductions in categorical revenue, adjusted for things like inflation, cost of living increases, things like that. If sufficient discretionary and semi-discretionary resources are not available to fund departments' base budgets, the goal is to at least provide net county cost semi-discretionary funding at the fiscal year 21-22 level. To facilitate this, as part of the budget process, larger departments have received a net county cost semi-discretionary revenue target that is generally the department's current year net county cost semi-discretionary revenue allocation, and will submit budget requests that meet that target. If this requires program reductions, departments submit a reduction impact statement. These statements are considered by the County Executive Office in making funding recommendations. As I mentioned, the goal is to improve the general fund's bottom line fiscal condition by increasing the general fund's unrestricted ending fund balance to 16.6% of general fund revenue and reimbursements as recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. You might say, why 16.6%? Basically 2 months. They recommend 2 months worth of revenue. To accomplish this, we propose, first, placing a minimum of 0.5% of net county costs in the appropriation for contingency to be used during the fiscal year to address unanticipated expenditure increases or revenue decreases. For the last few fiscal years, the general fund contingency has hovered around $1 million or 0.1% of net county costs. This is very low, and in some years, all of this contingency has been used, and the Sutter Health Park, formerly Raley Field Contingent Debt Service Appropriation, has been transferred to cover cost increases in various departments. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is now a real possibility that the Sutter Health Park Contingent Debt Service Appropriation will need to be spent to cover debt service costs, if not in fiscal year 21-22, then in fiscal year 22-23. And this year in particular, there is uncertainty about what salary and benefit cost increases may be, since we are in negotiations with all 30 bargaining units. Departments were directed to prepare budgets assuming a 1% cost of living adjustment for all employees based on the current CPI, but it is possible that negotiations could result in greater increases. We are recommending the appropriation for contingency be increased to 0.5% of net county cost, or approximately $4 million. Next, we recommend increasing general reserves by $10,224,000 in the recommended budget to restore the amounts reduced in fiscal years 1920 and 2021 and bring the general reserve balance back to the $21.2 million level that it stood at before those reductions. In addition, as part of the revised recommended budget, we recommend, of course, that we continue to comply with the board's general reserve policy and increase general reserves by an amount equal to 10% of the actual available ending fund balance at September budget. Next, we recommend increasing the audit report payback future litigation cost reserve by $3 million. There is currently $4.7 million in this reserve. Our recommended goal is to bring this reserve to at least $20 million over 3 years, with an additional $5 million increase in fiscal year 22-23 and $7 million in fiscal year 23-24. Potential litigation costs and audit report paybacks could easily equal or exceed $20 million, but we believe that this is a minimally prudent and sustainable level. Next, we recommend establishing a new major capital technology projects reserve and placing $10 million annually into this reserve. This reserve will be used to accumulate resources to fund the general fund share of major capital construction projects and the purchase of major new replacement technology equipment or systems. The county has a pent-up need for a substantial amount of major capital and information system improvements that are never addressed because of annual demand for limited discretionary resources to fund ongoing and new operating programs. Examples include a replacement for the property tax system, which has reached the end of its useful life and will cost an estimated $30 million to replace, and multiple building needs. We believe it is time to start setting aside some money to address the most critical of those needs. And finally, in this area, we recommend the establishment of a new reserve for fiscal uncertainty and recommend that you place a minimum of $21 million in this reserve. In addition, once department-based budgets, general fund contingency, general reserve, and audit report payback future litigation cost reserve requirements have been met, add to the fiscal uncertainty reserve until it equals 15% of net county cost and semi-discretionary reimbursements. 15% of net county costs and semi-discretionary reimbursements is approximately $215 million. We also recommend that you maintain other discretionary reserves and create additional reserves as needed to cover future known costs. That would be part of one of the policies. We believe that the key to ensuring fiscal stability and sustainability is to have adequate general fund reserves. Discretionary reserves are used to set aside rather than spend discretionary resources and thus help maintain a prudent, unrestricted fund balance. These reserves can help ensure fiscal sustainability in 3 ways. First, they can serve as an emergency reserve to meet critical needs in the event of a natural disaster or other emergency. Second, they can serve as a stabilization reserve or rainy day fund to ease the impact of economic downturns on revenues and expenditures. They can help the general fund meet its cash flow needs without having to borrow money. They can allow the county to accumulate funds for capital or other one-time needs. They can help the county obtain investment-grade bond ratings, thus allowing borrowing for capital needs at more reasonable rates. And they can provide a way to save rather than spend money at an unsustainable level by not using one-time or limited duration resources to fund ongoing operating costs. In this case, we have significant unmet capital and technology needs. We are looking at starting fiscal year 21-22 with a beginning available balance that reflects the receipt of at least $99 million in one-time revenue in fiscal year 2021, and we have only limited reserves to deal with the impact of significant unanticipated revenue reductions or cost increases. As your board is aware, the general fund has had a very low unrestricted fund balance for many years, typically equaling 3% or less of general fund revenues. This is significantly less than GFOA's recommendation of 2 months or 16.7% of general fund revenue or expenditures, and less than the unrestricted balance of all 11 of the large California counties we typically compare ourselves to, which, as shown in this slide, range from a low of 10% of general fund revenue to a high of 65% with an average of 31%. All but 2 of these counties meet the GFOA's recommended unrestricted fund balance. In fiscal year 2019-20, Sacramento County's unrestricted ending fund balance reached approximately $218 million, or 7.5% of general fund revenue and reimbursements, but that was partly due to the unusually large ending available or unreserved balance of $161 million that was caused by the use of approximately $160 million in one-time CRF revenue to offset net county costs in fiscal year 19-20. And even at that level, our general fund ending unrestricted fund balance was less than half of what would be needed to meet the GFOA's recommendation, which would be approximately $490 million. To look at this from another perspective, as Supervisor Natoli, I'm sure well remembers, during the Great Recession, general fund revenue and reimbursements declined by $318 million, expenditures reduced by $291 million, and the unrestricted fund balance declined by $63 million and would have gone negative but for the $77 million interfund transfer or loan approved by the board, borrowing money from other funds that we're still paying back, as you know. During that period, we eliminated 2,366 general fund positions and laid off 1,006 regular general fund employees. Now, the Great Recession was clearly an unusually severe economic downturn, but even a less severe downturn would represent a significant challenge for the county with our limited reserves. And I can tell you that during the Great Recession, not every county laid off employees because they had the reserves to help glide into that very serious economic situation. So the intent with these proposed reserve policies is to begin moving more aggressively toward a goal of meeting the GFOA's recommendation of 16.7% of general fund revenue or expenditures being held in fund balance. Part of this effort involves the creation of the new Reserve for Fiscal Uncertainty, in addition to general reserves. Currently, per board policy, general reserves serve as both an emergency reserve and a stabilization reserve. However, the County Budget Act contemplates that general reserves will be used only as an emergency reserve, and the board-approved goal for general reserves, 10% of discretionary revenue and reimbursements, or approximately $70 million, is too low for even a pure emergency reserve, and clearly inadequate for both emergency and stabilization reserves. As proposed, the new Reserve for Fiscal Uncertainty will serve as the general fund stabilization reserve, and we propose to begin building as quickly as possible, but at a minimum place 1/10 of the ultimate goal in this reserve each year, or approximately $21 million. We should come close to meeting the GFOA's recommended unrestricted fund balance level in a number of years, assuming the available ending balance is in the area of about $100,000 each year. Leaving reserves and going on to other recommended budget policies, the next one is do not propose non-categorical growth, that is, growth funded by net county cost or semi-discretionary reimbursements, unless the growth is needed to address the most critical and urgent health, safety, or regulatory compliance needs, or the growth addresses a previously identified board priority. Given the uncertainties and risks associated with the county's fiscal situation and the need to build general fund reserves, we are proposing to focus any growth on only a very limited number of areas that address health or safety issues, are legally required, or address issues that have previously been identified as high priority by your board. We recognize that there are many other needs, both within the county organization and in the community, but we believe that the most urgent need is to avoid significant reductions to existing county programs and to begin putting the general fund on a sound and sustainable fiscal footing in order to mitigate the need for any future program reductions. Second, maximize the board's discretion. Except where the board previously made a decision to earmark revenues for a particular purpose, wherever legally possible, revenues are to be treated as discretionary resources. To the extent allowed by law, transfer funding responsibility for existing programs or activities to appropriate dedicated funding sources. The goal here is to give the board as much flexibility as possible in allocating resources to fund local priorities. Next, generally, except where legally required, do not backfill reductions in categorical revenue. If categorical funding for a program is reduced or costs increase without additional categorical revenue, there should be no increase in net county costs or semi-discretionary revenue to offset that reduction unless an increased county share is mandated. We do recognize and recommend that the policy provides for exceptions to this policy may be made on a very limited basis to address critical health or safety needs. This policy reflects a long-standing county practice based on the premise that the county provides many services as essentially a contractor to the state. These services are often quite expensive and are funded primarily by the state, sometimes with a mandated local share of cost. If the county backfills reductions in funding, we are providing an overmatch for what is in reality a state or federal program and reducing resources that could be spent on local programs and priorities. Next, if additional expenditure reductions are needed beyond those required to meet the county's semi-discretionary reimbursement targets, such reductions will be guided by the following principles. First, limit the impact on the board's existing priority initiatives. Second, to the extent possible, avoid additional across-the-board reductions. Third, prioritize health and safety programs. And fourth, to the extent possible, avoid layoffs of employees. The potential components of any expenditure reduction strategy are essentially the same for all local governments. Incremental expenditure reductions, major program reductions, across-the-board funding reductions, targeted expenditure reductions, distinguishing between higher priority programs and lower priority programs. The differences come in which components are used and how they are structured in any particular jurisdiction or situation. That is, what happens first, what programs are exempt from reduction, etc. In this case, our recommended approach is guided by the following goals. First, the net county cost semi-discretionary reimbursement targets provided to larger general fund departments already have the effect of imposing a form of across-the-board reductions. To the extent possible, further across-the-board reductions should be avoided. Second, we propose to begin incrementally with more limited reductions before moving to more significant reductions. And then we propose to prioritize discretionary funding for programs where reductions could impact people's health and safety. During the fiscal year, the next policy is during the fiscal year, spend categorical revenue before spending semi-discretionary revenue, and spend semi-discretionary revenue before spending net county costs. That just makes logical sense. It preserves our most discretionary resource to move around and fund the most critical programs. Next, during the fiscal year, any unanticipated net county cost savings should be saved rather than spent on new or enhanced programs and used to augment the general fund's ending fund balance. These last two policies are designed to maximize the general fund's discretionary fund balance carry forward for the next fiscal year's budget. Carrying over fund balance that can be used in balancing the next fiscal year's budget gives the board more discretion than proposing to use it on new programs in the current fiscal year, because the board can weigh alternative uses of limited discretionary resources and assess the sustainability of any proposals. With regard to non-general fund budgets, our recommended policies include: the goal for non-general fund budgets is to hold any general fund contribution to no more than the amount provided in the current fiscal year. And this would apply, for example, to the general fund transfer to the roads fund or the transient occupancy tax fund. The goal for semi-discretionary restricted funds is to transfer as much semi-discretionary resources as possible to appropriate general fund departments. And one of our policies is semi-discretionary revenue allocated to departments will be used first to free up net county cost. If semi-discretionary revenue is reduced, net county costs will be used to backfill reductions if available. During the fiscal year, if additional semi-discretionary revenue is available, it will be used first to cover any unbudgeted net county cost increase in realigned programs due to other revenue reductions or caseload increases, then to offset net county costs to free up resources to increase the general fund's ending fund balance, And finally, any remaining additional semi-discretionary revenue will be retained as semi-discretionary reserves to be used in the subsequent fiscal year. Most of these last provisions are designed to give the board as much flexibility as possible in the use of discretionary resources. The policy that says that if semi-discretionary revenue is reduced, net county costs can be used to backfill the reduction is an effort to be fair. If semi-discretionary revenue can be used to offset reductions in discretionary revenue, then it is only fair to allow the use of net county costs to backfill reductions in semi-discretionary revenue. In special revenue, enterprise, and internal service funds, the goal is to build or maintain reserves sufficient to cover cash flow needs, capital purchase needs, actuarial determined liabilities for the self-insurance funds, and required debt service coverage. And with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions and receive any direction for revisions to the proposed policy.
Thank you, Britt. Before we go to our board members, our county executive, Ann Edwards, would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair Frost and board members. I just wanted to make a few remarks. Britt and I and the executive team worked really hard on these budget policies before you. I know that they are very conservative and aggressive, and I just wanted to say that I've been gravely concerned about the county's fiscal situation for a number of years. It seems like this is the right time to begin building reserves because we have so much one-time money available to us next year, and it is risky to use one-time money for ongoing operational needs. I also know there are many needs in the community, and I think we can find a balance of beginning to set some reserves aside. I was here during the Great Recession, and it was extraordinarily painful to watch sometimes long-term county employees get laid off. And if we don't begin to have a reserve, then we are not prepared for a downturn, and then we will lose some of the critical services that we have in place now. I think it's important.
Thank you for your foresight. And at this time, I'm going to invite Supervisor Cerna to speak.
Thank you. And thank you, Britt and Ann, for the presentation, Britt, and for your clear and deliberative preface, Madam Interim CEO. However, I guess I respectfully look at it from a slightly different perspective that should not come as any surprise. And here's the perspective I start with, is that reserves and fund balance in general, a healthy fiscal condition in general, is something that in good times, when we're not in the throes of a historic pandemic, is something that's very different than when we are in the throes. And if there's not a need to carefully use our reserves during an unparalleled time in our history where we've literally been shut down. Our economy has been shut down for more than a year. And you can go outside of these chambers and see that especially the condition of our own unsheltered constituents has become as dire as we've ever seen, and the homeless population seems to be exponentially growing day by day, and I got to believe some of that, maybe a lot of it, has to do with the effects of the pandemic. So I guess I start from the standpoint of, while I agree in principle, we want to be prudent, we want to have reserves available in principle. I just think going forward, the budget this year, I think, is probably not going to be as painful as we all thought it would be for a lot of different reasons. But I also believe that in the years to come, the next, 3 to 5 years especially, it could be extraordinarily bad. And when I say bad, I don't mean just the numbers in our budget. I mean the health and safety of the people that we're elected to represent. I don't get emails, and I don't get phone calls, and I don't get text messages from passionate constituents raising their fists, talking to me about fund balance and talking to me about reserves. I do get those types of communiques on a very regular basis when it comes to, please help us do something to compassionately care for people that need help the most. I do get the emails and the text messages about, I'd love to use our parkway again. It is a disaster area. And I feel much more obligated, to be very candid, to be responsive to those needs. And I think all of us feel the same way. We want to be responsive to those needs, and we don't want to overspend what we don't have. I totally get that. But for me, you know, I would like us, and I don't know if it's now or if it's in June or as we get closer to June, to put a finer point on this, but when it comes to homelessness in particular, what we see the city of Sacramento doing, and of course that's just one of 7 cities in the county, but what we see the city of Sacramento doing in terms of their efforts to establish triage homeless centers, shelters, I'm not sure what they're calling them precisely. I think that's to be commended. I think it's the result of being very frustrated, all of us being frustrated with not enough resources and the ability to bring people indoors. I know that Supervisors Kennedy and Desmond are participating in a 2x2 with the mayor and Councilmember Chenier, and I believe their first 2x2 was last week. One of the things I hope they heard, especially from the mayor, is that in discussions that I've had with Mayor Steinberg recently, is I believe that this county has an obligation to partner and to make it as seamless as possible with the city of Sacramento. And I only use the city of Sacramento as an example now because they're the ones that are taking the initiative to expand their triage services. But I think we have an obligation, since we are the purveyor of wraparound services, we are the ones that by design are supposed to be responsive and responsible for people in mental health crisis or in drug and alcohol addiction crisis or that need social services, that we should be thinking right now, not even in June, but right now, about what we can and should be doing to partner with the city, especially as it might have a budgetary consequence, to provide those services. Those are our common constituents. Those are countywide services that, regardless of whether you live in a city or not, our residents deserve. So that we should not let political boundaries get in the way. We should not let the maps of our county unincorporated area and different cities get in the way. That's going to be one of the themes that I am going to be pressing from now until June 30th. Very deliberately to have this board consider. And while I understand this exercise today is about really kind of trying to get our minds wrapped around how will we eventually prioritize for ourselves how we develop the budget for 21-22 going forward. I just think it's very important for you to hear from me that is priority number one. Doesn't mean that I won't have others, and I'm sure that we have a new board member that I know is very eager to do some good things for the American River Parkway, and Supervisor Desmond and I have been talking about what we can and should be doing on that front. But you cannot deny that the disaster that is our growing unsheltered, sick and dying, in some cases, homeless population, if this isn't an emergency, if this isn't a crisis, if this isn't a time for us to think carefully about our reserves and our fund balance for that purpose, I don't know why we have a fund balance and why we have a reserve policy. We are in crisis. So those are my initial thoughts, and I would hope that, just as the staff would hope that we would be open-minded about their concerns when it comes to the standpoint of fiscal protection, that they would be just as open-minded and willing to consider what it's like in our shoes when, again, our constituents are really demanding, and rightfully so, the services and attention that they deserve, and leaving the details of budgeting that to us. That's what we're elected to do, and that's what you're that's why you're hired as the professionals that you are, especially you, Britt, when it comes to our budget. So those are my initial thoughts, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Well, first, I want to join with my colleague, and I'm sure my colleagues, plural, to thank you, Britt, for your fiscal stewardship over the years, and certainly Ann for thoughtfulness that went into what you bring us today for our discussion and deliberation. And I know that that's obviously with some, historical experience, certainly you and others, that you reflect on the need for reserves, and to have the rainy day funds. I will say, going into the Great Recession, that we're never flush. That's not how we've operated in this county. All the years I've been with the county, long before I was on the Board of Supervisors, there were times when we had better balances and certainly credit ratings that allowed us to borrow, and we took on those obligations and have always met those obligations. And I think embedded in all of this information as part of the history is that we've done what we've needed to do in good times and not so good times, and some of that was very painful. But we've met our obligations, and yes, in the 8, 9, 10 period of time, we laid off 1,000. I've used the number 1,500, so maybe those were general fund employees you were talking about, but. That was very painful, and it affected the service delivery and the programmatic elements that affect quality of life and protected life and safety, and so again, it's with that experience, obviously, a backdrop to have some buffer against all that. But as I reflected on this, and I've certainly shared some of this with you, Ann, and I know, Britt, you and I have had conversations over the years. It's your job, and you do a really good job of it, to bring to us a budget that, certainly recognizes board priorities and the various elements of trying to protect the general fund, protect discretion and flexibility for this board. And so as I've reflected on what's embedded in here, and there's a lot of layers. I mean, people can get lost real quick, including me, semi-discretionary, discretionary, you start going down through this, and I'm trying to track here, but it's all designed, obviously, not to obscure anything, but to offer, I think, the opportunity for the board to look at current service levels, but also where there are reductions and/or additions that come down through, to make some conscious decisions about how the money is appropriated and spent. And so, with that, just as my opening comments, I want to say that one of the things I think is very important to note is that the uniqueness about this county, it's well and fine that you got compared against the other urban counties, and some can be, I guess, as perfect in their world to have 65% of their general fund set aside in reserves. But I got to say, for here, and I think it goes to what Phil's talked to, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk to, is that as a board that represents a very large unincorporated population, but certainly 7 cities, and population is equally as large in those 7 cities, that it's a struggle every year. And all the years I've been with this county, on the municipal side of the ledger, excuse me, on the county-wide side of the ledger, and those are the tugs and pulls. And we've had conversations about incorporations and about annexations and about how to provide services and what would we be policy as relates to aspects of either shrinking the unincorporated area or other avenues. But it is what it is, and I think we are where we are as a county, and we have an obligation to all 1.6 million residents, whatever their age, whatever their walk in life, whatever their situation is, and that's what we try to do in this budget. So it's more than just hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, and I think we all get that here in this setting. But as I've looked at this, recognizing that we're going to have this influx of one-time revenues, and that as much as the predictions this time last year are becoming very dire in the wake of the emergency health orders and the pandemic, and obviously, as we heard earlier today, we've lost many Sacramentans to COVID, and we've weathered a whole lot of the storm, and some have weathered it better than others, and both personally but certainly professionally. And so, to what Phil said, but I'm sure others will add, as I thought about this, is that yes, you want to be careful about not obligating too many ongoing expenses when you don't know what next year is going to bring. But even in the best of years, we don't know what next year is going to bring, because the legislature is pretty good at handing down things, or we get a court decision that goes contrary to something that we've took a stand on, or other things that can hit us. And that's why you talk about rainy days and emergency funds and so forth. But just as there are rainy days, there are days when the rainbow and the sun comes out, and we're able to, at least for the moment, to do some good things for the people of Sacramento County. So all that being said, that as I thought about some of this categorical and non-categorical, and if somebody reduces it, we're not going to overmatch. That's the first time I've heard that word in a long time. That used to be a well-used word in these chambers. County overmatch. By gosh, we're not going to overmatch. But when I delve into that for just a moment, overmatch may be that we had a program that was either mandated or it was funded by a state or federal funding source, and the money either goes away or it's reduced. And so we say the policy, we're not going to backfill that or overmatch that. And I can think of a good example during the years of the recession, when Adult Protective Services was a very small program and there was state funding available. But then there was a state funding available. Did it mean that seniors were any less at risk or any less vulnerable? Heck no, it didn't. It just meant that there wasn't money. So we backfilled or overmatched that in order, because we saw that as being important to the people of this county. And I can tell you there are countless children's programs or some other social services where the monies either are reduced or dried up, and your experience has been in that realm for lots of years. And yeah, you struggle with that, but that doesn't mean that you have a strict policy that just says, no, if that money goes away, we're not going to do it. And I can tell you an area where it really hit home this year, and we've had a lot of debate in these chambers, and that's in public health. For years and years and years, public health didn't get a lot of resources. And if they did, it was monies came down for tuberculosis prevention, or it came down for some program to address health with children. And so there were categorical programs, but there wasn't a lot of general fund money. And I think we now know, having lived through this for the last year, that whether it's general fund or other sources, there's going to be an ongoing need and a much greater obligation, both working through this pandemic but going forward. But I can tell you that, at least in my view, public health was on a short end a lot of years, because it didn't have the categorical funding. It didn't compete well for general fund dollars, because that was allocated to all the other departments that were clamoring for it. And so I think it's a good example of too much stricture as it relates to that. I guess I would also say, too, that with the dollars are coming down, and we're going to have, I guess it sounds like the 14th of April now, some better idea of what it may mean with the American Rescue Act and some of the other residual funding streams that have shown some improvement. And I will just say that what I hear, to Phil's point, but again, we've talked about many items here today, that the issues of certainly some of the human desperation, but also the condition of some of the things that we are the stewards of. And whether it's our county transportation network, our parks, Mather Community Campus, for example, a lot of those things that provide services to people, but they may be infrastructure related, and to embed in these policies that we're not going to make anything more than $1 million contribution to the general fund by matter of policy to the roads. Well, there's a lot of one-time needs. And the same thing, if we say that, and which I found interesting, the general fund is not going to give any more to the first year that this happened. I gave credit here a couple meetings back to TO fund, because basically entertainment and hospitality has been so way off, but we were investing, as we're going to see here in a couple of weeks, back into the community. But to say the general fund's not going to put any more money back there, because for 35 years, it was argued that was general fund money, and it came back into the general fund for probably the last 20, and now say we're going to freeze it at whatever we put into this year. Now, that's a policy you recommend and the board can take up, but I found it a little interesting in that context that somehow now the TO fund is looking to be more specialized than a general fund when it's been argued, and again, successfully, it's been embedded in my mind that is a general fund source of funding. So I guess I would argue that rather than make the calls right now to build these reserves, ever how prudent it might be in the overall context, then I think to allow maximum flexibility for this board, certainly looking at the baseline budgets of our departments and not to avoid layoffs, I think those are important aspects. But I think looking to invest some of these one-time monies back into areas where we were so long deferred, and there's one category here, you talked about the IT end of it, where we know that the system that provides the data for collection of taxes and revenues for the county, but that's been on the docket for a number of years, and it just continues to age in place, and I'm sure, piece it together through Mr. Villanueva and Mr. Zakira and others who, do their best to do that. But I just think we need to look at how we can invest in our community in a way that, gets our parks, our roads, and again, maybe one-time monies, but put some dollars in there. It'll create jobs. It'll help us, clear some of the back infrastructure. And I'll also invest in the people, because I think that's part of what we're going to talk about in April as well, is how we help some of our business community, which continues to generate taxes and such into the fund. So I guess just to sum it up, I'm not prepared to support today, outside maybe just the general fund contingency, getting that back to the $5 million minimum. I think you wanted more than that. But to adopt all these things with these certain percentages, and they can be goals, we already have some adopted goals. I want to see the fuller picture, very, very honestly, and I know you're building budgets, but to look at the issues that we know are so real, and to, again, be smart about it. You'll bring us your best recommendations as you have today, but I'm just not willing to stow money away and say, rope all that off, because I know how difficult it is, even if it's there, to get it back, because then, we got to save it for the rainy day, and that rainy day is going to come. We just know it, so we got to keep that money there. I'd like to have a little more opportunity beyond what you presented here today to see that context, certainly see what we have coming down from the federal government, and then to look at that. I think there's some wise recommendations here, but I'm not prepared to support this in its entirety here today. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
I also thank you, Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Cerna, for your comments. I share a lot of the same sentiments. As Supervisor Kennedy mentioned this morning, I obviously have a lot to learn on the local budget, and I'm in for quite a wild educational ride, I think, here, to try to figure this out. But I really, I do believe in the importance of having reserves. I mean, I know the other shoe is going to drop from this pandemic, and we need to be prepared. But also, I'm torn by a lot of the same things that my colleagues have articulated here, especially when it comes to our homelessness crisis. And I'm very happy to be a part of the two by two effort, my colleague here and our county exec. And I think we have an opportunity here to really make some headway and to demonstrate to the public that we can do something different, and we can put more skin in the game from our general fund to really make a difference. So I'm looking forward to those opportunities and using some of this funding for that. And also, as Supervisor Cerna mentioned, we have a parkway that's in distress. Our roadways, the condition of our roadways, I mean, we are one of the worst in the state of California in the condition of our roadways in the unincorporated area. And I mean, that's an embarrassment for me and my district. It's not something that's so crucial, and it's not a matter of life and death, but it is a big deal for the economic vitality of this region. And just this is the first thing people think about when they think of their government. Okay, are you doing a good job keeping our roadways maintained? And so certainly appreciate Supervisor Natoli bringing that up. Something that I'm very interested in hearing as we go down this road on the budget is finding out, like Supervisor Natoli mentioned, is what other dedicated sources are coming down from the federal government and the state to meet some of these public health and social services needs, because in some of our discussions, there is money coming, and so that will be great to learn more about that. But I want to be very careful that we strike the right balance of putting some money away for reserves, but also meeting the compelling humanitarian needs that we have right in front of us today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I call this item Britt giving it one more shot before he goes out there. And it's not a new message. I mean, you've been telling me this before I was on the board. And I'm torn, just as the rest of the board is. First of all, I really appreciate this coming before us. I think this is transparent. I think that this starts the discussion that we need to have as a board, and we haven't always had that. So I do thank you so much for that. Reserves can be called a lot of things, and one of the phrases is rainy day fund. As Supervisor Cerna very articulately stated, it's raining outside. So that's why I'm torn, because I mean, the transfer of funds has driven me nuts since I've been on this board. We've been trying to catch our tail to try to get our credit rating up ever since that was done. And I don't think it was a good idea. It's easy to Monday morning quarterback it. I wasn't here then, but it has been something that's always bothered me. The other one is that we all sit around, the table often and act that we're so surprised that we were hit so hard by a few lawsuits that really impeded our ability to deliver services to the very constituents that we want to, be them housed, unhoused, or otherwise, that we want to deliver services to. And we act as though we're surprised that this happened. Well, we wouldn't be surprised if we had a healthier reserve. That's what reserves are for. At the same time, again, I'm not going to belittle the need for what is a truly, on so many levels, humanitarian crises we see on the street every day. And I'm talking about the unhoused population, but also COVID and so many other needs that we have. So I guess what I'm saying, and I'm kind of wimping out on you on this one, and that's not providing terribly clear direction, and that's because I feel like I'm being, and this is not intentional on your part by any means, but in my mind, the word balance was used 2 or 3 times up here. Well, the devil's in the details when it comes to balance. And I feel like adopting these policies at a time when we're in an unprecedented pandemic, at a time when we're at an unprecedented situation when it comes to our unhoused population, and so many other things that have happened, making a decision based on that to guide this type of policy when I don't have the full picture. And it's just taking a very small sliver of the budget discussion. I feel much more comfortable, and again, it's logical to put down the policies as clearly and succinctly as possible before we have those discussions. I get that. But we're not in normal circumstances right now by any means. And so that's why I'm having problems getting my arms around this, as much as I fundamentally agree with the need to address our reserve. When we're not having the full budget discussion. And so that's kind of where I fall today.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Britt, I wonder if we can go back to the chart, the red, that shows how much reserves we have. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, I have advocated for increased reserves, I think, since I got here, and I appreciate that you did that one more try, Britt. I support the idea of increasing our reserves, because when you have money, you have choices. I look at this chart and I think that is also what our creditors are looking at, and people that are looking at how we manage our county. It's a reflection on us, and I don't know how much we still have to pay back on the borrowed fund. I think it's around 70. Do you know how much it is?
Yeah,
Britt?
so at the end of this year, we'll have about $13 million more to pay back. It was originally $77 million, and we've been paying back about $7 million a year.
So during 2008, which was, over 11 years ago, we borrowed against our own fund, which looks really bad to creditors also, from what I understand, and we still haven't been able to pay that back. And I wanted to just say that I think, what comes to my mind is that, at the county, we have so many employees, but the programs that we have right now are delivered by employees. So continuity of those programs depends on having those people who deliver those services. I also think it's important for us to keep in mind that there's a lot of unfunded mandates, the recycling, the consent decree, the lawsuits. We have a whole lot of work to do in the coming couple decades, and I think taking advantage of this opportunity while we have this, windfall of more money is very prudent and smart. I can't help but think about the governor's 2030 plan to have transition everything to electric by 2030 means, from what I understand, some of the people that I've talked to, we're looking at a skills gap of something like 2.5 million people who will not, their job will be eliminated, but they won't have skills for another job, which is going to have a dramatic impact on our communities as we move forward. I'm also concerned about the COVID and potential loss of tax revenues just based on, the transition that's going on right now between the skills gap and the changing economy and COVID. Even right now as we speak, our increasing government costs are squeezing out our services to our constituents. And I actually have constituents who ask me, well, Sue, we pay these taxes, does the same amount we pay come back to our community? And, it's really hard to answer these questions because, it's hard to quantify where the money comes back. There's so many things pulling at us and so many priorities. Having no reserves also means that we don't have matching funds. So Department of Transportation, there are opportunities out there with SB1 and some federal funding, and now they're talking about some type of earmarking possibly coming back where there might be some potential for capturing some large amount of money, but you have to have money to capture it. You have to have matching funds. And I feel, and I'm saying, well, I know I'm a little bit conservative too. And I like having a reserve because I have choices. I'm that person who would rather have less but have more choices. And right now, the amount of reserves we have, I believe in 2017 we had about 1.5% reserves. We have less than that now, and I don't even think we have a week before we would be laying people off and canceling programs. So I want to applaud you for this. I think this is, I'm not, I really appreciate what Supervisor Cerna and Natoli and actually all the supervisors' comments on there's so many needs out there right now. I know we're going to be looking at, how can we address this drug problem, and is Laura's Law an option? And there's people that have talked about how expensive it is, and it would require some investments because where do you put these people once to give them the appropriate treatment? And so having money would give us some choices in those treatment of those people that are really out there on the streets suffering from this meth and heroin addiction. And so I think it's clear that the political will isn't here, but I'm hoping that the board might consider, aggressively looking at, even if it's not as aggressive as what's been put before us, looking at, putting some funds aside that so that we can improve our position for the future, because I truly believe that from where we sit right now, by 2022, when the money stops flowing from the Fed, we're going to hit a wall, and we're going to be glad if we have some reserves so that we can protect the programs that are meaningful and important in our communities. And I think right now is our opportunity to prepare for that wall that we're going to hit, because this money can't keep coming forever. It just can't. That's my opinion. So I would have supported this, and it doesn't look like the political will is there, so I'm not sure where we go from here. Britt, I'm sorry, Supervisor Kennedy.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if we want to, punt it over to staff, like a recommendation, but at this point, I'm not prepared to vote one way or the other on this particular policy, and would rather see it tabled and think about it more as a guiding post as we head into the budget. And to continue, because I think that I would like to have this conversation in the context of the budget. I don't see anything here that I think is so objectionable that I don't want to talk about it again. But I just don't think that we need to take an up or down vote today. That's my own personal belief.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Natoli.
Well, and I understand some of the dilemma here is that they're trying to build budget recommendations as they go out to departments and so forth. But if I had to give some clear instruction today, at least as one member of this board, I would say, you could, build your contingency around, the 5 million number, but beyond, because that wouldn't be out of sequence with what you've brought us in years past, and that gets whittled away down to, $1 million or something less than, because there's still a number of unknowns. And that if we're going to put away roughly $40 to $50 million in these categorical reserves or categories of reserves for different purposes, I would say you can bring the conversation to us in that context. But that money is what you were contemplating as a budgetary amount to be considered in light of what comments certainly have been made here today. Maybe as a part of the workshops as we lead up to it, but, I would say don't stow that away in reserves at this point in time. The board could choose to do that ultimately, or a portion thereof. But I think, in this context, there's a lot more in here than just one policy. Obviously, there's about semi-discretionary and discretionary and what you approach. But, as I spoke to earlier, some things I would like to see us, one, as a board, have the conversation, but have the ability to use one-time monies for, or to be supportive of, and to, or to initiate. And I think even revisiting some of our past priorities where we have large general fund contributions going into certain areas, and we want to maintain those as part of the base. I think it has been recommended. So I don't know where that leaves Brett and Ann and the department heads, but clearly I'm not, at this point, to the point where I would say put all this money in reserves and build your budget around that. I'm not there, but if he needs other direction, I guess I just say to Britt, what is it, or Ann, what is it that you actually need direction around? I mean, you have a lot of prior budget history, and certainly we're seeking some input, and you got it today, but I don't know where it leaves you when it comes to, where your work is currently at and where you want to take this. And you're going to be back to us in a couple weeks, in 3 weeks.
Yes, we will. We'll be back at a budget study session. At that point, we'll have some actual information about what the budget is shaping up to look like in terms of discretionary resources and what departments are asking for, what the level of growth has been asked for. We're not going to get into the details of that because that would be a budget discussion, but give you some more information about that. If I could say, Madam Chair, sort of what I think I heard here is obviously the board doesn't want to adopt the policies as presented. I did hear that you do want to maybe discuss these issues further, maybe at the budget study session, maybe during the budget process. In terms of preparing the budget direction for us, though, what I took away from this is, and maybe this is a little bit optimistic, that the board is willing to consider some increases in reserves to address sort of our long-term stability needs, but does not want to be as aggressive as was laid out here, that you want flexibility to address certain priorities. I heard at least 3 board members mention homelessness specifically as being a priority. So I think that seems to be clearly a priority. Heard at least 2 board members talk about roads and road conditions. And then I know Supervisor Natoli wants a lot of flexibility, so I understand that. So I think that gives us at least a starting point to start putting the budget together.
You also heard 2 members talk about the Parkway too.
Sure.
Three of us.
So we'll take that into account. I also heard a couple of board members talk about funding one-time things with one-time money. So that's another consideration that we can take into account. In the end, of course, we'll be talking to you at the budget study session. At that point, we'll be pretty close to getting the budget done, though, but we'll be talking to you then. And then, of course, when you actually have your budget deliberations, you can make any revisions or changes that you'd like. So I think, while it's not what we had asked for, I'm not entirely surprised at the outcome. And I think if that seems to be, if the board is reasonably comfortable with that interpretation of what you said, that's sort of how we'll proceed. And then you can deal with the budget as we talk about it in the study session and as we present it to you in late May.
That sounds good. That sounds like what we all wanted. So thank you, Britt. I think we have 2 callers for public comment. And so we'll move to public comment at this time.
Please send the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
All right. I would just like to restate the request from the People's Budget Letter that the board take into consideration participatory budgeting. It's been shown not only through the number of organizations involved, but also the amount of participation in the People's Budget Survey that people are interested in finding out how their money is spent and ensuring that it matches with their values. All too often we hear about projects and money going to places and then find out later on that the things which we most want our money to go towards aren't priorities. The reality is that people want to be involved in the process to actually feel like they have a say in how their billions of dollars get spent. I would ask that you set forth a formal process to allow community members to participate in future budget discussions in order to shape potential directions that the county chooses to spend its money in. I know this won't look like community members individually critiquing budget spreadsheets for a general overall sense of where their priorities lie. I just feel like too much of the budget process has been too opaque for too long, as evidenced by what occurred this past summer with the sheriff and the COVID relief dollars. The entire process needs to be more transparent. The community needs to be involved in ensuring that its money is being spent in ways that benefits its community and reflect its morals, especially with regards to communities most historically impacted by divestment and our unhoused neighbors most impacted by our lack of investment and helping them through a hard time. We shouldn't be okay with seeing people on the streets. Those are systemic failures. In the capital of one of the richest states, in the richest country, in the history of the world, this should not be a problem that we are still unable to deal with. It has a solution. The solution requires empathy. The solution requires a nuanced view of people who have become unhoused for a myriad of reasons and aren't a monolith with their situations and thus the solutions to their current situations. This board declared that racism is a public health emergency. I feel like the majority of you probably understand that systemic racism has occurred at every level of government and among private industry for generations. There is no excuse. We have the data which clearly shows the connection between racist policies and the current situation of those in the racial groups who have been impacted by these policies. It is our responsibility to be anti-racist. We must do better, and this means investing in those communities until they have reached a level of equality and of opportunity that those of us born with privilege have from the moment we enter the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. And this is your final caller.
Thanks.
sorry, they actually hung up, so that's it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I think you have direction on item 30, and at this time, we'll move to the next item, please.
Okay, and that would be your nominations and appointments. So that would be item 31. Okay, you are continuing to April 6th, the Sacramento County Mental Health Board. You are continuing to May 4th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, County Planning Commission, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, you have the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council.
Continue to April 13th, 14th?
April 20th? or
April 20th would be
6th?
fine. That'd be fine, okay.
April 20th is okay?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And then the Disability Advisory Commission.
Chiefs recommend nominating Angela Talent and Gwendolyn Wilson.
And I also have a note to continue the remainder to May 4th.
That's wonderful. I'm glad you have that note.
Recreation and Park Commission, Supervisor Cerna.
I'd like to nominate Christopher Schultz.
And then Sacramento County Youth Commission, Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Bianca Brown and waive the process.
Okay. Someone will need to second that.
Kennedy did.
Oh, sorry.
I think I'm losing my hearing. This is getting
Oh,
disturbing.
and I didn't hear either. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
thank you. I'm not crazy.
What plastic boxes around you will do.
Oh, is that it? It's the plastic box, okay.
Unanimous vote. And that concludes your nominations, and next you have the county executive comments.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you.
And then it would be your Board of Supervisors comments.
I do not have any board members in the queue, but Supervisor Kennedy, I believe, had an adjournment.
Manuel Manny Antwi passed away on Friday, March 19th at the age of 18. Manny was a senior at John F. Kennedy High School where he played football. The Kennedy High School Cougars were playing their first football game of the season after waiting months to play due to COVID-19 when Manny collapsed on the sideline on Friday. Manny passed away shortly after being rushed to the hospital. Manny was one of 3 children in his family. Diana Antwi, his mother, has worked 2 jobs as a single mother to provide for her family. She moved her children to California when they were young to find a better place, a better education, and to see them thrive. Manny was a promising student athlete who was cut short of the opportunity to continue to thrive. Manny's coach, Brian Lewis, stated, "We lost a good kid. He shouldn't be gone. You never want to lose kids, and losing the special ones makes it even harder." Someone once asked if Manny was my son. Yeah, he's my Manny, our Manny. His friends and family described him to be a great and sweet-natured young man and was so excited to be back on the football field. He was very loved and will be greatly missed. On behalf of the board, I would like to express my condolences to Manny's family, friends, schoolmates, and teammates for their heartbreaking loss. The death of Manny is an awful devastation. Our hearts go out to his family and friends as they cope with this incomprehensible tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. That was a beautiful tribute to Manny, and at this time, this meeting is adjourned in memory of Manuel Manny Antwi. May he rest in peace.